In a certain kingdom, within a quiet room, a woman with gleaming golden hair sat on a bed, gently holding a tiny newborn baby in her arms. Beside her, her husband was also holding another child. The woman smiled, looked at the father and daughter, and then called out, "Tili." She introduced the little baby girl in her arms to the other child. "This is your little sister, Loina." However, Tili didn't turn to look at her new sister. Instead, she turned away, feigning indifference, unwilling to spare her sister even a glance. Seeing this, the father, utterly surprised, softly called, "Tili." An unconcealable worry showed on the little girl's face as she thought to herself, "Damn it, you were born after all." Loina Remigio, the main character. The stuffed rabbit in the little girl's hand fell to the ground, and immediately after, the sound of sobbing rang out. Tili threw herself into her father's arms, tears streaming down her face. The man gently held his little daughter, comforting her while softly saying, There, my dearest Tili. You're jealous because mommy is holding the baby, aren't you? You want mommy all to yourself, right?" But no matter how he consoled her, Tili didn't hear a word. On the contrary, she felt annoyed, thinking with dissatisfaction, "What the heck?" Then she impatiently pushed her father's face away, resentfully thinking, "You think I'd be the kind of kid who cries out of jealousy over a baby sister? You idiot, Dulian." She continued to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Dulian gently called to Tili, "Look, Tili." He started making silly faces, scrunching up his face and wrinkling his brow, trying to make Tili happy. But Tili had no reaction. Her little face remained frozen as she stared at her father with a puzzled expression, not knowing what to say to his bizarre antics. "Daddy, you're so ugly. Go away," Tili said with a pout, thinking to herself, "You're such an idiot. Did you really think this would make me happy?" The father and daughter went back and forth, creating a scene that was both comical and adorable, causing the woman holding the baby to burst out laughing. Seeing that Tili seemed too harsh on her little sister, finally, that woman, Tili's mother, Rosana in Few, spoke softly, "Dearest Tili, come here to mommy." Tili finally let go of Dulian and walked over to Rosana. As for Tili's father, Dulian Remigio, he was still stunned, not knowing how to respond to his beloved daughter calling him ugly. A complete family. The father is Dulian Remigio. The mother is Rosana in Few. The younger sister is Loina Remigio. All of them were characters in her novel. They were also the parents of the protagonist, Loina, in the novel she herself had written. This story began 4 years ago, when she accidentally stumbled into this world. She had curiously walked through that magical beam of light, and when she woke up, her adult body had turned into that of a child. "Rosie, the baby is so small. Don't cry anymore. Dulian, you're a father now." At that moment, before her eyes, were the two characters she adored most from her novel. See, even Tili isn't crying anymore. Wait, is it okay for the baby not to cry like that? Rosie? She began to realize that the two characters she had created were talking right in front of her. That was also the first time she heard their names. At that moment, she herself wasn't sure something like this could happen. But gradually, she quickly realized she was in the very world she had created. In this story, there were 3 families tasked with protecting the world from evil forces. The imperial family at So, the protectors, the royal family say Lit, the purifiers, and the ducal house of Remi To, the healers. And the children of these 3 families, Loina Remigio, R.A. Danse Lit, and Igit So, were the main characters of the story. But she herself, as an author famous for creating tragic characters, had given the female lead and the second male lead of this novel an incredibly fulfilling childhood. She didn't usually create characters like that, but this was only to emphasize the hardships that would surely come in the future. Tili finally brought herself to sit down and look at her sister Loina, but she was still worried about issues related to the novel's plot. From now on, even if this story would have a happy ending, it couldn't lessen the suffering and trials of this child. She looked at Loina, thinking to herself. Her hand clutched the blanket tightly as she agonized. That's why I desperately hoped that, in the end, Rosa now wouldn't give birth to a baby girl and that the child's name wouldn't be Loina. Tili looked at her sister with eyes full of pity and deep sorrow. Rosana called out to Tili, interrupting her train of thought. "Do you love mommy?" Rosana asked. "Yes, I do," she replied. "What about daddy?" Although she had just been a little upset with Dulian, Tili still answered yes. I do, but there was a hint of hesitation in her voice, which made Du Lian, sitting beside her, feel a bit uneasy upon hearing his daughter's reply. Loina's birth doesn't mean your parents will love you any less. It just means your life now has one more person, someone you can love unconditionally. Li quietly listened to every word Ro-Sa-Na said. And you still have us, Daddy, Loina, and Mommy will still love you just as before. Ro-Sa-Na smiled, coaxing her. Do you still not like Loina? No, I like her now, Li replied. It seemed Ro-Sa-Na had gradually convinced her. Ro-Sa-Na came closer to Li so she could greet her little sister. So, can we say hello to Loina? Finally, Li brought herself to speak to Loina. She said hesitantly, Hello, little sister. Loina seemed to hear her sister's greeting and slowly opened her eyes. Those big, round, blue-violet eyes were identical to Li's. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other, unblinking. Loina's chubby, adorable face finally broke into a smile, accompanied by a trickle of drool. Seeing her adorable expression, Li's whole family couldn't help but laugh. She finally accepted this reality. All right, fine. No matter how much I deny it, you're still the Loina I've always loved. Ro-Sa-Na and Du Li are still the characters I put the most effort into crafting in my story. The one who shouldn't have been born isn't you, but Loina's older sister, someone who was never part of the story. Me. She looked at this family that was originally supposed to have only 3 members. Now, with her addition, someone who shouldn't exist. This made it impossible for her to blame a child like Loina, because the one who shouldn't be here was her, Li. In the faint light of early dawn, Li appeared in the back garden. Her eyes were half closed, a tired look on her face, thinking to herself that maybe it was because she was only 4, but she always felt so sleepy. Just as Li was drifting off, Du Lian's voice suddenly rang in her ear. My daughter. He called to her softly and then asked, dozing off again? You were already asleep when I left this morning. Yes, Li replied drowsily. She thought to herself, it's only midday. Why is Dad off work so early? Du Lian began to coax his daughter, saying that instead of sleeping, she should play with him. Let's have a tea party. Li finally woke up and joined his tea party. She looked at her father with a puzzled expression and asked, Daddy, why are you home so early? She asked for the reason. Du Lian smiled gently and explained that he couldn't bear to let Li play alone without him. Although Li worried that her father would lose his job for coming home early so often, Du Lian simply replied that he wanted nothing more than to be with his daughter. She was still a bit sleepy, so she let out a long yawn and started thinking about what her father had just said. She had created a character who wanted to quit his job, so the father, who was the prime minister, was always neglecting his duties and disturbing her sleep. As Li worried about her father's job, Du Lian quickly reassured her that everything was fine. He explained that the emperor had allowed him to come home early today, so there was nothing to worry about. However, Du Lian suddenly felt embarrassed and sheepish, admitting that he had made up an excuse to get off work early. Li gradually pictured the scene. Seeing that his daughter didn't seem to be paying attention to him, Du Lian quickly explained, Wait, it's not what you think. Li just grunted an hum to make her father believe her. Du Lian suddenly called her Li. She froze, her purple eyes wide, staring blankly at her father. Du Lian gently asked his daughter, Li, my child, you'll live with me forever, won't you? She remained silent at Du Lian's words, not knowing what to say. She thought to herself, forever. Those painful images began to appear more and more in her mind. Could she really stay with her father forever? That night, in a softly lit room, Ro-Sa-Na lay beside Li, listening to her recount the day's events. She told Ro-Sa-Na, sometimes Dad really bothers me, but I think he can be very cute at times. Sometimes he's really adorable. However, despite being enveloped in Ro-Sa-Na's warmth and gentleness, her father's words still echoed in her heart. But what Dad said today was so strange. Ro-Sa-Na asked curiously, Strange? Du Lian's question left her restless. He asked if I wanted to live with him forever. What about you, Li? Ro-Sa-Na couldn't help but ask her curiously as well. Li turned to look at her mother, her eyes showing surprise and confusion. As for Ro-Sa-Na, she seemed to be eagerly awaiting her answer. Li's eyes glinted in the darkness, hiding worry and unease, because she had not only noticed Du Lian's unusual behavior, but now Ro-Sa-Na's as well. Something must have happened, Li thought to herself. She only dared to think this, while outwardly she confidently replied, I'll live with Dad and Loina forever. Ro-Sa-Na noticed the unease in Li's words, but she only gently hugged her, saying, sometimes the things you say sound like you're just trying to please others. Teely blinked at her mother, a few thoughts flashing through her mind. Actually, I'm already an adult, Rosanna. Outside the window, night enveloped the entire castle. A gentle breeze blew, making the curtains sway slightly. But why did Dad suddenly ask me that question? Teely asked her mother in confusion, her heart full of questions. The prince of a neighboring kingdom has to be away from the king for a long time. I guess that made your father think of Teely, Rosanna replied. There are 3 families that protect the world from the invasion of dark forces. The imperial family at So, the protectors, the family Saylit, the purifiers, and the ducal house of Remito, the healers. Therefore, in name, they are the leaders, but those of lower status within the families often hold the reins of power. However, the current emperor at So is an exception as he seized power through a bloody revolution alongside Du Lian and Rosanna. Unlike the empire, which had transformed smoothly, the kingdom of Saylit remains stagnant as before. The king is merely a puppet. The one with the real power is R.A. Dan's stepmother. R.A. Dan, a motherless child, is being tormented by his stepmother, a woman who will stop at nothing to put her own son on the throne. Teely lay thinking. On second thought, this is happening right at the time when the villainous and the male lead, R.A. Dan Saylit, from the novel have arrived in the empire. To protect his son, the puppet king had no choice but to send R.A. Dan to the empire under the pretext of studying. And so, R.A. Dan and Egit grew up together. There was an incredibly strong bond between them. However, they only grew up together for 1 year. But that was the only truly happy period in R.A. Dan's stolen childhood. Dulian sat amidst a mountain of documents, wearily thinking about a boy named R.A. Dan whom he heard was the same age as Teely. Thinking about the major events in the kingdom made him sigh tiredly, not knowing what on earth had happened. To be investigated and exiled from the country at such a young age, this must be a very terrible affair in the kingdom, right? Did something happen? However, when Teely suddenly appeared at the door, Du Lian's tension quickly vanished. She hugged her beloved stuffed rabbit and greeted him loudly. "Hello, Daddy." Du Lian couldn't hide his extreme happiness that his beloved daughter had come all this way to see him. "Teely, you came to see me?" Teely's sparkling purple eyes held her beloved stuffed rabbit tightly, her expression serious as she looked at Du Lian. "Yes, let's play together," she said, her gaze serious yet incredibly adorable. Du Lian couldn't resist his daughter's cuteness and asked with a smile, "Really, my daughter? What game do you want to play?" Without hesitation, Teely held up the stuffed rabbit and declared, "I've just kidnapped your little rabbit. If you want the hostage back, you have to do as I say." The stuffed rabbit in her hand also looked pale with fear. If it could run, the first thing it would surely do is run away from Teely. She looked at Du Lian with a challenging gaze. As for Du Lian, he was so surprised he didn't know how to react. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and Du Lian seemed to have caught on to her game. "Oh, how terrible, the poor, innocent little rabbit. What should I do?" In less than a minute, Du Lian had caught on to the rhythm, and his acting was even more brilliant than Teely could have imagined. Teely looked at her father helplessly and said, "Run, Daddy, are you just going to beg?" Du Lian asked back in confusion. "Warm up your limbs first, then run a lap around this courtyard, understand?" She continued. Hearing his beloved daughter's condition, Du Lian couldn't help but be astonished. "What, right here?" Du Lian had no other choice but to reluctantly agree, but before acting, he still wanted to ask her one more question. I have a question. What you mean is..." Before he could finish, Teely corrected her father. "Please call me the Demon Queen." "Yes, Your Highness the Demon Queen. First of all, who is that little rabbit?" "He's the prince of a neighboring country," she answered. Du Lian asked in surprise, "Then why do I have to rescue the rabbit prince of a neighboring country? If you succeed in the rescue, you'll get their entire kingdom." Teely replied firmly, "But, Your Highness the Demon Queen, I don't want to rule the neighboring country." Even though he knew it was just a game, Du Lian decided to press her for a proper reason. These questions didn't faze her, with her adult mind trapped in a child's body. "Then just hand the power back to the prince and establish friendly relations with the neighboring country. There's nothing to lose." Just a simple sentence like that left Du Lian completely stunned. He must have been thinking, is my daughter really a child? But he didn't doubt for long. as she laughed and teased him. If you agree to save your friend, I'll punish you by making you run one lap around the flower garden instead of the courtyard. Julian had to accept her request, replying, well, I guess I have to run a lap sooner or later. Julian prepared to fulfill his promise. As for Teely, she was extremely satisfied with having successfully challenged her father. Next scene. A majestic castle stood tall amidst a lush green forest. Inside the castle, C.A. Lot and her son, Egit, were sitting in a luxurious room, enjoying afternoon tea. Egit's face was filled with contentment and happiness. C.A. Lot looked gently at her son, then called his name. Egit politely responded to his mother. Yes, mother. C.A. Lot continued, you're going to meet a new friend soon. Egit's eyes lit up with curiosity, and he looked at his mother and asked, a new friend? From which family, mother? Well, about that. C.A. Lot hesitated in her reply. Faced with her son's question, she thought to herself, this child really always thinks like an adult. She's the daughter of Duke Remitio, an adorable little girl, 1 year younger than you. He didn't need to think twice. His cheeks flushed pink, and he happily asked his mother back, are you talking about Teely? C.A. Lot exclaimed in surprise. You know her? Yes, father told me about her last time. He replied. With such an adorable face, who could have guessed that Egit was thinking so deeply in his heart? That girl, Teely, will become my bride. Egit thought to himself. On a quiet morning, sunlight streamed into the magnificent castle. Inside the castle, Teely's family was having breakfast together. Julian was feeding his beloved daughter, gently calling, Teely. She seemed to still be half asleep, but she still opened her mouth for her father to feed her. As Julian fed her, he probed, my love, would you like to come to the palace with mommy and daddy? Teely answered decisively, no. Then she continued eating her breakfast as if nothing had happened. She thought to herself, good grief, what is it now? Seeing her parents exchange a meaningful look, Teely couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Teely's engagement to the imperial family hasn't been decided yet. Rosanna spoke up, as if reminding Julian of something. Hearing this, Teely was startled by her mother's words. Rosanna comforted her husband. It was just a joke from His Majesty. Don't take it too seriously. Julian sighed, calming down a bit. But in contrast was Teely's panicked state at that moment. She ate while thinking in horror. What? An engagement? Why would the ducal house of Remy will have to be engaged to the imperial family? This wasn't in the original story at all. But then Teely seemed to realize something. Wait, hold on a second. In the original plot, Loina was the sole heir of Duke Remitio. But now with me here, there are two heirs. That way, regardless of which of the two marries into the imperial family, the inheritance won't be affected too much. But Prince Egit is the second male lead. He's been in one-sided love with Loina since childhood. So, if Egit and I get engaged, this family will fall into discord. Teely ate while constantly thinking about this problem. Suddenly, Rosanna called her name, interrupting Teely's train of thought. Teely's expression grew more and more serious, because the little girl had probably realized some of the problems in this matter. So, this isn't just a simple trip to the palace. Once Loina's special ability is discovered, she will become the future successor. At that point, a noble lady with no abilities like me will become the perfect candidate for the position of the prince's consort. Teely frowned, looking very unhappy, thinking to herself, but I don't want to become the empress. The status is noble, but the responsibility is too heavy. All I need is to get a huge inheritance and live a happy, fun, single life. Besides, getting engaged to a 5-year-old kid? I can't let things deviate this far from the original plot either. Seeing her sitting there silently thinking, not saying a word, Rosanna worried for Teely and tried calling her again. Teely. Teely looked sad and asked hesitantly, do I have to go to the palace? Julian and Rosanna quickly comforted their daughter. No, my love, if you don't want to go, we won't force you. We just want you to meet a new friend at the palace. In the end, Teely couldn't keep avoiding it. She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and said, all right, but this is the last time. Hearing Teely agree, Rosanna and Julian seemed quite relieved, but they were also somewhat worried for their daughter. Outwardly, Teely accepted going to the palace, but deep down, she seemed to be secretly preparing another plan to avoid this, and at the same time, bring the story back to its original track. In any case, Egit is destined to fall in love with Loina. I'll use this opportunity to make him hate me. If neither of us wants it, then our parents can't force the marriage, right? Teely flashed a triumphant smile. I'll scare him to death. Making a 5-year-old boy cry is as easy as pie. She thought to herself. A few days later, at the Empress's palace, Teely wore a light blue dress, looking adorable but with the gestures of an adult. She curtsied to the Empress and said, "I present myself to your Majesty the Empress. I am Teely of the Ducal House of Remetio." Teely's eyes shone with an unusual calmness, but deep down, there was probably a great deal of anxiety hidden. However, contrary to her thoughts and mood, Du En and the Empress were both captivated by her cuteness. C.A. Lot couldn't even contain her affection and wanted to reach out and hug her, which made Teely jump. Well, what's happening? It wasn't until he get called out that C.A. Lot remembered her task for the day and restrained herself a bit. "Ah, how rude of me, Lady Teely. It's because you look so small and adorable, I really couldn't help myself." After hearing that, Teely thought to herself, "Well, I know I'm cute. Let's have a seat," C.A. Lot said. "Yes, Your Majesty," Rosana replied. Everyone sat down and enjoyed the afternoon tea together, especially Teely, who was very happy with the strawberry on her cake. Just a normal action like that was enough to make her father, Du En, and Empress C.A. Lot's hearts melt at her overwhelming cuteness. Seeing his daughter eat with such relish, Du En couldn't help but ask, "Dearest Teely, is the strawberry delicious?" "It's very delicious, so give me your share too," she replied, as Teely was about to reach for the strawberry on her father's cake. Just then, out of nowhere, someone took out a strawberry and offered it to her. Teely was very surprised by the person's action, and that person was none other than Igit. He held the strawberry in his hand and offered it to her. "Here, you can have my share too." The Igit before her looked like a living doll, making Teely exclaim internally, "My God, how could someone have such brilliant blue eyes? He looks just like a doll." "Thank you, Your Highness." Teely thanked Igit. Seeing such a polite gesture from her son, C.A. Lot couldn't help but take notice. After receiving Teely's thanks, he broke into a radiant smile, his cheeks gradually turning pink. Teely, time and again, couldn't stop praising his appearance. "So this beautiful doll-like boy is going to grow into a 1.9-meter tall handsome man? I can't believe it." It seemed that Igit's unusual actions and somewhat obvious expressions had now completely captured C.A. Lot's attention. "I heard that Pellis mentioned the matter of an engagement to everyone last time. Empress C.A. Lot suddenly brought up the matter of the two children's marriage. I am truly sorry. I only said that it would be nice if the two children could become friends, but I didn't know that he would mention an engagement. I have spoken with Pellis, so I hope everyone can understand and forgive us," C.A. Lot said with a bow. Du En seemed to understand some of the hidden meaning in Empress C.A. Lot's stance, and he also smiled to break the tense atmosphere, replying to Empress C.A. Lot, "Your Majesty, you don't need to apologize. We didn't think Pellis was serious at the time either. But it's still too early to talk about these things now. For now, I just hope the two children can become good friends." Du En continued calmly, his words seemingly intended to respond to some of Empress C.A. Lot's intentions. Teely, sitting beside him, secretly admired her father. Brilliant. Du En is gentle, but gets straight to the point. Perhaps both sides understood each other's meaning to some extent, which made Empress C.A. Lot also breathe a sigh of relief, seemingly shedding some of her worries. Igit, seeing his mother's strange attitude, which had already made him curious, paid even more attention. Igit spoke up and asked, "Aren't Teely and I getting married?" This statement stunned everyone, leaving them speechless for a moment. And it was Teely who was the most astonished to hear his question. The strawberry she had just put in her mouth was spat out as a result. Looking at this little devil, she thought to herself, "He's already thinking about marriage? My God." Du En and Rosana also seemed very surprised by his words. "Your Highness, in the future, you should marry someone you truly love." Du En spoke up as if to address the boy's concern. But Igit, with his curiosity and sometimes unchildlike way of thinking, immediately posed a question. But Father Emperor said that the imperial family must marry into the ducal house of Remetio for it to be considered a suitable match. This very sentence also astonished Teely, as she couldn't believe this was a child's thought. That's not something an idiot would worry about, is it? The Duke is right. Igit, you should marry the person you truly love. C.A. Lot spoke up, explaining to her son. But everyone says so. He continued to ask, "Igit, if you pay too much attention to political matters, you might miss out on the true love of your life." C.A. Lot patiently advised her son. "Then, if I love Teely, can I marry her?" His face was full of curiosity as he once again asked a question that stunned everyone. CA Lot replied, "Not necessarily. If Teely loves you too, only then can you two get married." CA Lot struggled to explain further to her son. As soon as she finished speaking, his sparkling, expectant eyes looked straight at Teely, waiting for her answer. But in response to Egit's expectant gaze was T. Lee's cold reply, "You're not my type." Accompanying that answer was a cold face and indifference to his expectation. "Therefore, I will absolutely not marry you." Her answer was certainly beyond Ro-San-Na and Du Li-In's expectations. Both of them widened their eyes, looking at her in astonishment, so shocked they were almost frantic. Egit was also stunned. He stammered in reply, but, I just gave you a strawberry. You still don't want to marry me?" He looked sadly at T. Lee, the rims of his eyes already turning red, as if he were about to cry. Faced with such a peculiar condition, even T. Lee herself couldn't believe it. She thought in astonishment, "My God, was that strawberry a proposal ring or something?" T. Lee, her face emotionless, bluntly replied, "Do you want me to say it again?" T. Lee's words clearly showed impatience, even refusing with a hint of annoyance. She thought to herself, "Hey kid, being cute doesn't mean you can get whatever you want." Unable to let T. Lee say another word, Ro-San-Na quickly covered her mouth. Otherwise, who knows what other shocking things this child would say. Needless to say, everyone present was stunned by the pronouncement of a mere 5-year-old girl. Ro-San-Na quickly tried to smooth things over, changing the subject. "T. Lee, it's not nice to talk to your friend like that." But in her heart, she was thinking, this child, her actions and gestures are just like Julianne's. Like father, like daughter. And over here, T. Lee still seemed to want to say something, but was stopped by Ro-San-Na, temporarily ignoring her retort of, "Who's his friend?" Given the rather bleak situation, if T. Lee were to stay here any longer, who knows what else she might say. So Ro-San-Na decided to take their leave first. "Please give us some time." CA Lot replied hesitantly, "Of course." It seemed her expression still hadn't recovered from the shock of T. Lee's recent actions. After leaving the palace, T. Lee's family was on their way back. Ro-San-Na quietly looked at her daughter. T. Lee was feeling annoyed, but her face couldn't hide her worry and sadness for her. For some reason, T. Lee no longer liked playing with peers her own age. She only liked to play the game of the Witch Queen. Ro-San-Na softly called her daughter, T. Lee. She gently knelt down, came closer to her, and said softly, "I will never force you to marry someone you don't like, even if he is the prince." But T. Lee still looked annoyed in her heart, turning her face away to reply, "I know." Ro-San-Na asked in confusion, "If so, why are you so grumpy?" The prince just wanted to be friends with T. Lee. T. Lee hesitated for a moment, then answered, "He's a little different. I shouldn't have come to the palace." As she spoke, her expression gradually changed from anger and annoyance to a flicker of anxiety. The prince isn't like other children. People don't treat him as Egit. They only see him as the prince. He may have many friends, but almost none of them are sincere. That's why your father and I arranged for you two to meet, because neither of you has a real friend, Ro-San-Na said. After hearing these words from Ro-San-Na, T. Lee could only sigh. She had long known these things would happen, and how they would happen. Before meeting R.A. Dan, Egit didn't have a single friend. That's why he would be at a disadvantage with Loi Na, and even risk his life for R.A. Dan. It was all because that was the only friend in Egit's life. T. Lee glanced at Ro-San-Na and said, "Do you think we can be friends just because we both come from royal families? Or do you think we should be friends?" Her daughter's words stunned Ro-San-Na, leaving her speechless for a moment. T. Lee then looked gently at Ro-San-Na and continued, "Mom, I'm not a naive little girl." As she said this, a confident smile appeared on her face. Ro-San-Na was a little surprised by her daughter's frankness and couldn't help but worry more. "There's that strange look again, T. Lee. So, you don't intend to be friends with the prince?" Ro-San-Na had been hoping she would give a different answer, but was met with T. Lee's resolve. "Having no friends means you'll be lonely." Despite saying that, deep down, T. Lee still cared a little. "No matter how many good people I befriend, they were never sincere with me in this world." After hesitating for a long time, unable to escape it, T. Lee finally had to accept. "But if Egit is lonely, I'll be his friend." T. Lee's attitude changed so quickly it surprised everyone. Egit, his face flushed, holding a basket full of strawberries, walked over to apologize to T. Lee. "I'm sorry, T. Lee." T. Lee wasn't one to hold grudges, so she quickly forgot about the recent trifles and instead asked curiously, "Why are you apologizing?" Although bringing up the issue was a bit embarrassing, Egit still summoned all his courage to answer, "For proposing to you, just because I brought you strawberries. Even if you don't want to marry me, we can still be friends, right? Teely was initially a bit surprised by his action, not knowing how to respond. But then, unable to resist his infinite cuteness, she had to cover her mouth with her hand, chuckled softly, and exclaimed internally, "He looks so adorable right now." Teely reached out her hand, took a strawberry from Egit's basket, and held it in front of his face, saying ah. Although he was blushing beet red with embarrassment, he still did, as Teely said, letting her feed him the strawberry. Egit hesitated for a long time before finally daring to speak. "If you don't mind, can I call you Teely?" he asked hesitantly. She sized him up from head to toe, like a security machine staring at him, but in the end, she still accepted on one condition. "Then I'll also call you Egit." "Of course." Egit was overjoyed. He smiled radiantly, accepting Teely's offer. The bright, flower-like smiles of the two children could melt anyone's heart, especially fathers with daughters like Du Li-en or connoisseurs of beauty like C.A. Lot. They couldn't resist their cuteness either. But Teely herself felt bored to death, just wishing she could go home right now. A moment later, from a certain library, the clear voice of a child could be heard. The fairy godmother gave Cinderella a pair of glass slippers. Egit lay reading a book, while Teely seemed a bit bored. Her expression looked like she wanted to go to sleep immediately. Looking at Egit, she thought to herself, Who turned Egit into such a boring prince? Me, of course. Damn it. She slammed her head on the floor in frustration, feeling hopeless and fed up with herself. Seeing this, Egit also stopped reading and looked at her. Teely thought to herself, we've been playing together for 2 months, but every day is just snacks, walks, and reading comics over and over again. Seeing Teely a bit distracted, Egit couldn't help but ask her curiously, "Are you bored?" Teely quickly replied, "Oh no, you can continue." He seemed to sense something from Teely, pouted, and complained with a bit of sulk. "But you can already read by yourself." Teely didn't really care about that, but she still avoided the topic and answered bluntly, "No, I can't. Didn't I teach you a few words you didn't know last time?" Hearing that, Egit looked confused, but Teely stubbornly dodged, saying she didn't remember anything, so it was better for him to just keep reading. Although he didn't want to, and knew very well that she could already read, in the end, Egit still chose to continue reading to her. Wearing the glass slippers, Cinderella danced with the prince. Watching him read, she thought to herself, even on the author of this novel, I never thought fairy tales would exist in this world, so maybe they've been replaced by characters I know, like Cinderella for example. Teely distractedly looked at Egit, then thought. Reading up to this point, Egit's face suddenly turned bright red. He looked at Teely shyly, then said softly, I want to dance with you too, Teely. In her distracted and bored state, hearing him say that, Teely was suddenly surprised. Dance? She asked doubtfully. Yes, dance. Egit replied, I just learned a few dance steps. My teacher praised me for dancing very well. Saying these words made him a bit embarrassed, his face turning redder with shyness. Teely didn't think much of it. She stood up and said, All right, but I don't know how to dance. Receiving Teely's agreement, Egit was overjoyed. As long as she agreed, other problems meant nothing to him. Then do you want me to teach you? Egit was visibly delighted. His little face flushed red, as if from too much joy, and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Let me think, I'll have them prepare for us. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off somewhere, and Teely obediently sat and waited. I don't know why he chose Cinderella, but I guess it's because he wants to dance with me. Looking at the storybook, Egit had just finished reading. Teely thought to herself. Remembering the days before she entered this novel, she thought, ever since I was a teenage idol fangirl in school, I'd already mastered all sorts of dance routines. I even memorized famous songs. Dancing with a little kid like this is as easy as pie. She felt proud and arrogant, but the confidence didn't last long, and Teely's mood dipped a little. But that's all in the past. Remember how you tripped and fell back then? You still remember, of course, don't you? At that moment, a series of terrible images began to surface in her mind. Egit suddenly returned with a radiant smile, calling her Teely. His call stopped Teely's chaotic, negative thoughts. They're ready, let's go. Egit called her cheerfully because she was remembering unpleasant things from the past. Her mood was bad, and she distractedly gave a perfunctory reply. But contrary to what Teely had thought, when Egit led her outside, she was completely overwhelmed by the scene before her. Teely couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What is all this? A beautiful scene unfolded before her eyes. At that moment, a painter was preparing to paint the scene of the two of them dancing. and beside them, of course, there had to be a pianist. She was incredibly surprised by Egit's thorough preparations. In such a short time, he had prepared everything, completely exceeding T. Lee's imagination. I thought we were just going to dance together. That's right, Egit replied softly. So what is all this? Talia asked, confused and surprised. Aegis could only give a wry smile and explain about this. I invited a dance teacher and even prepared a piano, but my mother said she'd rather watch the two of us dance. And indeed, Queen Kalo was already there, ready to enjoy the performance. It was unbelievable. It was just a dance together, yet Aegis had gone to such lengths, even inviting a painter without hesitation. Perhaps noticing Talia looking around with a stunned expression and fearing she felt awkward, Queen Kalo said gently, "I'm sorry, Talia. Did I frighten you?" Talia immediately and firmly denied it. "No, your majesty, but here's what happened. I told both of your fathers that I wanted to watch you two dance, and they became openly jealous, saying it wasn't fair," she recounted cheerfully, as if it were her own personal victory. "If you two don't mind, I'd like to capture this moment of yours in an oil painting. You don't need to hold a fixed pose, just act naturally." Faced with such enthusiastic encouragement, Talia surely couldn't refuse. Even if she didn't want to, things had already come to this. Who else could she blame? After all, she was the one who had created these characters. In the end, Talia had no choice but to agree. Upon getting Talia's consent, not only did Aegis feel excited, but Queen Kalo was also as delighted as her son. Aegis gave a gentle smile and extended his hand, inviting her to dance. His gentle and thoughtful expression always left Talia feeling surprised or taken aback. Talia's large, round purple eyes looked at him with hesitation and contemplation, recalling the scene from that morning. When a maid was preparing Talia's outfit, "Why, lady, what do you think of today's dress? It's the latest style. Do you like it?" The maid held up an elegant white dress, perfectly suited for the occasion. At the time, Talia hadn't thought much of it. She just glanced at it and replied, "It's fine. It looks very cute and lovely." It was only now, recalling it, that she realized today's outfit and this entire dance were likely prepared by Aegis in advance. Seeing him extend his hand, waiting for her agreement, Talia smiled and finally placed her hand in his, agreeing to dance with Aegis. She thought to herself, this outfit is a good match, and everyone is here already. The two of them danced gracefully to the gentle, melodious sound of the piano. Talia and Aegis danced in a flower garden. Talia's gaze still held a hint of surprise and a bit of shyness. Noticing Talia staring at him, Aegis also smiled gently back at her, and that expression also took Talia by surprise. The two continued to dance, lost in the melodious piano music. Queen Kalo also watched the two children intently, just as they were getting lost in the dance. Talia accidentally made a mistake and stepped on Aegis's foot. She panicked, looking down at her feet, worried that she had hurt him. But contrary to her unnecessary concern, Aegis acted as if nothing had happened. He just kept smiling at her without a single word of blame. This, in turn, made Talia feel she had truly made a mistake. She silently scolded herself for being so clumsy. Although Aegis was reading a book, when he saw Talia staring blankly out the window while hugging her stuffed rabbit, he couldn't focus on his reading. Talia just kept hugging the stuffed rabbit, sadly looking in one direction. Aegis couldn't help but worry about her. "I wonder if Talia likes me. She always seems upset, especially right now." To break the awkward, tense atmosphere, Aegis spoke up, "Shall we go for a walk in the garden?" His suggestion made Talia, who was staring blankly out the window, turn her head to listen. But she wasn't in a good mood today. With that same evasive look, she flatly refused, "I don't really want to go for a walk right now." Seeing this, Aegis didn't give up. He still wanted to take her outside. So he suggested, "Let me give you a piggyback ride." Although she was in a bad mood, faced with his enthusiasm, Talia didn't refuse and accepted his offer. Getting a piggyback ride from Aegis, Talia's eyes grew heavy with sleep. Suddenly, Aegis called out to her, "Talia, you said you have a younger sister, right?" Aegis asked curiously, "Yeah, you mean Lena? What does she look like?" "My sister has platinum blonde hair and purple eyes, just like me. If she's like Talia, she must be very cute. I think she looks more like mom than dad, while I look like dad." Only then did Talia finally respond to Aegis. He continued to carry her on his back around the garden. "That I hope she looks like you." She does look like me," Talia replied. "I used to wish for a biological sister." Hearing this, she asked with some curiosity, "Really? What about now?" "Ah, now I have you, Talia. But I'm not your sister. But you're younger than me. I'm about to turn 5, the same age as you. But I'm about to turn 6. The conversation between the two children continued, neither willing to back down, both seemingly wanting to win. Helpless, Talia didn't want to argue anymore and took action with the stuffed rabbit in her hand. "What did you just say?" she thought to herself while acting, this little brat. After a brief struggle, Aegis couldn't hold on any longer and let go, causing her to fall. Her face, which already showed little interest in the matter, now grew even angrier. Despite just being attacked by Talia, he was still very worried about her, asking with concern, "Talia, are you okay?" He still didn't utter a word of blame, remaining as gentle as ever. Aegis always smiled, no matter if Talia hurt him or what. But Talia didn't see it that way. She thought, "Are you smiling like that because you think of me as your little sister?" He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I guess so." This nearly made Talia snap. Her mood had been sour all day for some reason. She had been angry this whole time. "Then go find someone else to be your sibling." Talia was so angry, she wanted to walk away. But perhaps Aegis's words weren't entirely what Talia thought. He quickly explained, No, I meant I guess so. I don't entirely want you to be my sister. It's because I like you, Talia. You're not like my other friends. And I only smile like this for you, Talia." He explained hastily, forgetting that Talia didn't like the fact that he liked her and seeing the situation grow tense. He continued to explain, I smile at other people too, but what I want to say is, without needing to hear the rest of Aegis's explanation, she could guess what he was about to say next. "I es it that you only like me." Finally, unable to hide it anymore, he had to confess yes. Talia asked suspiciously why. "Because you're like me, Talia. You're from the Remitio family." Hearing this, Talia looked at him with a disgusted expression. She said angrily, her tone full of sarcasm, "You mean because we're both children of the 3 great families that the people depend on?" But in response, Aegis nodded happily. "Then why do you still play with your other friends?" "Because I have to," he replied naively. "Just like you have to go to school." "That's right." In the end, Talia could only sigh. She felt helpless. After all, he was just a child. Seeing her sigh, her face clearly showing her frustration, Aegis looked at her curiously, but didn't dare to ask. Talia sat there, disappointed and lost in thought. Seeing this, he couldn't just ignore it. Aegis tugged on the hem of Talia's clothes and asked softly, "Do you hate me, Talia?" "I don't hate you," Talia replied with a sigh, but her eyes refused to look directly at him. The name Aegis is the name of the most famous shield in Greek mythology. Aegis was that kind of person. He was always willing to be a shield, protecting the people and those he loved. He was kind, polite, and righteous, mostly by nature, but also partly due to his upbringing. A prince truly worthy of appearing in fairy tales. Talia thought to herself. This could also be seen as an ominous sign. She clenched her hands, as if preparing herself to say something. Looking at Aegis's innocent face in front of her, she couldn't help but worry about her own deep-seated troubles, which at the same time made her feel uncomfortable. Talia thought, the person in front of me is, after all, just a child. Should I let Aegis sacrifice everything just because of the original plot of the story? Or should I advise him to be a little more selfish? Just like that, Talia had been silent all this time, which made him ask with some suspicion, "If you don't hate me, then why?" He kept pressing, waiting for her answer. Talia didn't know what to do at that moment. She just replied, "It's precisely because I don't hate you that I don't know how to treat you." Aegis couldn't understand her answer at all and didn't know what to say, just sitting there quietly looking at her. Finally, Talia stood up and turned to leave. Before leaving completely, she said, "You're too young to understand," and walked away, leaving Aegis sitting there, watching her retreating figure. The carriage rattled along for a long distance. Inside the carriage, Talia Remitio sighed, her heart full of worry. She thought to herself, was I a bit too harsh on a child? Seeing her like this, Julian Remitio also thought, why is this child sighing like that? Did something happen? Then he spoke up. "Talia, how was your day? Did anything special happen?" Talia immediately replied, "Not really, but Aegis gave me a piggyback ride." He smiled happily, "Really? Are you happy to have an older brother?" He still thought to himself, "It seems everything is fine." But Talia retorted angrily, "Why do you call him my brother?" Julian replied, "Well, he's a few months older than you." She hugged her stuffed rabbit tightly and continued, Yeah, right? What's a few months?" Seeing her father's lack of reaction, Talia asked curiously, "What are you smiling about?" He pointed to the sky and said, Aegis's father, and he used to argue about who was older, too. Hearing that, Talia immediately asked, so who's older? Julian replied, me, of course. She asked again, so your birthday is earlier? He replied, yes, by 1 month. It was a very reasonable answer. Talia had to concede, thinking, yes, that's right. Suddenly, Julian asked curiously, Talia, you don't like Aegis? She whipped her head around. No. He asked, is there a reason? She replied, he's very cute too. The two chatted. Julian said to Talia, you're just like your mother. My goodness. Really? MHM. When you say things like that, your expression doesn't change at all. Julian paused for a moment, then continued speaking to Talia. Oh, right. Your portrait is finished. Talia exclaimed in surprise. My portrait? That one. He began to describe Talia with flowery words. The way you hold the hem of your beautiful dress with your lovely little fingers. Not to mention the gentle smile on your pretty face. Your soft hair, your dreamy purple eyes, like beautiful lavender flowers. However, all of that is not even a millionth of my daughter's true beauty. Hearing these words, Talia looked displeased and covered her ears with her hands. He continued, at that time, Peleus, the emperor and I had a fierce argument about who was cuter, you or Aegis. He insisted that if he couldn't see you with his own eyes, he wouldn't admit defeat. How absurd, right? In short, Peleus still hasn't given up, so we decided to meet this weekend. Talia exclaimed in utter shock, what? Oh my God. The scene changes to a dimly lit place. Here, Peleus is admiring the painting of Aegis and Talia. Suddenly he spoke up, Lodi, what do you think of Julian's daughter? She replied gently, an angel. He rubbed his chin and said, to be honest, I didn't have high hopes for that child. Callo asked him, then why did your majesty suggest the engagement? Peleus replied, as I said before, it was just something I said on the spur of the moment. She placed a hand on her son, thinking to herself, Aegis, I used to think my son would be the most mature child in the world. In a luxurious grand hall, people were chattering. Look at his highness. His every gesture is so dignified, so mature for such a young age. Queen Callo smiled as she heard these compliments. He is indeed the perfect successor. Her Majesty the Queen must be very pleased. She thought, this is a successful party. At least, I used to think so. She placed her hand on Aegis's shoulder and asked, Aegis, which friend do you like the most? He replied, I like Count Travan's son the most. She was startled, thinking to herself, huh? Count Travan, isn't he one of his Majesty's retainers? Aegis said, Father seems to hold the Count in high regard. So I think it's good to maintain such a relationship for the long-term benefit. Queen Callo then fell into deep thought. This child is only 5 years old, and already, in this empire, the child with the most similar circumstances to Aegis. Why not introduce him to the daughter of Duke Remitio? Instantly, Talia appeared, wearing a blue princess dress. She said respectfully, Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. I am Talia from the house of Duke Remitio. The very first moment she saw Talia, Queen Callo was convinced that this was an angel sent to change Aegis's life. Peleus exclaimed in amazement, Oh! They stared at Talia. She was stunned, thinking to herself, Stop staring. The two families looked at each other with less than friendly eyes. Peleus praised, This child really resembles Julian, but is still very lovely. How interesting. Julian immediately retorted, Your Majesty, do you have a problem with me? Roxana and Talia both say I'm cute. What about you, Peleus? In my eyes, you're not cute at all. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Talia thought to herself, my goodness, I didn't expect them to be so casual, making everyone around them feel uncomfortable. This faint scent. She smelled a scent that was both strange and familiar. It's coffee. An image of a hot cup of coffee and a cool glass of iced coffee appeared in her mind. She continued to think the 3 essential nutrients for Koreans: carbohydrates, alcohol, and caffeine. Talia looked at Julian drinking a steaming cup of coffee, her mouth about to water. He noticed her staring at him and spoke up. Interesting, isn't it? This is coffee, daughter. People from the South love to drink this. She pleaded, Can I have a little taste? He refused. You're too young. You can't drink it, Talia. Hearing this, she was extremely sad, thinking to herself, Please, it's not alcohol. A small sip of coffee won't kill me. Then she blurted out, I can't. Talia whined, Just a little bit, Dad. I'm begging you. Julian was momentarily moved. He blushed and replied, all All right, daughter. Roxana Enfion, standing beside them, was speechless. She shot him a glare. Julian immediately did a 180. No, you can't, Talia. We should stick to milk. She immediately turned away with a look of disgust. Pelias smiled at her, which greatly surprised Talia. Haha, come here. Lady Talia, have a little sip. Roxana immediately reminded him, Your Majesty. He laughed awkwardly and replied, just one sip. Who knows? It might give this child her first taste of the bitterness of life. So Talia sipped the coffee, thinking, the bitterness of life? No, Mom. This is true living. TSK, why am I only getting to drink this now? Pelias rested his chin on his hand and asked, Isn't it bitter? She replied, It's delicious. Talia isn't a picky eater. Then, a hand offered her a donut. It was Aegis. She quickly took the donut and shared half of it with him. The whole family looked at each other happily. Then, Talia stood up and said, I want to go play with Aegis. Let's go. Hearing this, he was so happy his face turned red. The two went outside, with servants following behind them. She thought helplessly, I'm leaving because they keep treating me like a child. But still, there's nothing fun outside either. Suddenly, Aegis spoke up. Talia? She immediately replied, What is it? He asked her, Do you want some coffee? You seem to really like it. So, I secretly asked them to bring this. Hearing this, Talia, who really loved coffee, took the coffee beans. Aegis said, Here for you. Seeing her silence, he was very puzzled. What's wrong? You don't want to eat it? Then he bit into a coffee bean. Black, what is this? Aegis asked in surprise. Talia said, What's wrong, sir? Suddenly, she remembered another phrase. Why did you eat it, you idiot? This was followed by a peal of giggles. Haha, I hate you. I'm going to tell Mom. I didn't do anything. You're the one who said you wanted to taste coffee. The coffee beans fell in her hand. She thought, That's right, that really did happen. It's okay. Everything will be all right. Suddenly, Aegis asked worriedly, Talia, are you okay? She stammered, I want to go home. He held her back. You can't go back yet. We still have to have dinner. Talia shouted angrily, Let go of me. I want to go home. Talia shouted, I want to go home. I said I want to go home. Aegis said, But Talia, I know very well. Ever since I died holding my little brother's hand, my older brother, who always teased me, cried his heart out. So did I really die? But she screamed again, I want to go home. After saying that, she turned to leave. Aegis shouted, Talia, wait. A servant also said, My lady. But Talia sobbed, Why did I die like that? Why was I reborn as a character who didn't even exist in the novel I wrote? No matter how hard I try to like this place, no matter what I do, I can't stop thinking that everything around me now is just a product of my imagination. She sobbed uncontrollably. Sob, Mom, the only thought in my head, maybe this is all just a dream. When I wake up in a hospital bed, if that's not possible, all I hope for is to see my mom one last time in a palace garden. Aegis said, The Duke will be here soon. Talia, are you okay? Her head was spinning. She was not okay at all. I haven't been crying for that long. Why am I so tired? He wiped her face. She thought to herself, this useless child's body. Aegis was very worried. Why aren't you happy? Is it because of the coffee? Talia replied, It's because I wasn't born as a cat. He was surprised. You want to be a cat? That's strange. But she was silent for a moment before saying, Because if I were a cat, I wouldn't be forced to be friends with you. Aegis asked her, Talia, do you hate me? She replied, I don't hate you. I resent you. The two talked again. Then why did you say that? Well, do you like me? Or do you feel obligated to like me? He was surprised. She continued, You like me? Isn't it just because I'm from the Remitio family? He immediately replied, No, not at all. Talia asked again, Are you sure? Compared to your own feelings, you care more about what you have to do, right? You said we're very similar, right? You're wrong. We're completely different and we'll never be the same. I want to be friends with you just because I like you. But you're not like that. She added, I know very well that your smile for me is completely calculated. If you keep being like that, I won't be friends with you anymore. Aegis said hesitantly, You won't be my friend anymore? She replied, Yes. I won't come to play anymore, and I won't call you Aegis anymore either. He said, But you said you like me. Talia replied, That's right. But if you don't like me, I don't want to like you anymore either. But he said, But I like you too, Talia. Both were very awkward. She said seriously, If it were anyone, as long as she was the daughter of the Duke of Remitio, you would treat her the same way, right? Aegis retorted, That's not true. She asked again, Are you sure? He sat up and said, I don't know anymore. He hesitated. What should I do? Talia touched his cheek. Instead of thinking about what you have to do, think about what you like to do. He immediately said, But I have to become a good prince. She retorted, You don't necessarily have to become a good prince, but you should make people believe that you will be a good prince. Because you're a good person by nature, Aegis. Neither of them said anything. she smiled, but said honestly, I don't care if you're a good person or not. I like you for who you are, Aegis. I hope you can be a little more selfish. Even though this is a fictional world I created. Being born into this world, you deserve to live your own life. Because none of us know when or how our lives will end, I hope you can live as you wish without regrets. Even if you suddenly abandon your role as the second male lead or become a villain. As a character I created in this magical world, no matter what happens, I will always cherish you. Perhaps I was reincarnated into this world to save someone's life. She thought to herself, oh, I get it. Because whether it's the main character, a supporting character, or even a villain, I will love them all unconditionally. Talia Remigio smiled gently. She said, Aegis, if you like me too, not as Prince Aegis, then let's be friends. Aegis looked at her seriously, then shook his head. She was surprised. You don't want to be friends with me? He replied, no, I really want to. She thought in confusion. Huh? What does that mean? Outwardly, she asked, then why did you shake your head? He replied, Talia, I don't just want to be ordinary friends with you. She blurted out then. Aegis said seriously, Talia, I want to marry you. Hearing this, she was utterly astonished. What is this situation? He hesitated, about marriage, I'm not so sure. He wondered to himself, how can we make it so we both like each other? Talia dodged awkwardly. Well, there are many ways to like someone, but to get married, you have to like that person in a very special way. Aegis immediately said, Talia, I like you in that special way. She replied, you're right, thank you. But only if I also like you in that special way can we get married, right? He asked. Talia immediately answered yes. He took her hand. Then, I'll do my best to make you like me in that special way too. She leaned over, thinking, I guess he is the second male lead. After all, for a 5-year-old, to say something like this is quite bold, except for when his nose is running. Then she bent down and replied, all right, you do your best. Suddenly, Roxana and Fionn appeared before them with 2 maids. Talia exclaimed in shock, who's that? She asked, Mom, how long have you been standing there? She replied coldly, since before this little brat proposed to you. Her face turned pale with fear. Go. Roxana sighed, Talia, why were you crying? She pointed to the coffee beans scattered on the ground and said, the prince forced me to eat those coffee beans. Aegis quickly bowed his head and admitted fault. It's my fault. I gave Talia something inedible. I'm truly sorry. Roxana said nothing more. Talia had said this to the prince and this little rabbit 3 times. She spoke sternly. Talia Remigio, do you know what you did wrong? She replied, I accidentally hit the prince, even though I shouldn't hurt anyone. Roxana asked again, then why did you do it? She answered quickly, someone told me that Aegis needed a real friend. I wanted to be Aegis's real friend because I like him. But Aegis is only nice to me because I'm from the Remigio family, not because he really likes me. Hearing these words, Aegis looked as if he'd been struck to the core. Roxana was also a loss for words. Talia continued, so I decided not to be his friend anymore and to go home. When he tried to stop me, I hit him, but I've already made up with him. I'm sorry, Aegis, for hitting you. He replied, it's okay. Then, Roxana immediately knelt on one knee. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for my daughter's disrespectful behavior. Aegis also continued, it's all right. She said, I also apologize for any unnecessary pressure your Highness may have felt. Then she smiled and said, that being said, whether your Highness is a good child or not, Julian and I will love you just the same. So your Highness doesn't need to try so hard. To one side, Talia thought dejectedly, Mom must have heard our entire conversation. But Aegis still bowed his head in thanks. Seeing this, she turned to Roxana, who had been smiling all this time. Talia, it's a bit early, but let's go home. Back at the palace, Lena Remigio suddenly let out a cry. Talia stood beside her and said, you just woke up, but you're not fussing, while this little devil is constantly calling for Mama. Then, the baby sat up on her own, much to Talia's astonishment. Wow, the baby can sit up by herself. Come to think of it, you're 6 months old now, aren't you? Interspersed were calls for Mama. She asked, little sis, do you like me because I'm your big sister? She smiled, denied, got angry, compromised, and accepted. Looks like I've reached the acceptance stage. It's hard for me to keep pretending like nothing's happened. Then she burst into tears again. Talia spoke, Lena, do you think I was sent here to save someone? If I can't go back, I have to accept the fact that I'll have to continue living as Talia. Good morning, Lena. The sky seemed clearer. Someone suddenly spoke up. Lady Martina, since we are about to host a banquet for the royal knights, I think you should move your belongings to another carriage. Hearing this, she replied, all right. His Highness the Prince, this way, please. But Raiden didn't move at all. She came to his side and said, His Highness the Prince, I have to move to another carriage now. Will you be all right on your own? He replied, Imachim, moving to another place. Raiden sat alone in a corner, his face heavy with sorrow. He remembered that incident. Someone had told him, Raiden, if you stay here quietly, it will be safer. Raiden thought to himself, liar. In a magnificent palace, someone's voice rang out, I'll be back in 10 odd days at the latest. Okay. Talia crossed her arms, looking to the right with a slightly sulky expression. She said to the gentle woman before her, That's not important. If I hadn't woken up early this morning, you were planning to leave without saying goodbye, weren't you? Hearing these words, the other person quickly clarified, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I've just been so busy these past few days. With her mystical purple eyes, she thought with some dissatisfaction, if that's the case, I think Roxana will meet Raiden soon. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Next time, you have to at least let me know a day in advance. Julian was still covering his mouth, sobbing. Then Roxana replied gently, Okay, I promise. As soon as the words were out, Talia stepped closer and affectionately kissed Roxana's cheek, silently praying, I hope my gentle Roxana won't be too heartbroken. Finally, the crowd of servants behind them bowed respectfully, while her father and she stood there, watching her mother's retreating back. Suddenly, she shouted, Mom, have a safe trip. A moment later, the man standing behind her said with some hesitation, Talia, the father said, looking at his daughter with a gentle smile, Shall we go play together? A young man's clear voice suddenly rang out, My lady, I will save you. Please wait for me. With that, he thrust his sharp sword forward, letting out a loud cry, Awe. Another gentle voice scolded, You fool. Hearing that, the person immediately knelt down. He began to praise the other, Oh, my beautiful lady. Then he raised his hands and continued to invite, Come to me, my lady. Let us run away together. However, he was met only with a silence that enveloped the room. A long moment later, she placed a hand on her stomach and asked softly, Oh, Talia, goddess of poetry and comedy, did you enjoy my play? As she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth lifted into a slight smile. The auditorium immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause, turning the once quiet room lively. Talia's eyes still looked admiringly at the two characters on stage. A moment later, she fell into thought. That's right, Talia is the goddess of comedy. The name Aegis also originates from Greek mythology, but this country worships a single god. So how and from where did the goddess of comedy appear? At this time, in another place, in an old European-style building, on a lavish dining table laden with delicious dishes, there was pan-seared steak, shrimp tomato pasta, and finally, a glass of rich, warm mulled wine to enhance the meal. Talia asked her father with some curiosity, Dad, did you name me after a character in a play? The man, while bringing a pre-cut piece of meat to her mouth, explained, Emicha, the day your mother and I found out about you, we want to see that play. He told her to open her mouth, and then added, that play was very interesting, with only 2 actors. So we decided, if you were a boy, we would use the male character's name. If a girl, we would use the goddess's name. She chewed the meat in her mouth, making an indistinct sound, but in her mind, she thought, the goddess of comedy? Her father suddenly changed the subject, smiling. Our little goddess Talia's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? What do you want, my love? Just say the word. She looked at the mirror beside her, silent for a long time, then closed her eyes and replied curtly, I don't know yet. The other person continued, Well, anything is fine. She remembered a few things about birthdays again. A birthday? A snowy night sky appeared before her eyes, and thoughts from her past life came flooding back. My birthday in my past life was on Christmas. Mom used to tell me she was happy she could combine my Christmas and birthday presents into one, she thought. She looked up at the deep blue sky before her and said softly, I wish it would snow on my birthday. But it seemed there was still something left unsaid in her heart. In the middle of the wilderness, gray-black smoke billowed up with towering mountains in the background. The figure of a young boy lying on the ground suddenly appeared. He was enduring a terrible tremor. Raiden covered his face, sobbing and asking in terror, What's happening outside? Are we under attack? A moment later, he turned his head and looked behind him. A plume of murky gray smoke outside the window immediately caught his attention. A feeling of fear, like a surging wave, rose in Raiden's heart. No! An iron hand gripped the brown wooden beam and pulled hard. It was a girl with long blonde hair, clad in majestic armor. The people inside the house grew more anxious, starting to cower as tears of fear streamed down their faces. Outside, Roxana shouted, stretching her hand towards Prince Raiden. Your Highness, come here. He turned in astonishment, staring intently in that direction for a long time. Who is she? Her other hand loosened the reins, her eyes growing more anxious as she pleaded softly, Sweetheart, please come over here. The wind from outside blew in, shifting Raiden's collar, while Raiden continued to stare at the person before him. A moment later, the woman on the horse pulled the person from the house out and quickly spurred the horse to leave. The horse galloped to a small road with a large rock beside it, and the carriage overturned. Suddenly, a desperate cry came from behind. Captain! A knight chased after them, continuing, You shouldn't have taken such a risk. The other person immediately replied, What else could I do? His Highness the Prince was in danger. The other person retorted, I already said I would go. What if something happened to you? What would become of the relationship between the three great families? Don't take yourself so lightly. Roxana replied softly, That's precisely why I did it. Now that I'm involved, they won't be able to stand against the royal family anymore. As they were speaking, a middle-aged woman in simple clothes with her hair in a bun ran over, calling, Your Highness. To be sure, she ran over to look at the person being held. Finally, breathing a sigh of relief, she said, Thank heavens, you're safe. Raiden replied, trembling, Yes, this female knight saved me. Roxana had been gone for 2 days. A young girl with blonde hair in a long dress looked up at the distant sky, thinking to herself, Lately, Julian has also been leaving early in the morning and working until late at night. I wonder if everything is okay. Suddenly, a maid entered the room, calling my lady. As soon as she called, she turned towards a voice. Mia smiled and asked gently, What would my lady like to do today? She looked around, not seeing her favorite toy, and quickly asked, Where's my rabbit? It was gone when I woke up. The other person quickly replied, The rabbit went to take a bath. It will be back soon, all clean and fragrant. She sighed in relief. MHM, all right. Remember to feed it a lot. It's been a bit underfed lately. Mia smiled and replied, Yes, of course. The little rabbit will be back by my lady's side soon, both clean and chubby. Hearing this, Talia sprawled on the sofa and said softly, That sounds nice. The maid suddenly brought a fist to her mouth, her voice slightly worried. My lady, are you planning to sleep more, or will you go out and play with me? Meanwhile, Talia was stretching comfortably on a mattress below. Talia refused, No, I'm not in the mood. Hearing this, the other person put her hands on her hips and began to suggest, If you agree to go out and play, my lady, I'll make your favorite rye bread. It's a fragrant and crispy snack. She repeated the words, rye bread, and thought to herself, rye bread with lots of seeds inside is to die for. She suddenly drooled, her eyes widening. A moment later, she looked at the other person and instructed, I want rye bread, but remember to leave out the raisins. The girl in the long apron smiled gently and said softly, All right, just for today, I'll help you take out the raisins. As soon as the words were out, she stood up happily great. Her face showed excitement, her eyes wide. Holding a stuffed lion, she said softly, Let's play with dolls, I'll be the lion. The two began to play together to pass the time. She continued, Nanny, you be the deer. Mia also went along with her. Are we friends? With that, they both sat down and started to play. An innocent voice rang out. What are you talking about, Mom? Lions eat deer. If the little deer wants to live, it has to feed the lion until it's full, so the lion won't want to eat the deer anymore. The person opposite her broke into a sweat, holding the stuffed deer, and said with some awkwardness, I understand. On the other side, Talia deliberately provoked, but the lion really likes to eat bread, you know? Mia looked displeased. Huh? That's not fair at all, my lady. Let's play a different game. She was a bit flustered. All right, let's play pirates then. Mia sighed and asked softly, Let me guess, you'll be the pirate, and I'll be the innocent commoner whose bread gets stolen, right? As soon as she said this, a voice retorted, How did you know? Mia looked at the two stuffed toys on the floor, groaning inwardly. All right, I'll go make some bread for you, my lady. She lay down on the floor, closing her eyes and thinking, I usually love to play, but today I'm just not in the mood. In another room of the magnificent castle, a baby's cry pulled T. Lee from her wandering thoughts. A look of helplessness crossed her face, her tone weary. She's truly Roxana's daughter, with a voice as loud as an elephant's trumpet, so unusual. After speaking, she ran into her room shouting, "Why is she crying again?" The moment she finished, the nanny inside immediately cried out in alarm, "My lady." Lady Lena kept crying, and the maid tried to explain. "The second young lady needs to use the potty. That's why she's crying." T. Lee, standing nearby, joined in the teasing. "Ooh, look who's here. It's your big sister. Don't you want to say hello?" A moment later, the baby in her arms seemed to have fallen asleep. The short-haired maid turned and said to the person beside her, "Just as I predicted, as soon as she sees the young lady, the second young lady stops crying. I think in a little while, she won't cry anymore. A little longer, and perhaps she'll fall fast asleep." T. Lee, who had been standing by, looked at the other person with a puzzled expression and said, "Could you go ask the nanny to bring some snacks over? She's in the kitchen." The other person, looking confused, reflexively replied yes. The two began to talk. A childish voice rang out excitedly, "I'll watch Lena, you go on. Remember to tell her not to put raisins in the cake." Another voice replied gently, "Yes, I understand, my lady." The voice had just faded. She hopped on her sister's crib, looking at Lena drooling in her sleep, and thought to herself, "So ugly, my goodness." Then she closed her eyes and thought again, "How funny." A moment later, she woke up drowsily, a few drops of drool at the corner of her mouth. Mia had come over at some point and picked up Lena, saying to her, "My lady, you dozed off again. I thought you wanted some cake." The person before her, still sleepy, said, "Cake, give me cake." While enjoying the delicious cake, she praised it. This truly is a heavenly taste." T. Lee's personal nanny looked over, thinking to herself, "So cute." Then she began to speak. "My lady, I heard a new friend is coming to stay for a while." Making new friends sounds wonderful, doesn't it? T. Lee closed her eyes and said softly but firmly, "I already have a friend." The nanny asked, slightly doubtful, "Do you mean the rabbit?" While munching on a piece of rye bread, she replied, "No, it's Egypt." The other person immediately understood and said cheerfully, "Ah, of course, Prince Egypt, right?" She then asked, "Oh, right, when is mother coming home?" The other person answered without hesitation, "While you were sleeping, I received a notice that the madam is on her way back, so you don't need to worry." Suddenly, a few knocks were heard at the door. Several attendants with long hair tied and high ponytails ran in, calling my lady. "Madam." Before the words were finished, T. Lee dashed out, startling the person who had just entered, who exclaimed, "Oh my." Her little feet ran without stopping. Everyone's attention turned to the main gate outside. 3 figures stood there imposingly, waiting for those inside. The blonde Roxana spoke first. T. Lee, when she heard the words, "Daughter, say hello to your friend. This is Prince Raiden from the Kingdom of Salit." A look of clear astonishment appeared in her eyes. Raiden, the male lead from the original story. She thought to herself, "But what is this plot development?" Suddenly, she tried to recall her conversation with the maid. "My lady, I heard a new friend is coming to stay for a while. Could it be?" Roxana walked to her daughter's side and said softly, "The prince has come to our empire to study abroad, so he will be staying at our residence for a while." She thought to herself again, staying at the duke's residence? According to the plot, he's supposed to go to the imperial palace and befriend Egypt. As she was thinking, the other person's growling stomach caught her attention. She immediately took out her favorite piece of rye bread and said softly, "Would you like some? My hands are clean, don't worry." But the other person stood motionless, not answering. Seeing Raiden's silence, the nanny beside him prompted, "Your Highness, you shouldn't refuse. This is a kind gesture from the young lady of Duke Ramicio's house." As soon as the person finished speaking, T. Lee thought, she must have been sent by the Empress to watch over Raiden. Watching the boy in front of her eat the bread with relish, she thought again, "They don't even give this poor child a decent meal." Seeing this, Roxana, standing nearby, smiled gently. "T. Lee is so kind. Daughter, go ahead and greet His Highness." She was also very obedient, politely greeting the newcomer. "Hello." Raiden, with a sad look in his eyes, spoke, "Hello, my lady." She immediately interrupted him. "My name is not my lady." Hearing this, he let out an involuntary ah. The person opposite her introduced herself softly. "My name is T. Lee. You can call me T. Lee. But if you call me T. Lee, you have to be my friend. Friends can't be so formal with each other." The boy in front of her looked a little dazed. She continued to ask, "So then, my bunny prince, will you be my friend?" She continued to look down at the person before her and said slowly, "Alternatively, you could play the role of one of the 4 great generals serving the Demon King and become my subordinate. You don't like that either?" Raiden was a bit flustered and stammered, I'm fine with anything. I don't see any problem." Suddenly, a woman appeared, looking down at the 2 small children below. On her elegant face, her eyes clearly showed an indescribable worry. T. Lee thought to herself, bringing Raiden here was definitely Roxana's idea. As her daughter, I must do my best to get close to him. With that thought, she held out her hand and said softly, "All right, then from now on, you are one of my 4 great generals." As she spoke, she smiled slyly. "I will treat my subordinates very well, so you don't need to worry." Raiden immediately looked at her with wide, teary eyes. Then the 2 children took each other's small hands. T. Lee and Raiden's hands gently clasped. T. Lee gave a gentle, radiant smile like the sun. Seeing T. Lee's smile, Raiden's cheeks gradually turned pink. T. Lee immediately turned to Roxana, inviting her mother to have a picnic in the garden. Furthermore, the newly arrived nanny had prepared sandwiches and sweets, so they could play together while waiting for her father to return. Seeing her daughter's invitation, Roxana happily agreed. Meanwhile, Lady Martina, standing behind them, seemed less than pleased. Roxana turned her head and said to Lady Martina that the prince's quarters didn't seem to be ready yet, asking why they didn't all stay in the residence's garden for a while. After 2 long months of travel, everyone must be exhausted. Hearing this, Lady Martina only replied with a displeased expression, "That's fine." Immediately after, the butlers approached one by one. Seeing this, Roxana enthusiastically said that during their stay at the residence, the butler would take care of everyone. When T. Lee saw the butlers appear, she called out loudly, "Head butler." Hearing her call, the head butler turned to look at T. Lee. Then, he gently knelt on one knee before T. Lee and replied warmly, "Yes, my lady." T. Lee whispered into the head butler's ear that from this moment on, the prince would become a great general under the Demon King, and she would also promote the butler to be one of her great generals. She even promised they would stir up some trouble together later. Hearing the young lady's words, the head butler looked at T. Lee in astonishment, but still smiled and said he was deeply honored. Hearing this, T. Lee smiled to herself, thinking that the butler was indeed as sharp as she thought. He was not only the butler of this residence, but also a formidable figure entrusted by Julian to manage a secret intelligence organization. Therefore, no one was more suitable for this position. Immediately after, T. Lee turned to Raiden and said that before the picnic, she would introduce her little sister to him. She even joked that her sister was very ugly, so ugly it would make you laugh to death. Suddenly hearing T. Lee say this, Roxana glanced at the butler, then reminded T. Lee that she had told her not to say Lena was ugly. Even though Lena was still a baby, she could understand things. Even as T. Lee was busy pulling Raiden away, T. Lee immediately grabbed Raiden's hand, pulling him along and saying, "Let's go." Seeing this, Roxana told T. Lee not to pull so hard as it would hurt Raiden. But T. Lee replied, "Raiden isn't a friend, he's my subordinate." Roxana curiously asked where T. Lee had learned that from. T. Lee, while running, cheekily replied that she learned it from her father. Then she stumbled forward, and Raiden froze in astonishment. Raiden worriedly called T. Lee's name, while she was inwardly thinking about how this body wouldn't obey her, wishing she could control her limbs better. Seeing this, Roxana said to T. Lee, "That's why I told you not to run." She worriedly asked if T. Lee was hurt, and then also asked Raiden, "Is your highness all right?" Both T. Lee and Raiden turned to look at Roxana with concern. Then T. Lee asked if Roxana could pick her up. Roxana was at a loss for words. She gently opened her arms, and slowly, Roxana gently hugged both T. Lee and Raiden, then chuckled softly. Raiden looked at Roxana, a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Roxana smiled and asked if he wanted her to put him down. Raiden's face turned as red as a GAC fruit. Though a bit shy, he didn't refuse Roxana's kind offer, replying, "No, thank you." At this, both T. Lee and Roxana exchanged a knowing smile, while Raiden shyly turned his face away. Along the way, a nanny approached and, seeing the 3 of them, called out, "Madam." Seeing the nanny, Roxana asked, "Has Lena been crying a lot?" The nanny immediately replied, "No, madam. The second young lady rarely cries these days." She then added, "Lady T. Lee has been by the second young lady's side all day." Hearing this, Roxana put the 2 children down and chuckled. "Lena really likes T. Lee, doesn't she?" She asked T. Lee and Raiden if they could wait there for a moment and didn't forget to tell Raiden that she would be right back after changing her clothes. Raiden replied, "Yes, ma'am." The door slowly closed. Mia walked over and knelt before T. Lee, saying, "My lady." T. Lee wondered why the maid was calling her and replied, What is it?" Mia reminded T. Lee that she shouldn't run with food in her mouth like she just did, as she could choke or throw up, and she had to promise to sit down and eat slowly, chewing thoroughly. Though hesitant, T. Lee agreed with Mia. Mia immediately turned to Raiden, saying it was an honor to meet His Highness. She also introduced herself as Mia Harrison, the nanny for Lady T. Lee and Lady Lena, which seemed to fluster Raiden a bit. Quick as a flash, Raiden quietly hid behind T. Lee. This action made T. Lee's cheeks flush. She turned to look at Raiden, thinking how incredibly cute he was. Faced with Raiden's sparkling eyes, she could think of nothing but his unparalleled cuteness. Those eyes seemed to touch T. Lee's heart directly. She wished she could turn back and pinch Raiden's cheeks. She recalled a detail from the novel, that the grown-up Raiden would become a cruel person, always wary of others because he grew up in an environment where he couldn't trust anyone. But this time will be different, she thought. T. Lee proudly linked arms with Raiden, introducing him to Mia as her very first subordinate, the #1 subordinate of the invincible super demon queen. Hearing this, the nanny cheerfully asked T. Lee who the other subordinates were. She didn't hesitate to reply that it was the head butler and that other positions were still open for recruitment. Mia then asked what T. Lee planned to do after gathering all 4 subordinates. Conquer the world? T. Lee replied, "Why would I do something so troublesome?" Seeing this, the nanny asked why T. Lee was recruiting them. T. Lee suddenly put her hands on her hips, sighed, and said, "Raiden didn't want to be my friend, so I made him my subordinate." Hearing this, Raiden immediately panicked and said that wasn't true. He lowered his head and slowly said he never said he didn't want to be her friend, just that it wasn't important to him. T. Lee looked at Raiden, wanting to comfort him. "You're the Demon King's first subordinate now, so don't say that anymore." She added, "Because I'm the Demon King, it's very important to me," and looked him straight in the eye. Raiden seemed to understand T. Lee's meaning and nodded slightly, while she smiled at him. T. Lee's smile blended with the pink on her cheeks as she thought, could it be that the one I need to save is him? Raiden also gave her a bright smile. She suddenly thought, the plot of this story is built on the event of the world being destroyed by an evil spirit. If she changes the plot by saving Raiden, then he won't be able to destroy the evil spirit, and this world will completely disappear. If she lets things unfold according to the original plot. 17 years later, Egypt and Lena will save Raiden from the evil spirit, after which Raiden will return to destroy that spirit. She was sure that was the path to a happy ending. But then she thought, 17 years is too long. Could she really just stand by and watch him suffer all that time? Suddenly, Mia called out to T. Lee, saying they should introduce Lady Lena to the first demon general. T. Lee agreed, pulling Raiden along, using the name Dan to bring him into the room to meet Lena. Hearing this, the nanny couldn't help but wonder why T. Lee was calling Raiden Dan. T. Lee told Raiden that Lena was still a baby, only 6 months old. After T. Lee's introduction, Raiden stared at Lena without blinking, and the baby girl stared back at him with wide eyes. Seeing this, T. Lee thought to herself, "Oh, this meeting never happened in the original novel." However, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. Gentle sunlight streamed into the room, creating a quiet and comfortable atmosphere. But in contrast was Roxana's uneasy expression. Something seemed to have happened that left her restless. Recalling the events, her face continuously showed displeasure. "I will send Prince Raiden to the Count's manor." The scenes from the past few days replayed in her mind. Faced with her sudden decision, Peleus couldn't help but hesitate. "Roxana, I understand your thoughtfulness, but..." Without waiting for Peleus to finish, Roxana spoke in a firm voice, as if she herself could no longer bear to see a child her own daughter's age living in such difficult circumstances. Roxana said, "The prince should be cared for in a better environment than the palace." Despite some lingering doubts and suspicions, even Julian now agreed with her decision. Until now, Roxana hadn't relaxed for a single moment. She constantly felt uneasy and guilty because, while busy with discussions, she had to ignore the child who was nearly starving to death. Then a negative thought flashed through her mind. "I really want to punch Martina, but she looks as fragile as silk. Damn it." Pushing the complicated thoughts from her mind, Roxana turned to instruct a maid. "Have the head chef and the doctor discuss for a bit, then change the menu." T. Lee has always been a picky eater, so we don't need to worry too much. But at least we know what the prince looks like now, so we must watch over that child carefully. Thinking of Raiden taking the snack Teely offered, his eyes sparkling, she felt a pang of sympathy for the child. Also, tell the chef to make more dishes. Let the child eat as much as he wants. The maid beside her listened, bowed her head, and slowly asked how they should handle the leftovers. Roxana looked at the maid with a sharp gaze and replied, "Give the leftovers to the servants. We shouldn't waste food." Meanwhile, outside, the afternoon sun began to weaken, the sky filled with clouds. Raiden ate with relish, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the food in his hand and the snacks laid out around him. Teely turned to ask him, "Is it good?" Raiden replied cheerfully and enthusiastically, "Very good." "I see," Teely replied. Watching this from the side, Roxana couldn't help but smile at the children's cuteness. Seeing Raiden's seemingly rushed way of eating, she felt a pang of pity and thought to herself, this probably isn't the first time the boy has been this hungry. But his eating posture is also quite cute, like a hamster chewing its food. Teely's question was also inevitable. She turned to ask Roxana, "Why is he staying at our house?" Raiden, who was enjoying his food, was also startled by her question. Faced with T. Lee's sudden question, Roxana remained calm, not panicking at all. She looked at her daughter, smiled, and answered, "This child was attacked on the road, so I thought it would be better for him to stay here temporarily than to go to the Imperial Palace." Teely recalled a plot point she had written in her novel. That attack must have been orchestrated by that person, but in order to watch over Raiden, that we also have to take responsibility for any accidents that might happen, she thought nervously. But then Teely put those thoughts aside and asked Roxana, "Did father agree to this?" "Of course, your father will do his best to help," Roxana replied, trying to soothe her daughter's worries. But she didn't know that this, conversely, gave Teely more to worry about because Julian wasn't the type to easily listen to others. He wouldn't readily agree to things that didn't suit him, yet somehow he agreed this time. Why are things so different from the original plot? Despite her worries in her current state, there was nothing she could do. Originally the author, she was now a character in her own story. Looking at Raiden for a moment, Teely also grew curious. Is he staying in the annex? Hearing this, a sad expression appeared on Raiden's face. But after hearing Roxana's answer, his expression changed noticeably. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, looking at her with a sparkle, awaiting the answer, and oh, the prince must stay in the main residence. Teely cheered happily, smiling and saying to him, "That's great. I was worried I'd have to go through the trouble of finding the annex." Despite his joy, Raiden's hands didn't stop picking up snacks and eating them with relish, showing no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Teely had to step in. "Don't eat anymore. We still have dinner when father gets back." Perhaps because the feeling of hunger still tormented him, he couldn't stop himself. Raiden had to look at her with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Can I just have a little more?" Teely could only sigh, not knowing what to do. "These are just snacks. If you eat too much, you won't be able to eat dinner later." Seeing Raiden look sad about the food, Teely immediately turned around, smiling brightly as she took a handkerchief and helped wipe the crumbs from Raiden's face, then said, "From now on, you can only eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even snacks. You have to eat them with me, okay?" Though a little reluctant, he sullenly agreed. Roxana, seeing her daughter's attitude, was a little surprised, but also pleased that Teely could care for her friend so well. Just then, a sound came from outside. It was Julian, Teely's father, who had returned. Julian seemed to rush in looking for his daughter. As soon as she saw Julian, she called out, "Daddy," making him overjoyed. Teely also ran happily towards her father, asking to be held. Truly an affectionate father-daughter pair. Julian hugged his daughter, unable to contain his longing for his little girl, and kept kissing her cheeks, and why beloved daughter is as beautiful as ever. Faced with her father's barrage of kisses, Teely had to remind him, "Daddy, stop kissing me." But Julian wouldn't stop so easily. He pouted playfully, "Wait until my daughter gives me a kiss, then I'll stop." Finally, Teely had to comply. She gave her father a light kiss on the cheek. That small gesture alone was enough to make Julian laugh with endless happiness. Seeing the father and daughter so close, Roxana also felt a sense of happiness. As for Raiden, he was looking at T. Lee and her father with eyes full of astonishment and admiration. His gaze was filled with expectation and longing. Not long after being lost in admiration, Roxana's voice called out to him, pulling him back to reality. "Your Highness, you will be staying with our family for a while. If there's anything, please just tell Teely, all right?" Roxana said, "If you have any questions at all." Roxana said cheerfully to the boy, "Yes, no matter what it is, just tell T. Lee. Because while you are here, we will protect you. Seeing Raiden finally smile, T. Lee remembered a line she had written in her novel, though only fleetingly. Raiden, for the only time in his life, also the moment he felt the happiest, smiled. She also hoped that Raiden could live happily here, just like in a story she had once written. In the hall, T. Lee sat at the table, laughing and talking happily, while constantly calling Paprika, Paprika. Julian watched his daughter enjoying her food, not bothering to eat himself, just gazing at his little girl. Eat slowly, daughter. Raiden, sitting next to her, was a bit careless and dropped some food on the floor. Not only that, but the food also rolled quite far, so much so that T. Lee noticed. But before she could do anything, Martina, the one sent to supervise Raiden, looked at him with a stern and annoyed gaze and said, "Your Highness, please pay attention to your table manners." Raiden was so frightened he didn't dare say another word. When Martina realized that both Julian and Roxana were looking at her, she remembered that her recent words were highly inappropriate. She finally stopped and said nothing more to Raiden. Unlike Martina, the Remigio family always treated Raiden gently. T. Lee even gave him her own food, saying, "My subordinate must eat well. I will invite you to the Demon Queen's castle, so eat up." But Martina, who had just softened a little, once again came to prevent these good things from reaching the prince. She flatly refused, citing Raiden's schedule. My apologies, Lady T. Lee, but His Highness has lessons in the morning. Even T. Lee was surprised by this. Yes, in the morning he has language studies, and in the afternoon, there are 2 more classes. T. Lee was completely stunned. Such a packed schedule. Was this for a 5-year-old child? T. Lee sighed helplessly. What could she do? She was now a character in her own novel, not the author. How could she change the content? Just like that, T. Lee made a decision that stunned everyone. Then I will study with him. Needless to say, T. Lee's parents were completely dumbfounded by their daughter's decision. Our T. Lee is going to study. Faced with T. Lee's sudden decision, not only were Julian and Roxana astonished, but even Martina hadn't expected this to happen. She quickly spoke up, wanting to prevent T. Lee and Raiden from studying together. But, my lady, T. Lee acted as if nothing was wrong, calmly continuing to eat, completely ignoring what she was about to say. Although she didn't know why T. Lee suddenly wanted to study, Roxana still spoke up, wanting to help T. Lee get the chance to study with Raiden. "Madam, please allow the young lady to join. This is the first time I've seen T. Lee so interested in studying." Seeing Martina saying nothing, she had to add, even just auditing the class would be fine, hoping to dispel Martina's suspicions. Despite her persuasion, Martina remained silent. Martina was still considering whether it was okay to let T. Lee study with the prince. Seeing this, Julian could no longer sit still. He suggested to Roxana, "Why don't we spend some time cultivating T. Lee's knowledge? In the coming days, we'll be busy investigating the recent attack, and this could also pose a risk between our 2 countries. So, let's wait until things settle down before we decide, my dear." Hearing the mention of investigating the attack, Martina flinched slightly, as if he had hit a nerve, and became restless. But Julian just smiled calmly. The smile seemed normal, but deep down it held a complex, unfathomable meaning. Martina also seemed to realize the hidden meaning in Julian's words. Although she didn't want this to happen, it was already decided, so she had to comply that, "I suppose having one more classmate won't be a bother for the prince's studies." T. Lee chewed her food while thinking, "That's right, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." At this thought, she turned to look at Raiden with a joyful smile. He also turned his head, looking at T. Lee's smile and happy expression, and thought with some confusion, studying together? Facing Raiden's dazed and innocent face, she couldn't help but think to herself, so cute, maybe I should attend kindergarten with him. T. Lee held the paper in her hand and, seeing its contents, couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? Perhaps seeing her astonishment, Raiden's tutor, Daniel, spoke up, "Lady T. Lee, since this is your first time, you may look it over first." "Your Highness, you still have to copy it 5 times as usual." T. Lee went from one shock to another. Copying it 5 times as punishment, as usual? How could a 5-year-old child possibly learn like this? But what was even more astonishing was that the words and content on the paper were also highly unusual. One should not mistake their own faults for the will of the gods. The gods only bestow prophecies and miracles, but that is entirely different from problems caused by humans. That is why scholars must face all issues with a sober attitude and analyze the situation. The entire content was so complex, not to mention the vocabulary. A 5-year-old child could never understand it. If she weren't a transmigrator, but just a normal 5-year-old like Raiden, she probably wouldn't have understood this content either. So, did Raiden really understand it? Right, he definitely couldn't have understood it all. Being forced to copy this, looking at his messy, cricket-like scrawl was enough to know he didn't understand a thing. Forcing a 5-year-old to copy something he doesn't understand. How is this any different from exploitation? Teely thought to herself. Suddenly, Teely raised her hand, about to say something. Teacher, may I ask a question? Daniel, without any suspicion, smiled and said, of course. Unlike His Highness, I see the young lady seems very eager to learn. Why is this guy starting with such blatant flattery and right in front of Raiden? Of course, Teely was no ordinary child. She would absolutely not be swayed by these sweet words. On the contrary, the fact that he dared to say such things, and right while Raiden was sitting here, made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Raiden felt a little hurt and sad because of what Daniel had just said. Seeing this, Teely bristled like a small dog protecting him. Can't you see my darling is sad? She was truly angry, but she couldn't say it yet, only plotting inwardly. For Raiden's sake, she would resolve this quickly. Teely sighed and called his name, Raiden. Do you want to go to the restroom first? Raiden, of course, didn't understand her intention and answered honestly, no. There was no other way. Even though she didn't want to, she had to do this to get Raiden to leave temporarily. It was the same smile, but now it held an unusual darkness. Teely repeated, you want to go, don't you? Go on, don't hold it in. Seeing her like this, he got a little scared and agreed to go. Raiden left, and now only Teely and Daniel remained in the room. The paper in Teely's hand, due to her sudden action, was torn in two. Daniel himself had not expected this to happen at all. He could only stammer, Lady Teely. The innocent look of a 5-year-old was now completely gone, replaced by a stern expression. She asked in a strict voice, whose wish is this? The gods or yours? Daniel still hadn't recovered from the girl's previous action when Teely threw out a confusing question that caught him off guard. He felt guilty and wanted to ask what she meant, but Teely paid no mind to his superfluous words. Whosever wish it is, forcing a child to read this nonsense only makes them feel small and useless. Teely looked at him with a sharp gaze, the aura of an adult seemingly present in this child's body. Daniel was extremely astonished, unable to believe the 5-year-old in front of him could speak such sharp words. But then he reconsidered. Perhaps it was just because Teely was new to studying and found it hard to keep up, so she acted out. He said, today, the young lady only needs to listen to the lecture. There's no need to participate. So you think that's the reason I'm not participating? She retorted. Things having come to this, Daniel also began to show his true colors, no longer holding back as he replied, I'm only following orders. I'm not happy about it either, but what other choice do I have? Lady Teely, it's easy for you to say, since you don't have to answer to anyone. As for me, I'm just an ordinary tutor. At this point, he no longer maintained any decorum, saying things no one had ever dared to say to her face before. But he had also calculated carefully before saying these words, because in his view, she was ultimately just a lucky child born into a wealthy family. Teely, who had been silent until now, suddenly opened her mouth and asked a question completely unrelated to the current conversation. What is your name? Daniel didn't understand what she was trying to do and asked in surprise what. Teely said calmly, I'm asking for your name. I don't remember it clearly from before. Hearing her say this, Daniel placed a hand on his chest, preparing to answer, but it's Daniel. But, Lady Teely, more importantly, although my status is indeed lower than yours in my classroom, you must. Before he could finish, Teely cut him off that I understand you have no authority, so I'll give you a few options. Hearing a child say such words, the confidence on Daniel's face gradually turned to astonishment. Teely continued, first, you quit this tutoring job and return to your kingdom. Second, I will tell my parents about this, and then you will be punished for the crime of disrespecting the royal family. Which do you choose? Daniel stared in astonishment at the 5-year-old girl who spoke like an adult. He was stunned, unable to believe such a thing could happen. In contrast to his panic, Teely appeared perfectly calm. She showed no hesitation, exuding a confidence as if she had everything under control. You said it yourself. I don't have to answer to anyone, and neither does Prince Raiden. You know that the crime of disrespecting the royal family can be punished by death, right? Looking at his bewildered and frightened face, it was clear he knew nothing about this. Hearing the word death penalty, Daniel's face turned pale with fear. Teely calmly gave him another option, which was also his last chance. The third option I'm giving you is to stop tormenting that child and start teaching content appropriate for a 5-year-old. Teely placed both hands on the table, looking at him with a stern expression. At this moment, anyone looking would not believe the person before them was a child. Daniel was the same. He himself couldn't believe the words that had just come from a little girl's mouth. He thought to himself, is this really a child? Although she is indeed the daughter of Duke Remigio, but she looked straight at Daniel with a sharp, fearless gaze. Seeing Daniel still silent and hesitant, Teely grew a bit impatient as Raiden was about to return. She had to continue applying pressure to force him to make a quick decision that if you don't give me an answer before Raiden returns, I will choose the worst option for you. Frightened, Daniel replied, I choose the third one. He had finally made his decision. After speaking, she didn't forget to warn him not to tell her parents about this, as it would only complicate matters. But that was only part of the reason. The other part was perhaps that she didn't want anyone to suspect her identity, especially her parents. Daniel was also surprised by this request. Although he wanted to say something, he couldn't utter a word, because if he spoke out now, he feared he might not be able to keep his own life. To be certain, Teely said to him once more, what is the answer? Yes, my lady, Daniel answered hastily. As the boring lesson ended, Teely walked out with an annoyed and frustrated expression. Seeing Teely finish her class, Mia hurried forward and asked her, my lady, how was the lesson? Teely replied with disgust. It was boring to death. Let's go eat, then go play. She walked off, and Raiden quietly followed behind her without a word. Seeing Teely decide to drop out of class just like that, Mia was very surprised. If Teely decided not to study anymore, wouldn't Raiden have to study alone? But Teely wouldn't let that happen. If she didn't study, he didn't have to either, and oh, Raiden has to come play with me. They teach all sorts of weird things. Teely hugged Raiden tightly, as if to protect him. Hearing the young lady say this, Mia was also astonished. Weird? What do you mean, my lady? I don't know, but that teacher was bullying Raiden. Teely just made something up so Raiden wouldn't have to go back to class. She thought to herself, Daniel personally promised what he would teach, but he's not Raiden's only teacher, and the others are probably the same. Teely just held him tight, not letting him go anywhere else. From now on, if anyone bullies Raiden, I'll give them a beating. With me here, they definitely can't do anything. Faced with her determination to protect Raiden, Mia happily accepted and offered to help. All right, I'll go ask if today's lesson can be canceled. Teely asked joyfully, really? Of course. In return, could your highness tell me how that teacher bullied you? Did that person hit you? Raiden, who had been silent until now, was now being asked. Though a little scared, he decided to speak up. It wasn't Daniel. It was another teacher. Because I didn't do well on a test, he hit me 30 times with a cane. Unable to believe their ears, both Mia and the young lady were stunned, speechless. 30 strokes of a cane. Was this a punishment for a 5-year-old child? How could they do that? Teely couldn't suppress her anger. She didn't want to say it out loud, but her clenched fists and burning rage said it all. Mia couldn't ignore it either. She gave the young lady a few instructions and then said, my lady, I'm going to speak with the head butler. If you need anything, just call a maid. Okay, Teely replied, seeing that Teely's hands were still clenched. Raiden worriedly took her hand and asked, Teely, are you angry? Afraid of worrying him, she immediately returned to a normal expression and replied, no, I'm not angry. Then she smiled brightly again, pulled Raiden's hand, and invited him to play, Raiden. Let's go play. At that moment in the flower garden, Thali was sitting, staring intently at the flowers in her hands. Seeing her gaze fixed on the flowers, Raiden curiously asked, what are you doing? I'm making a flower wreath, she replied. Unable to contain his curiosity, Raiden sat down beside her and asked, what's a flower wreath? It's a type of crown made of flowers, she answered cheerfully. Seeing that Thali seemed to know a lot about these things made him even more curious. You know how to make things like this? Far from being annoyed, Thali seemed delighted and replied with a hint of pride, of course. I'll make one for you. Just wait a moment. Hearing this, Raiden obediently and quietly sat there, watching her intently as she wove the wreath for him. Thali adored these flowers. She handled each one with great care. Her gaze upon the flowers in the garden was always gentle and full of love. Raiden, come here for a second, Thali called out. He just stared at her, his eyes never leaving her, his cheeks unknowingly blushing a faint pink. Thali gently placed the newly finished flower wreath on his head. The wreath seemed a bit too large for Raiden's small head and kept tilting to one side, but that didn't diminish his cuteness in the slightest. Even Thali couldn't help but think to herself, I knew he would look this adorable. She kept the thought to herself, unable to say it out loud, trying to suppress it. Noticing Thali's slightly unusual behavior, Raiden just stared at her blankly, not understanding what was happening. He tilted his head in confusion, looking from side to side, then back at Thali, causing the already ill-fitting wreath to tilt even more. In Thali's eyes, this made him 1,000 times more adorable. Even if it falls, he'll just put it back on himself. I won't say anything because he's just too cute, Thali thought. Then, she smiled at Raiden and said, if you drop it next time, I'll make you a new one. Raiden let out a sound of acknowledgement. A moment later, Raiden suddenly called her, Thali. Yes, what is it? She replied. Do you like flowers? He asked, still sitting there with a puzzled expression, continuing with the same innocent questions. Without hesitation, Thali answered, yes, I do. Why? He asked. Because they're beautiful. You like beautiful things, don't you? Holding the bouquet, her face beaming with a smile, she replied, of course. Her smile was always as fresh as the flowers in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, Raiden also replied, me too. I like beautiful things too, he answered shyly. At that moment, whether his words held some deeper meaning or not, he blushed and didn't dare to look at Thali. By now, Mia must have sorted out Raiden's tutor issue and was rushing to find the two children. Just as I thought, they're here. Seeing Raiden and Thali sitting together in the garden, she breathed a sigh of relief at having found them. The two children were still sitting happily next to each other, laughing and talking. This scene was a world away from the dark and restrictive classroom. The beautiful scenery, combined with the pure innocence of the two children, couldn't help but soften the nanny's heart. This female character, Mia Harrison, didn't actually appear in the original novel. She was a childhood friend of Roxana, who trusted the servant's family. After her son's death, she had accepted her fate, shaving her head along with her husband, preparing for the rest of her life. But seeing Thali being born completely changed her life. By escaping death, compared to the original story's trajectory, she had created a small snowball effect. Although only 2 people in the world knew about petite MY lady, Your Highness, it's time for your meal. Hearing Mia's voice, Thali happily took the wreath she had just finished and rushed over to her. Nanny, I made this for you. She offered the wreath to Mia as if showing off her new prize. Mia happily placed the wreath her lady had made for her on her head and replied, thank you, my lady. Let's go in for our meal. What happened with the tutoring? Thali hadn't forgotten and asked as soon as she saw Mia. The butler has intervened, so there won't be any more problems from now on, the maid replied. Hearing this, Thali felt proud and pleased that she had successfully prevented something unpleasant. Your Highness, Mia called out to Raiden. Yes, he replied. From now on, if anything happens, please tell Thali, because Our Lady is the Demon King, and we are her trustworthy companions. Mia said, seemingly wanting to encourage Raiden to share things with Thali naturally. He was a little embarrassed, but still nodded in agreement. Seeing Raiden finally nod, Thali and Mia looked at each other and smiled, their hearts filled with joy. All right, let's go back. Mia urged the 2 children. Okay. Time passed peacefully. There were no more forced, malicious lessons. And Raiden was no longer beaten or scolded by any tutor for low scores. Now, he was just Thali's reliable companion. Let's play all day. Thali, riding on his shoulders, commanded like a true queen. Looking at him from behind, Thali thought to herself, it's been a month since Raiden came here. He's gained weight from eating a lot, and his stamina has improved. That's great. Over the past month, the previous unpleasant incidents were resolved, thanks in no small part to her. Roxana and Julian were furious when they learned Raiden was being abused by his own tutor. The tutors hired to teach Raiden were gradually exposed, and the one who had dared to lay a hand on him was exiled from the kingdom. Raiden's nanny, Martina, was still in hiding, but escape was difficult as the Count's people had her under tight control and surveillance. "My lady, your highness, please have some snacks." Two maids invited Thali and Raiden. Afternoon tea and snacks were ready. As an older sister, Thali saw Mia holding her younger sister and didn't forget to ask with concern, "How is Leona today?" Mia replied cheerfully, "Same as always." Same as always meant she just ate, slept, and pooped. It's great being a baby, Thali thought. Seeing Thali holding a slice of apple, Raiden habitually turned to her, called her name, and gestured for her to feed it to him. Perhaps it was a habit formed from long repetition, so much so that this time, Raiden unthinkingly expected her to continue feeding him the apple as before. Thali didn't resist or refuse, simply continuing to feed Raiden the apple out of habit. Thali also praised him inwardly. "So cute, but it seems I've spoiled him." Recently, Thali had stopped carrying her stuffed rabbit around, which made Mia curious. "My lady, I haven't seen you with the stuffed rabbit lately. And I even added more stuffing to it." Thali said bluntly, "That's right, the little rabbit has been kicked out." The stuffed rabbit had been her favorite toy, which she took everywhere, but now it was being neglected by her. "Why is that?" Mia asked, puzzled. "I guess it because I'm not sleepy anymore." Thali wondered. Perhaps the main reason was that Thali couldn't sleep. She usually used the stuffed rabbit as a pillow, but now that she was with Raiden, there was no time to sleep. Mia looked at her in surprise, thinking the lady's sleeping time has definitely decreased. The doctor said people with psychological issues tend to sleep a lot. Perhaps the lady needs a friend her own age. And that friend her own age was probably Raiden. Because since he's been around, Thali has been much happier, especially since she doesn't have to play alone or bother anyone with her work. Seeing that the lady finally had a companion, Mia smiled happily to herself. "My lady, your birthday is in 2 days. Is there anything you'd like as a gift?" Hearing this, Raiden was startled. She asked, "Have you prepared everything already?" "You were looking for ribbons last week," Mia replied, "but can't you give me a little hint?" After a long hesitation, Thali didn't know what she wanted at that moment. She just casually mentioned a gift. Father will magically make it snow, and Mother will read me 10 storybooks. "I think that's enough." Faced with such a normal birthday wish, Mia was also surprised that a lady's birthday would require such simple things. "I think that's enough." Thali turned to Raiden. At that moment, she seemed to notice something, seeing him eating while crying, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Didn't you say you wanted something?" Mia kept trying to suggest other gifts for her to want. "That's right," Thali replied. "The gift a 5-year-old would want in 2 days." She tried to think. "Chocolate cake. I want cookies for my birthday. Is that all?" Mia asked doubtfully. "Of course," she affirmed. At that moment, Raiden suddenly burst out laughing, no longer crying, "I can't wait for the birthday. Thali appeared calm on the outside, but inside she was confused and bewildered, not knowing what to say. "My life is really like this." Morning at the Duke Remicio's mansion. Thali Remicio was still sound asleep in her bed. Just then, Roxana Enfion walked in, calling gently, "Sweetheart, time to wake up?" She just let out a soft Seeing she still seemed sleepy, Roxana Enfion continued, "It's your birthday today." Thali knew she couldn't sleep any longer, so she rubbed her eyes and thought, "Sorry, but I'm not the type of energetic kid who'd jump out of bed just because it's my birthday. Besides, for some reason, I feel a bit tired today." Then she picked Thali up, smiled gently, and said, "Let's go, dear." Roxana Enfion, seeing that Thali still seemed to want to sleep a little longer in her arms, continued, "Come on, let's have a party. Father and I both took the day off to celebrate our sweetheart's birthday." Thali replied drowsily, "I'm sleepy. You'll feel awake after washing your face. Do you want to take a bath with me? Let's bathe together, and then I'll dress you in this gorgeous gown." Seeing this, the two maids could only stand there and smile quietly. By now, the curtains in her room had been drawn and tied back neatly. The wardrobe was filled with all sorts of splendid, eye-catching outfits. Thali Remicio, now changed, was still sitting sleepily on a chair while two maids combed her hair. Feeling unwell, she thought to herself, "Why do I feel so tired? I went to bed so early last night. Our family has a strong constitution. There's no way I could be sick." Roxana Enfion noticed Thali wasn't looking well, so she came closer, sat beside her, and asked gently, "Are you not feeling well?" Thali replied, "No, I'm just a little sleepy." She asked again, "Thali, was it because you were too excited about your birthday last night that you couldn't sleep? Is that it?" Thali thought that made sense and replied, "I guess so." Roxana Enfion sympathized and said, "I was so excited I couldn't sleep either." Thali was a little surprised and asked back, "Really?" Roxana Enfion smiled at her and replied gently, "Of course. Your father and I were so excited. We were up almost all night." Who wouldn't be, thinking about their beloved daughter turning 5? Hearing this, Thali Remigio was a bit stunned. Then she looked at her mother affectionately and smiled. Then Roxana Enfion slowly took the tiara presented by the maid and gently placed it on her head. Next, she stood up, walked over, and admired Thali in the mirror. Seeing her daughter's appearance, she couldn't help but praise her with satisfaction. "You are so beautiful." Hearing this, Thali Remigio quickly turned around, beaming, and asked, "Really?" Her mother replied, "You're the most beautiful child in the world, just like your father." At that moment, Thali was being held in Roxana Enfion's arms. Hearing her mother's praise, she said with a slight pout, "But I want to be told I look like you more. You're my daughter. Of course you look like me." "Where?" Thali pressed. "Besides my hair, I can't think of anything else." Meanwhile, the maid standing nearby couldn't help but laugh at the adorable conversation between mother and daughter. Roxana Enfion smiled affectionately at her daughter and explained, "These hands, they're exactly alike." Thali paused, then quickly asked, "My hands?" "Your feet too, and your bone structure is more like mine than your father's. I guarantee that when you grow up, everyone will say you look like me." After hearing her mother's explanation, Thali Remigio smiled happily, thinking, if seen from behind, maybe I do look a lot like Mother Roxana. Roxana Enfion looked out the window at the maple trees with their reddened leaves and said with a gentle smile, "Thali, you know what? In just a little while, the moment from 5 years ago will arrive. The moment you were born." After saying this, she sat down next to Thali again, placed her hands on her shoulders, and continued gently, "5 years ago today, the gods brought us a little angel who completely changed our destiny." Thali Remigio, not quite understanding, asked, "Mother, what do you mean?" As she spoke, the mother recalled the happy smile she had while holding Thali in her arms back then. Julian Remigio stood beside her, watching her, too moved to speak. "The moment I gave birth to you," Roxana Enfion continued, "I could hear the wheels of my own fate turning." Thali Remigio quickly ran to Julian Remigio, calling out cheerfully, "Father!" He was holding Leona Remigio in his arms, and upon seeing her, he smiled affectionately and said, "Thali, it seems the gods have answered your prayer and gifted you snow for your birthday. But because of that, we'll have to hold the party inside the mansion." Thali didn't quite understand and asked, "What do you mean?" He looked out the window and explained gently, "It's snowing." As soon as Julian Remigio finished speaking, the whole family looked out the window, watching the falling snowflakes. She reached out her hand to feel the cold of the snow and said with some doubt, "What is this?" The more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong, saying, "This can't be." Somewhere else, someone was also reaching out a hand to feel the cold of the snow. Seeing this, another person fetched a cloak, walked over, and draped it over the other's shoulders, saying, "Snow in autumn, how rare, your holiness the prophet." The person chuckled in response. This wouldn't normally happen. But inwardly, they mused, as someone who can see the past and future, he should have known it would snow today. Yet today, I hear him say this. The person beside them suddenly spoke up. "You seem to be in a good mood today." The other person was indeed quite cheerful and replied, "What I have long awaited has finally arrived. It seems the gods have finally answered my prayers." Hearing this, the attendant said, stammering with a bit of worry, "Then, should I prepare to receive a prophecy?" "This is not a prophecy." Seeing the other person turn away without answering, the servant immediately bowed in panic. "I beg your forgiveness, your holiness." The holy prophet suddenly thought the holy temple is on the eastern coast at the edge of the continent. To the west of the holy temple is the Atris Empire, and next to it is the kingdom of Celis. I wonder, is it snowing where you are? If so, I hope you're watching this site. Then you will realize that the wheel of fate has begun to deviate from its original course. Suddenly remembering something, the holy prophet asked hastily, "Speaking of which, isn't it the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Duke Remigio's household today?" The attendant immediately replied, "Yes, it is. Their second daughter was also born last month." Then, the servant thought with some doubt, "Is His Holiness perhaps considering the baptism? I have served the holy prophet for so long and have never heard him mention a specific person." After hearing this, the holy prophet said, "I should also start preparing for the baptism of the second child." The attendant quickly bowed and said, "I will ensure everything is prepared perfectly." Hearing this, the holy prophet smiled and replied, "That would be excellent." Then he looked up at the sky and thought, "In just one more year, I will get to meet you." That lustrous platinum hair and those violet eyes, I have waited 1,000 years for them. The one who will bring the end. At this moment, Thali Remigio was happily running to look at the birthday cake. Beside her were her parents and her younger sister. After seeing the cake with her own eyes, she thought in astonishment, a 5-tiered cake for a 5th birthday? Oh my God, it used to be just a normal cream cake. Julian Remigio, seeing she seemed unhappy, asked, "Don't you like this cake?" She rubbed her head and replied reluctantly, "It's too big." Seeing this, Roxana Enfion stepped forward and said with a smile, "Let's worry about the cake later. As the host of the party, you must greet your guests first." Hearing this, she asked, puzzled, "My guests?" Her mother replied, "Your friend is about to arrive." The little girl asked again, "My friend? You mean Aegis?" "Aegis is coming." Her friend, who had just arrived, heard this and put down the gift box in his hands. It was Raiden. He came to his senses and asked curiously, "Who is Aegis?" Thali Remigio looked at him and replied with a cheerful smile, "He's my friend." Hearing this, he remained silent. Meanwhile, she sat down, picked up the gift box, and thought, since Raiden is still a bit wary of people, I should help them become friends. Then, she handed the gift box back to him, thinking smugly, even if they can't become as close as real brothers in the end, at least they can become true friends. Then she smiled happily and said, "We're all the same age. I'm 5 now too. It'll be more fun if we play together." Hearing this, Raiden became a little shy, looked away, and stammered, "Does it have to be the 3 of us?" Seeing he still seemed hesitant, she asked, "You don't want to? But it's more fun to play with 3 people." Hearing that, he quickly asked back, "Really?" Thali Remigio, making a beckoning cat gesture with her hand, replied cheerfully, "Of course." Playing cards? Oh no, I mean games are more fun with more people. Seeing her adorable display, he couldn't help but soften and agreed, "Okay." Raiden suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right? Can you hold my hand then? So I'll be less shy." As he spoke, Raiden's cheeks grew redder. Seeing his shy demeanor, she also blushed unconsciously, thinking bashfully, "Oh my, how can he be so cute?" Raiden thought she wouldn't agree, and his face felt like a sad puppy's. He asked, "You don't want to?" Hearing Raiden ask this, Thali Remigio immediately took his hand and said with a happy smile, "Not at all. Of course I'll hold your hand." Not long after, Aegis and his mother, Charlotte, also arrived. Her family, and Raiden bowed in greeting when the 2 arrived. Aegis smiled and waved at her, "Hello, Thali." Seeing this, she quickly greeted him back, but her hand remained tightly clasped with Raiden's. Aegis, noticing a new friend beside her, greeted Raiden and then quickly turned to ask her, "Thali, who is this?" She replied, "Oh, he's a younger brother." Raiden quickly corrected her, "No, I'm older than Thali." Hearing that, she turned to him, waved her hand dismissively, and retorted, "An older brother would know how to greet someone when they first meet." To prove himself, Raiden turned to Aegis and said, "Hello." Aegis smiled at this and began to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Aegis." Raiden quickly introduced himself as well. "I'm Raiden." "I see. It's nice to meet you." As he spoke, Aegis reached out and took her other arm. Thali Remigio, seeing this, felt a bit helpless and thought to herself, "What is wrong with these 2?" Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim at the sight, "Oh, they're so adorable." Roxana Enfion, however, thought with some displeasure, "Pardon my rudeness, but could you please take your son away now?" At this moment, snow was still falling outside the mansion. Inside, everyone was gathered together, saying happily, "Happy birthday, sweetie. Happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday, dear Thali. Happy birthday." Looking at the 5-tiered birthday cake before her, she thought in disbelief, 5 years old. Actually, it should be 33. Julian Remigio suddenly said, "Make a wish, Thali." Hearing this, she thought a wish. "Last year, I wished to escape this dream. This year," she slowly closed her eyes as she thought, then silently prayed, "I hope everyone can be as happy as they were in the original story." Then she gently blew out the candles. Thali Remigio was now sitting on a chair, facing Raiden and Aegis. Aegis held out a stuffed cat to her and said cheerfully, "This is my gift, Thali. I originally wanted to give you a Real cat, but my mother said you shouldn't give living things for a birthday, so I'm giving you this stuffed cat." Then he asked, "Do you like it?" Thali Remigio happily hugged the stuffed cat and said, "I love it." Inwardly she thought, indeed, proof of a good upbringing. Raiden, seeing how much she seemed to like the stuffed cat, felt a little insecure and stammered, "Thali, this is my gift." After speaking, he shyly presented the gift box to her. Opening it, she saw several small, lovely cookies inside and said happily, "Wow, chocolate cookies. She quickly picked one up and took a small bite. Seeing this, Raiden asked, "Is it good, Thali?" She smiled cheerfully and replied, "It's delicious. Want some?" Hearing this, he shyly shook his head, his face flushing red. Thali Ramitio, seeing he didn't want any, quickly popped a piece into Aegis's mouth, saying with a laugh, "Oh, well then you try this, Aegis. It's much tastier when you eat together." Seeing this, Raiden looked a little unhappy. Meanwhile, Aegis, who had been suddenly fed a cookie, choked a little and was still trying to swallow it. She asked again, "Are you sure you don't want any, Raiden? If not, I'll give them all to Aegis." Hearing this, he said nothing, simply walking over to the chair and sitting down beside her. The three parents, seeing this, could only watch the situation unfold quietly. Aegis, seeing this, also came and sat down beside her, and they happily ate cookies together. The three parents thought to themselves, "Oh, look at the little onesie." Raiden ate his cookie while giving Aegis an unhappy look. Aegis, meanwhile, was happily enjoying the cookies. Suddenly, someone approached and said, "Lady Thali, we have a gift for you too," Charlotte said with a smile as she presented a box to Thali Ramitio. She quickly took the box and hurriedly opened it, thinking to herself, "Are we royalty?" At that moment, a sparkling light emanated from inside the box. The queen is giving a tiara to the lady of another family. This means they see me as a princess consort. But why? I thought they had broken the engagement long ago. After receiving this precious tiara, she could only sit there, stunned. Then she thought again. It seems this wasn't Charlotte's idea. It must be Peleus's plan. So you want to play this to the end, don't you? That old man Peleus in the royal palace. Oomph. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Outwardly, however, she smiled cheerfully and replied, "Thank you." But inwardly, she thought angrily, "Just you wait." Several hours passed, but the snow outside the mansion continued to fall without stopping. Thali Ramitio, Raiden, and Aegis, now wearing extra coats, ran outside to build a snowman. She suddenly looked around, her gaze landing on the three-seated adults. Then she thought pensively, those two definitely know the meaning of that tiara. I bet they're pretending not to react because it's too early to talk about it. Or maybe I'm overreacting. So she closed her eyes and let out a sigh. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised by the sight before her. Raiden and Aegis had finished making two large snowballs and were smiling at her, calling out in unison, "Thali." Seeing this, she quickly pushed aside her earlier worries and said with a happy smile, "Are you two building a snowman? That's great." Hearing her praise, Raiden said happily, "That's right, I'll make a snowball for you." Aegis, beside him, quickly chimed in, "Me too." Thali quickly asked, "What for?" "You two can just put them together." Hearing her, Raiden said unhappily, "I don't want to." Aegis stopped what he was doing when he heard Raiden. She was a bit confused and asked why. Raiden calmly replied, "That snowball is too dirty." Aegis, suddenly criticized, said angrily, "I don't want his either. His snowball is too small." Seeing this, Thali thought helplessly, "Sigh, these kids." So she turned to a maid and said, "Could you please place this snowball on top of that one?" The maid immediately replied, "Yes, my lady." After the maid stacked the two snowballs, she walked over to the snowman and said smugly, "It's mine now. If you two have a problem with it, go make a new one yourselves." Hearing her, the two could only look at each other in silence. Then they continued making two other snowballs, but their eyes never left each other. Neither of them saw her resting her hand on her forehead, thinking in frustration, why won't these two play together? They were best friends in the novel. This reminds me of having to look after my mischievous nephews and nieces at family gatherings. It's such a headache. Suddenly, they both shouted in unison, "Thali." Thali was startled, then asked, "Oh, are you done?" "It looks great." With that, she quickly walked over to them. Then, while patting Raiden's head, she said, "Since you've built a snowman together, you two should be friends." Hearing this, the two continued to look at each other in silence. Then, one on each side, they both took her hands. Encountering this situation twice in one day left Thali Ramitio speechless. Sigh, "I should have wished for these two to become friends." Raiden held her hand while timidly looking at Aegis. Aegis, however, ignored Raiden's gaze and squeezed his eyes shut. Seeing Aegis's dismissive attitude, Raiden became very angry and stepped forward to push him away. This action from Raiden surprised Thali slightly, making her let out a "huh." The push was a bit strong, causing Aegis to fall onto the cold snow. Seeing this, Thali Ramitio glared at Raiden and shouted loudly, "Raiden." The snow began to fall again. Raiden's heart felt like it was freezing over. Just then, she realized she had been a bit too loud and covered her mouth with her hands, thinking worriedly, oh no, I shouldn't have done that. It took so much for Raiden to become who he is now, and I just scolded him like that. Aegis also got up. Folly Remishio went over to Raiden, apologizing for scolding him. But you shouldn't push your friend like that. The snow fell thicker and thicker. At the same time, Raiden's heart grew colder. He said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Hearing him say that, Folly Remishio's eyes widened in astonishment. The three adults, seeing this, quickly took Raiden inside, leaving the other two children to continue playing outside. Aegis, seeing she didn't look well, came to her side and asked with concern, Folly, are you okay? She didn't answer but asked back, what about you, Aegis? Are you okay? He glanced at Raiden and replied, I'm fine. But that kid, that's why you want me to be friends with him, right? Hearing this, Folly Remishio thought, of course, that would be great, but then she covered her face with her hands and said, I've already told you, Aegis. Think about what you want to do, not what you have to do. Hearing her say that, he said somewhat cheerfully, then I'll go make up with him. She was surprised to hear him say that, and pressed. Really? Why? Is there something you like about Raiden? He quickly explained, actually, I didn't like him at all before, but now I understand why he acted that way, so I think we can be friends. She grew curious and asked quickly, you understand why he did that? He quickly took her hand and replied with a gentle smile, yeah, I didn't like him because I felt like he wanted to take you away from me. But now I understand. You're not something we can win by fighting. If that happened, you would even leave us. Folly Remishio, seeing how understanding Aegis was, patted his head and praised him. Such a good boy. But, Aegis, you don't have to be so nice to everyone. They could easily take advantage of you. He asked indulgently, be taken advantage of? How so? I'll give them everything. So you want me to stop being a good person? Not exactly. Folly felt things might be going too far and thought, it seems this is a bit hard for a child like Aegis to understand. Being a good person and being taken advantage of aren't really that related. After thinking, she pointed at him and replied seriously, you could be as good a person as you want. If you go too far, I'll stop you. Aegis quickly said, okay, but if it's you, I'm willing to be taken advantage of. I like you the most, just like father and mother. Okay, but if you meet someone you like more than me, don't let them take advantage of you either. Don't worry, that will never happen. After hearing his words, she was a bit confused. Then he continued, let me go make up with Raiden, then I'll call him, and the three of us can build a snowman together. A really big one. With that, Aegis rushed into the mansion. Folly Remishio quickly bowed her head, lost in thought. Getting rid of those bad tutors isn't enough. Here, Raiden might be treated kindly, but after he returns to the kingdom, things will go back to how they were. Can anyone tell me what to do? As she thought, she lifted her head to look at the sky. In the vast mansion of Duke Remishio, the sound of a child's sobs echoed from somewhere. Over here, Roxana was sitting on a chair, holding Raiden tightly. He was curled up in her arms, crying, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Hearing a sound, he suddenly turned his head. Aegis approached with a guilty look on his face. Raiden quickly wiped his tears, left Roxana's embrace, and walked towards Aegis. Standing in front of the little boy, Raiden was the first to speak. I'm sorry. He said, I'm sorry for pushing you. Hearing this, Aegis smiled brightly. He said politely, it's okay. Then he took Raiden's hand. Aegis asked frankly, Raiden, do you like Folly? Raiden lowered his head. His feelings quite complicated him. Aegis said, honestly, I like Folly too. Raiden replied, I know. Aegis continued cheerfully, but the way I like Folly is different from yours. The way I like her is more special. Raiden, hearing this, asked blankly, a more special way? Aegis explained, when you like someone in a more special way, like your father and mother, you'll marry someone like the Duke and Duchess. Raiden replied, I see. Aegis comforted him again. Although the way we like Thali is different, you still like Thali, and Thali likes you too. Raiden was astonished. Thali likes me? Aegis nodded. Thali likes all of us. So you won't lose her because of me. Besides, if we keep fighting like this, Thali might end up hating us. Hearing this, Raiden was startled. Aegis still held his hand tightly, expressing his feelings, and, just like Thali, I like you too. Actually, I've liked you since the moment I met you. But I wasn't very friendly to you before because I thought you had special feelings for Thali. He continued gently, I won't be like that anymore. So let's make up and be friends, okay? Raiden, though surprised, still agreed to be friends, okay? Looking at the happy Aegis before him, Raiden thought, I get it now. I can be friends with Aegis. He felt incredibly moved and grateful. But Raiden then wondered, does Thali like you in that special way too? Aegis answered honestly, I'm not sure. That's why I'm trying to get Thali to like me in that special way. Can you help me as a friend? Roxana and Mia were stunned to hear this. In the end, Raiden still agreed, of course. Aegis then invited him. Then let's go apologize to Thali for pulling her hands. After that, the three of us can build a snowman together. Raiden replied, okay. The two children left together, leaving the Duchess and Mia in the room. Roxana couldn't believe what she had just heard and immediately turned to the other woman, Mia. What just happened? She smiled and replied, I guess the children have made up. Roxana was surprised by the two children's actions and exclaimed, oh my goodness. Prince Aegis is really something. Mia replied playfully, I know. He'll definitely grow up to be a man of strong will. Roxana asked doubtfully, you mean because of Thali? The girl immediately denied it. No. Mia believed the prince was only like that with someone who moved his heart. Below the grand castle, white snow covered everything. Aegis and Raiden ran hand in hand toward Thali. The scene became truly poetic. Thali wore a thick coat, a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck. She smiled happily, her smile radiant. Perhaps Mia didn't believe in Aegis's feelings for Thali. She said, I guess a 5-year-old's first love will pass quickly. Night fell upon the Duke Remicio's mansion. In the room, the family of 3 lay on the large bed. Roxana turned to her daughter and said, Thali, did you have fun today? She replied politely, yes, it was a lot of fun. Seeing her daughter still hadn't closed her eyes to sleep, the Duchess, lying beside her, reminded her, you're 5 years old now, so you should sleep on time. It's very late today. Thali protested, but why? It's just for one day. Roxana's laughter echoed in the darkness. Ha ha ha, Thali. Roxana gently comforted her daughter. Thank you for being our daughter. Hearing this, Thali also said softly, thank you for being my parents. Not long after, she fell asleep, but she seemed to feel unwell. For some reason, her body felt very heavy. A cold? I hope not. Teely was drenched in sweat, her brows furrowed tightly. I'll feel better after some sleep. After all, I've already been baptized. No, you're not well. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, startling her from her dream. She spoke up. Who is it? A tall man dressed in black and red stood before her bed. He replied, there's no need to scream. This is just a dream, after all. If you hadn't used your power, you wouldn't have met me. T. Lee was utterly astonished. She threw back the covers and got out of bed. Why? Who are you? She looked in alarm at the man before her. The man's appearance was identical to R.A. Dan's. You could say he was an adult version of him. Hearing Teely mention R.A. Dan's name, the man immediately denied it. No, the boy you like is sound asleep in his bed over there. Confused, she pressed, then who on earth are you? The man walked to the bed and sat down, reassuring her, don't worry, I can't do anything right now. As I said, this is just a dream. However, the man still smiled, not forgetting to congratulate the little girl. Today is your 5th birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday. Hearing this, Teely was a bit confused. A happy birthday in a dream? Well, thank you anyway. The man continued cheerfully. As a gift, I'll tell you a few things. What is it? She asked. The man spoke with a casual and mysterious air. A secret. You'll be badly injured after you wake up. Frightened, Teely immediately asked why. The man crossed his legs, looking casually to the side as he answered, because you used your ability when your body was not fully developed. You made it snow in August. Hearing this, Teely was incredulous and asked again, I used my ability to make it snow? The man then explained, as you know, the baptism of the children of the 3 great families is a cognitive act that allows them to use their abilities, the power we call special abilities. The price is that their bodies will be weaker than ordinary people. Teely immediately replied, yes. But she didn't believe it because she had always thought her ability could never be awakened. Moreover, there was no ability that could control the weather. The man continued, even after being baptized, you realize the price of using your ability in a mortal body, don't you? Teely asked doubtfully, physical strength. The man replied, that's right. And the closer you get to it, the shorter your lifespan becomes. However, he warned her, so, before you become an adult, don't make any more unnecessary prayers. Hearing this, she quickly asked, but that wasn't a sincere wish. The man replied, the God who gave you your ability certainly had his necessary reasons. Teely looked at the person in front of her and boldly asked aloud, so what are you exactly? He just smiled faintly and replied softly, I won't answer that question. Early in the morning, Teely was still curled up in her warm blanket. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and coughed a few times. The nanny sat by the bed, looking at her with concern. She asked, "Young miss, would you like some water?" She replied softly, her voice hoarse, "Nanny." Seeing Teely speak, the nanny gently comforted her. "The doctor said you only have a slight cold, so you'll feel better after a little nap." Lying alone in bed, she tossed and turned, thinking, Rosina and Dulian must be very worried about me, especially since I've never been sick before. Teely sat half up, watching the nanny bring her a cup of water. Seeing that there were only the two of them in the room, Teely looked up at the nanny and asked, "Where's everyone else?" The nanny immediately replied, "His Grace the Duke and the Count are in the palace, and Prince R.A. Dan is waiting outside the door." Hearing the nanny say that R.A. Dan was sitting outside the door, she asked in surprise, "Outside the door?" The nanny explained, "I told His Highness that he might get sick if he came in, so His Highness has been sitting there the whole time." R.A. Dan was huddled on the floor, his face in his hands. Teely sighed, then told the nanny, "Tell him to go play with my toys." The nanny replied, "Yes. And you, young miss, also need to take a nap." In the room, Teely was fast asleep, perhaps because she was tormented by a high fever. Her breathing had become rapid. In her dream, she recalled the face of the man who looked exactly like R.A. Dan. He had once told her, "As you know, the baptism ceremony for the young ladies of the three great families is a way to awaken the divine power sleeping within their bodies. Divine power is what we call a superpower. Therefore, you'll be a little healthier than ordinary people." She vaguely remembered the man's every word. Teely thought to herself, "Even if that wasn't my purpose for undergoing the baptism, whatever, I don't know anymore." In the Duke's residence, there was a knock on the door. Pelias entered the room and saw Dulian sitting at his desk reading documents. He broke the silence. "Dulian, how long do you plan to lock yourself in here?" Dulian looked up at him and asked, "Pelias, do you remember the youngest person to ever awaken their divine power?" Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then replied, "I remember. It was your ancestor." Dulian replied, "Yes, it was the 8th Duke Remitio. He awakened his divine power at the age of 10 and died at 22. Clearly, he died so young due to overusing his divine power." Pelias was astonished, then said, "You mean your daughter's illness is caused by her own divine power?" He asked again in disbelief, "Did you discover something?" Dulian just said, "I know nothing about the Zealot family, but in the Remitio and Asher families, the only ones who get sick are those with special abilities." Pelias immediately retorted, as if not believing what he had just heard. "But Teely is only 5 years old." He reasoned, "If a special ability awakens in our descendants, it means the war with the evil spirits is about to happen again." Pelias fell silent in thought, his mood more complicated than ever. Pelias turned to leave, denying it all. No, nothing is certain." Seeing Dulian so worried and troubled these past few days, he advised, "Why don't you go home to the child, instead of locking yourself up in here?" Pelias left, leaving behind a tall figure. He said, "I will send a letter to the Holy Prophet. He surely knows something. Your work is done. Go home." Dulian sadly rested his cheek on his hand, not answering. Returning to the Duke Remitio's residence, Teely cried out with joy when she saw her father. "Father!" Dulian sat down by his daughter's bed, smiling and saying, "Yes, Teely, I came home early today." Hearing this, she was so happy her eyes crinkled into a smile, and she giggled. Dulian asked Teely with concern, "Are you in a lot of pain?" "Normally, if I came home early, you would have complained." She comforted her father, "No, I'm fine, really." Dulian, not reassured, asked again. She answered honestly, "It hurt a lot earlier, but it's much better now." The nanny standing beside them heard this, bowed, and said to Dulian, "The young miss has just finished her meal and has also taken her medicine." Teely suddenly spoke up, "Father." Dulian turned to look at his daughter. "What is it, my daughter?" She lay on the bed with her eyes closed, one arm tightly hugging her teddy bear, mumbling her sleep. "Buy me cookies, I'm craving them. You know which kind I like, right? Before, when I wanted to eat them, you brought home a whole box full of cookies." Dulian was bewildered, not understanding what his daughter was saying. "Cookies? What is she talking about?" Teely continued to whisper, "But this time, remember to buy 2. Mother always buys for 2 people, not just 2 ordinary ones, but 2 identical ones." The nanny standing beside them heard this and quickly explained, "Perhaps the medicine is too strong. The young miss was fine before." Dulian was anxious that it seems I have to go to the bakery before Teely wakes up. The nanny suddenly remembered young Master R.A. Dan and pleaded with the Duke, "Please take His Highness with you." "His Highness?" Julian asked. The nanny recounted. "He sat outside the door all morning, and now he's sitting next to Lady Loina. He must be very bored, on a wide commercial street." Julian smiled as he watched R.A. Dan looking around in bewilderment. Julian thought to himself, Teely said to buy two. Could it be that she wants to buy one for R.A. Dan as well? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Dan." He was startled and turned around. Julian squatted down, facing R.A. Dan, and said, "When we're outside, we have to be like father and son." R.A. Dan didn't understand and asked Julian, "Why does Teely want to eat?" He immediately replied, "Well, she want me to buy her something she likes." R.A. Dan became serious, "But she likes all sorts of things." Then he pointed to the shelf in front of him, hesitating for a moment. "Then this one, and this one too." Julian looked at R.A. Dan, thinking to himself, this child is still just a child. To think the Empress sent so many people from the Empire to watch over him. He'll be fine here, but eventually he'll have to return to the kingdom. R.A. Dan was still standing in front of the counter. Seeing his focused expression, Julian felt a pang of sympathy. Maybe I should just adopt him and let him stay here. He sighed. "I can't believe I'm thinking about this." Teely hugged her teddy bear, looking surprised at the pile of sweets her father had bought and piled up in front of her. She asked, "What I mean is, what's with all these cookies?" "I didn't ask you to buy so many." The nanny standing beside her replied cheerfully, "Yes, you did." At that time, the young miss had just finished lunch and had also taken her medicine. She was skeptical, but I fell asleep right after that. The person beside her said, "I think perhaps the young miss was affected by the medicine's side effects." "I guess so." Teely temporarily accepted it. She took a bite of sweet cookie, thinking to herself, "I still don't feel well." Teely remembered the man's words again. "Because you tried to use your divine power when your body was not fully developed. You made it snow in the middle of autumn." She was still hesitant. "I can't believe divine power is something that can make my wishes come true." The man had warned her, "So, before you become an adult, don't make unnecessary wishes. The God who gave you this power certainly did so because it is necessary for you." Teely had understood everything. He said, "The God gave me power because it was necessary. I've been reincarnated as the main character's older sister, and I had to accept the baptism to be able to use divine power." When she learned the reason she possessed divine power was to save people, she fell silent. "When I wish for someone to appear and guide me, he really appeared." A wish? That sounds terrible. My true wishes have never come true. She had thought so. The next day, Teely's condition had improved. She happily ran downstairs and saw her two friends. Teely called out loudly, "Egypt, Dan, let's play together." The two boys, who were drawing, turned their heads when they heard their names called. Seeing that Teely had recovered, they were both very happy. R.A. Dan called out, "Teely." The two of them immediately rushed to hug her, giggling. Seeing the crayons scattered on the floor, she asked what the two of them were doing. Then Teely suddenly saw something. Oh, wait a minute. It was a drawing of the three of them, happily building a snowman. Teely stared at the drawing in R.A. Dan's hand. Seeing this, R.A. Dan explained, "We drew this picture hoping you would get well soon. We were going to finish it and show it to you." She was touched and replied, "I got better thanks to you both." Hearing this, they both looked at her, and R.A. Dan asked with concern, "You're not tired anymore, are you?" Teely smiled and said, "Of course not. It was just a common cold. I'm completely fine now." Egypt and R.A. Dan didn't answer. The two boys still seemed worried about Teely's health. Seeing this, she asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy? We can play together now." Egypt said, "That's a good thing, but..." He asked Teely, "What if you get sick again?" She replied, "It was just a common cold, so I might get it again." Egypt said, "But we've never had a cold." Teely didn't entirely agree. "Well, that's true. But after receiving the baptism, it doesn't mean you'll never get sick." Both boys were silent. They still had many unspoken thoughts and were genuinely worried about her. Egypt frankly admitted, "Everyone says you only get sick when a special ability awakens. So everyone is saying you've probably awakened your power." "Who said that?" she asked immediately. Egypt replied, "The servants in the palace." Teely thought to herself, why is it that whenever someone from the three great families gets sick, it's definitely because they've awakened an ability? I really don't get it. Then she leaned closer to the two boys and whispered, "This is actually a secret." Teely confessed, "It's because of my wish." Hearing this, the two boys asked curiously, "What did you wish for?" She replied, "For everyone to be happy." Both Egypt and R.A. Dan were stunned. "But when you were sick, we weren't happy at all, Teely." She was speechless at their words, unable to say anything. Teely thought to herself. Even so, the only thing I can tell them right now is someday, looking at the two innocent children before her, she wished for everyone to be happy. Everyone. Yes, everyone. When she recalled the scene of R.A. Dan and Loy Na riding horses together on the plains, she held firm to that thought and told herself repeatedly, because I want a happy ending. She thought, sooner or later, I'll have to make another wish. I don't like this, but I need to see that person again to confirm the things I'm not sure about. Early in the morning, at the Duke Remicio's residence, Rosina and the three children stood at the door to see her husband off. Julian held Loina and comforted her. Don't cry because you miss your father. Okay, Loina. Loina has to go away for a while. The baby seemed to understand her father's words, just cooing a few times in response. Seeing this, the couple looked at each other and smiled. After speaking, Julian squatted down, facing T. Lee and R.A. Dan, and asked, this trip is really important. Can't you give your father a kiss to cheer him on? Hearing this, she immediately refused, I don't want to. Julian then turned to look at R.A. Dan. He hesitated for a moment, then also came closer and kissed Julian on the cheek, making him laugh out loud, da ha ha ha. The carriage was parked at the door. Julian patiently asked T. Lee, when I get back, will you kiss me then? I don't want to. She still refused. Julian winked and said, I bet that after you find out what I did on this trip, you'll definitely kiss me. T. Lee was utterly astonished. She shot up, drool still running from her mouth. She wiped her mouth a few times with her hand, thinking to herself, did I fall asleep again? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. The tall man who had appeared in her dream was standing there, and he said, it seems you've had another foolish thought. I told you not to wish for anything. Do you really want to die that badly? She lowered her head and said hesitantly, but I haven't wished for anything yet. Hearing this, the man frowned and said clearly, you were just about to. Teely walked towards him and asked resentfully, then what do you want me to do? You always say things I don't understand, and then you disappear. The man tilted his head, then sighed. Actually, I don't know much either. The only thing I could do is wait. I only came to see you one last time because I discovered you could use divine power. Hearing these words, she was stunned. She stared at the person in front of her. He continued to advise her, if you use your power recklessly while your body is not fully developed, you will die one day. The man suddenly said, loudly, S.O. promise me, until you are 15, you must absolutely not use your power. You must cherish your life, you understand? She nodded, but deep down, she was still struggling fiercely. That's not really it. Teely looked up at the man. Then, what are you waiting for? Fate, the man replied. But then you appeared, someone who doesn't belong here. Facing her, the man said frankly, let me ask you the question you asked me last time. Who are you? Who are you, really? To be able to use divine power without being bound by fate. He approached her, repeating, answer me. Teely took his hand and pressed it to her cheek. She rested her head against it and said, I don't know. I only know I have to save someone, but I don't know who I have to save. The man then said gently, if you don't know who you need to save, then you can choose who you want to protect. She asked blankly, I can choose. She said decisively, if so, I want to do my best not to change fate. The man asked again, even if R.A. Dan is betrayed and faces death. Teely immediately denied it, but he won't die. Don't you think so too? The evil spirit that possessed his body put the world in danger. Hearing this, the man laughed and said, but he was saved in the end, wasn't he? Is that really a good thing? Hearing those words, her mood sank. Teely lowered her head, her heart heavy, and whispered, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? The man continued. Because it was I who created the evil spirit who brought destruction to this world. She replied. Teely said, you will. The man immediately shook his head. No, you don't need to do anything for me. Don't try to change fate. He confessed, I just felt a little interested when I met someone who doesn't belong here. It just made me, for a brief moment, feel a little hope again. She was astonished that he's been watching me for 5 years. And yet he calls it hope? She quickly asked, you said I could choose who I want to save, right? So, is there anything I can do for you? Even just a small thing. The man replied cheerfully, well then, would you be willing to be my friend? She repeated, your friend? The man smiled, that's right, because you're the first person who doesn't hate me. There are a few other reasons, too, and that is that I like you. Teely immediately agreed, of course, why not? You've never told me who you are, but I'll tell you my name. T. Lee excitedly placed her hand on her chest. At this moment, she truly no longer saw herself as a transmigrated character, but was truly living for her own soul. My name is Mo Yun. The man was stunned after hearing it. She continued, Yun is the surname, and Mo is the given name. Mo means dragon. That's a very cool name, the man replied. Then he smiled, calling her name for the first time, Mir. Facing her, the man frankly admitted, Mir, actually, there's something I lied to you about. He revealed, there is someone you must save. Hearing this, she immediately asked, who is it? The man smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I should be the first one to tell you this. You'll meet them soon enough. T. Lee's face hardened as she watched him stand up. The man then reached out and caressed her cheek. Now, it's time to wake up. T. Lee's eyes widened as she looked at the man. She asked wistfully, can we still meet again in our dreams? He replied, no, I won't come here anymore. She immediately asked why. He looked down at her and replied, because every time I see you, I feel a glimmer of hope. T. Lee sadly lowered her head. The man tried to persuade her, as your friend, I don't want to see you get hurt either. So, don't try to use your divine power anymore, okay? He earnestly instructed her that a wish won't come true that easily. Moreover, even if it does, there's no guarantee that things will turn out as expected. And one more thing, the man warned, even without using divine power, fate can be distorted by your actions. Some things will change completely, and they might bring you trouble. Teely didn't answer, her gaze fixed on him. S.O. You must always be careful, Mir. People always do things we can't expect. After listening to the man beside her talk for a long time, Teely replied dreamily, all right, I understand, I'll be careful. So stop nagging. He looked at her happily, then explained, I nag like this because I'm your friend. Before leaving, the man didn't forget to leave a kiss on her forehead. We can't meet again, but I will always be watching over you. In the vast kingdom of Zealot, a carriage rattled along the road. Dulian looked at the teddy bear in his hand and said to the person sitting opposite him, have you met Prince R.A. Dan? Magistrate Andibio of the Kingdom of Zealot was a middle-aged man. Hearing this, he replied, no, I haven't met him in person. Dulian smiled, thinking of him, that he's a very good boy. I can't wait for him to become my daughter's brother. It won't be long now, will it? Because you also want to go home soon, right? The other man asked, are you really planning to adopt His Highness the Prince? Dulian said, if not, why would I have to rush through that pile of documents and attend this meaningless meeting? I'm very busy, you know. The other man asked in confusion, you want me to convince His Majesty to give up his child based only on this? Dulian replied, think about it objectively. Don't you think living as my son would be better for him? But he is still the prince of this kingdom, he said. Dulian sighed, looking at the stuffed rabbit in his hand, that he's not happy. Am I supposed to teach him that you were born a prince and you will die a prince? The other man was speechless. Your Grace, what are you saying? Dulian thought of T. Lee and R.A. Dan and continued, and then teach my daughter to turn a blind eye to her friend's death because it's an adult matter. I don't intend to be such a shameful father, and I'm sure that my friend Caton thinks the same. The person beside him still wanted to persuade him, Your Grace, currently in the Kingdom of Zealot, there are many forces restraining each other, creating a balance of power. I don't want to add fuel to the fire and make things more complicated. Dulian rested his chin on his hand. Neither do I. The ultimate goal is still peace. So you believe this is a peaceful solution? The other man asked. Dulian retorted, so a child must be sacrificed to protect your so-called peace. The other man did not reply. Dulian continued, I believe that only when a child can live in peace can true peace be created. Back at the Duke Remicio's residence, Dulian, with a haggard face but still smiling, opened his arms in welcome. My beloved children. The two children ran towards Dulian. Dulian picked up the grinning R.A. Dan, were you too lonely while I was away? Teely looked intently at him and replied, no, not really. R.A. Dan, on the other hand, said cheerfully, yes, I miss you a lot. Rosina, holding Loina, smiled at her husband. The atmosphere became more peaceful than ever. Dulian held a teddy bear and a snow globe in his hands that I brought back gifts for you. Teely took the snow globe. R.A. Dan stared at the bear, then exclaimed, wow. He kissed Dulian on the cheek. Thank you, father. Teely watched the two of them being so close, a suspicion rising in her heart. They seem to be very close lately. Has Dulian always liked children this much? Has his personality always been like this? Rosina saw her standing there in a daze and said with a smile, Teely. She replied, yes. How would you feel about having an older brother? Hearing her mother say this, she looked up at Rosina and asked again, an older brother? Teely seemed to have guessed something, and she immediately said, what do you mean? Are you two planning to adopt R.A. Dan? Teely stared intently at the two men in front of her. She thought to herself, adoption? Even if R.A. Dan is adopted now, once the Holy Prophet issues a divine oracle, the adoption will be immediately canceled. Julian looked at his silent daughter and asked worriedly, well, this can't be completed right away. We need to wait a few months to know the result. Don't you like it, Teely? She hugged the snow globe tightly in her arms and finally replied cheerfully, of course not. Night fell upon the estate. In a small, dark room, Martina held a letter in her hand that I received an order to kill the prince whenever I have the chance. But now they want me to stand down just because the boy might be adopted. She bit her thumb in frustration. My only hope was the reward they promised if I killed the prince before returning to the kingdom. But if I go back like this, I'll get nothing. Martina stood stunned in the room, starting to scheme. She clutched the paper in her hand, thinking anxiously, if the boy ends up telling the Duke everything, the Duke won't sit idly by, and the Empress will surely abandon me. I might keep my life, but all my status will be stripped away. No, I must prevent that at all costs. Martina clutched her head and slumped to the ground, screaming in anger. Recalling the intimate appearance of T. Lee and R.A. Dan, Martina thought to herself, why the sudden desire for adoption? I'm sure that cunning little girl said something to her parents. T. Lee had once turned back, looking at her with a sharp gaze. Martina hesitated. That damn brat. All I can do is watch from a distance. Besides, I was supposed to be that girl's nanny. Clutching her head with both hands, she panted heavily. I can't accept this reality. I have to do something. With that thought, she stood up and looked towards the box in front of her. Opening the lid with both hands, Martina took out a string of prayer beads. She gave a sinister smile that I'll kill him before the adoption goes through. Teely strolled around the mansion, observing and thinking. It's so quiet. She was worried about what her father had said, but also felt surprised that if R.A. Dan is really adopted by the Duke, then his nanny and tutor will be involved next. The rumor should have spread by now, but this place is strangely quiet. She thought again of that cunning woman, especially R.A. Dan's nanny, that I haven't seen her anywhere. This makes me even more worried. I hope things aren't too serious. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone call her name, Teely. Seeing Egypt, Teely immediately asked, Egypt, where's R.A. Dan? He smiled and replied, R.A. Dan is in the playroom. I was looking for you. Hearing Egypt's words, Teely quickly pressed, the playroom? Is he there alone? Egypt denied it. No, I think he's with a maid. After saying that, she frowned and hurried off, not forgetting to turn back and say to Egypt, all right, let's go find R.A. Dan together. The empty hall echoed only with the sound of hurried footsteps. Egypt felt confused, took her hand, and asked, Teely, what's wrong? Why are you always acting so strange? She just replied, it's nothing. Suddenly, Teely turned to face Egypt. She frantically grabbed his shirt and said, Egypt, when I'm not here, you have to stay with R.A. Dan. If anything happens, you must go to him first. Don't let R.A. Dan be alone, and there must be an adult with him, okay? Egypt didn't ask why, but he nodded in agreement. Okay. In another room, seeing his two friends arrive, R.A. Dan cheerfully called their names. Teely, Egypt. She bowed slightly and said with a smile, R.A. Dan, are you drawing? R.A. Dan replied, yeah, I'm drawing, father. I want to give this to him. On the drawing was the face of a man with a wide grin, full of childish innocence. Teely picked up the drawing to look at it. Egypt also saw it, then turned to ask R.A. Dan, so what about the lady? R.A. Dan hesitated and replied, actually, I want to, but R.A. Dan gathered his courage and spoke his true thoughts. I think my mother looking down from heaven wouldn't be happy. Teely looked at R.A. Dan in surprise. Then what about your real father? He replied, it's okay. She asked curiously why. R.A. Dan fell silent, his voice sad as he said, because he's just a liar. He doesn't love me at all. In a large room, he carefully read the letter in his hand. His father wrote in the letter, my dear son, R.A. Dan. You used to think it was all a lie. The letter read, Duke Remigio sent a letter expressing his desire to adopt you. Your mother, if she were looking down from heaven, would surely be heartbroken. R.A. Dan clutched the letter to his chest. At this moment, he truly wished, I wish I had a mother like T. Lee's. R.A. Dan thought of her family. He folded the letter, finally deciding, so I should keep this letter a secret. Egypt saw him and called out, R.A. Dan, you're here. R.A. Dan, holding a book, smiled shyly and said, oh, I was just picking a book to read. Looking at the bookshelf filled with books, Egypt said, really? Let me read to you. I can read books by myself now. Egypt put his arm around R.A. Dan's and said, then can you read to us? Come on, let's go find Teely. Suddenly, R.A. Dan called out to Egypt, who replied, "What is it?" R.A. Dan whispered in his ear, "I promise to help you, to make Teely like you in a special way too, right? I don't mind playing alone." Egypt heard this and explained, "Teely has to go away soon, so the three of us should spend more time together." R.A. Dan finally agreed. "All right, I'll do as you say." Egypt put his arm around R.A. Dan's and asked with a smile, after reading, "Do you want to draw? Since you only drew the Duke yesterday, how about you draw something for the lady today as a gift?" R.A. Dan was a bit hesitant, but Egypt insisted, "I'm sure your mother wouldn't be angry if you drew something for the lady. I asked my mom before. She said that would never make her angry." R.A. Dan seemed to have understood something. He hugged the book tightly, was silent for a moment, and then broke into a radiant smile. Night fell, enveloping the entire castle. Inside, a family of 5 was sleeping together. Only R.A. Dan and Teely were still awake. Rosina saw this and said with a smile to him, "You both have to wake up early tomorrow, so let's go to sleep now." R.A. Dan obediently replied, "Yes, see you tomorrow." Teely lay next to Loina, staring at the little girl and thinking to herself, "It's almost time for Loina's baptism. Time flies so fast." Rosina lay beside him, murmuring softly to R.A. Dan, "We'll see each other again after a sleep. Your Highness, a night is very long." She held him tightly, whispering, "It will pass quickly." Teely turned to look, and finally, she closed her eyes to sleep. The room was dark, but voices could still be faintly heard. "I hope he won't be too lonely when we're away. He'll be fine, because Mir will also be at the palace. Besides, we still need to go see the prophet. That's right, we need to go quickly and come back to finalize the adoption procedures." Rosina turned to her husband. "Dulian, what made you decide to adopt R.A. Dan?" Looking at the 3 sleeping children, Dulian replied, "There are a few reasons, but it was because Teely called R.A. Dan her brother that I had the thought." Rosina repeated, "Our daughter." Dulian smiled and replied, "That's right. So Teely was the first to accept R.A. Dan as a member of our family." Rosina heard this and also smiled happily. "Come to think of it, if it weren't for Teely, you wouldn't have brought R.A. Dan to our home either. I probably wouldn't have said I wanted to adopt him either." They both agreed that the child was truly their goddess. As for Teely, she was so shocked she couldn't believe what she had just overheard. "Is it because of me?" She realized that R.A. Dan and Du Lian's decision to adopt R.A. Dan was because of her. Teely denied it in anguish. "No, we can't become a family. How can the heir awaken a special ability and be sent to another family? Once the prophet foretells the return of the evil spirit." But even so, she still collapsed, curled up in a corner by the window, her body trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I don't want to let him go back." A few days later, 3 men in white robes appeared at the main gate. They bowed respectfully, followers and heirs of God. Duke and Duchess Du Lien and their 2 children were already there. They replied cheerfully, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Father Lumos." Then everyone went into the castle together. One of the black-haired men turned to the 4 and said, "You 2 will be attending Lady Loina's baptism ceremony starting today. Please come this way." Hearing this, Dulian said in alarm, "Oh, what about Teely then?" She heard her father call her name and obediently replied, "I don't mind playing alone. Don't worry too much, Father." After saying that, her parents and sister all left. Teely and the priest remained. He looked at the little girl and said, "Young miss, you seem to be growing up so fast." Then he gave a gentle smile. Teely looked blankly at the tall man, but still remembered to reply politely, "Yes, thank you." In her heart, she was guessing the other's identity. "You are?" The man bent down and said, "When I performed your baptism, you were still a child, so it's normal not to remember me." Teely nodded, "I see." He opened his palm and offered her candy. "Ah, speaking of which one do you like?" "This is candy, my favorite, but I'm not sure if you'll like it." Teely smiled until her eyes crinkled. "Thank you." In the vast palace, the man's voice echoed, "Teely, let me show you around the temple. Please follow me." Teely and the priest went in together. Before them was a giant statue of a woman with her hands clasped together. The man turned and asked, "Miss Teely, can you see the face of God?" She stared for a moment and then replied, "I can't see it." He continued, "It is said that he has never revealed his name or face, but rather, they place the statue of the god up high so that no one will notice the incomplete face. To show their obedience to the divine oracle, the former priests who built this temple deliberately did not sculpt the god's face." The priest cheerfully concluded, "That is why the statues of the gods in the temple are all very large." After hearing this, Tilly thought to herself, so that's how it is. This must have caused a lot of trouble for the sculptors. I guess the painters must have been very accommodating to their clients. She asked again, sir, what is this for? Tilly's hand pointed in one direction. The man followed her gaze and asked back, what does the young miss see? A long corridor, she replied. The priest said, I see it. Hearing this, Tilly looked at him blankly. Miss Tilly, there's a verse in the scriptures that says this. If a path opens up before you, it must be the will of God. The man said to her. He bowed his head and smiled gently. Perhaps the young miss will find the path she is looking for there. Tilly looked up at him and asked, what are you talking about? The person only replied, the prophet is waiting for you, my lady. Therefore, I am very sorry. I cannot take you any further. They will give a prophecy that only you can hear. The prophet, a mysterious figure, the one who always helps the main character find their way through prophecies. Tilly walked towards the empty hallway. She thought to herself, what kind of prophecy are they going to give me, and why? The door to the room opened. She froze for a moment. Inside, a person cloaked entirely in white was praying before a giant statue of a god. The person suddenly spoke, Lady Tilly. Then they stood up. Tilly looked at the person in the white robe and asked doubtfully, the prophet. The person turned around and said, how interesting. Until now, even if I wanted to leave, I could not leave this place. She didn't understand. What do you mean? The person continued, I must pray here. When a child and its parents perform a baptism, I must pray here for 20 days straight. During that time, I could do nothing but pray. Hearing this, Tilly was extremely surprised. The person added, and during those 20 days, I will see the future of that child. The woman stepped forward and knelt before Tilly. My prophecies are merely repetitions of memories I have seen 1,000 times. The gift the gods gave me is not just the ability to prophesy, but also the ability to see through the past and the future. Tilly stood there quietly listening. However, what I can see is limited. It begins from the moment the first guardians, including myself, sealed the evil spirit. At the time Leona and Raiden married, after destroying the evil spirit. To be precise, it was when they rode horses together on the plains. The woman recalled. Tilly's eyes widened. The person said again, after that, there is nothing but darkness. The woman turned away and continued. At first, I thought that after the evil spirit disappeared, peace would continue. But 1,000 years later, I began to have doubts. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. After the darkness, does anything else exist? The woman confessed. When I realized this, she continued. I suddenly became aware that I don't remember who I was before becoming the prophet. Tilly repeated, the prophet. The person nodded. The prophet is just a title, not my name. I am nothing, just the prophet. Tilly's figure gradually blurred in the eyes of the woman in white. Tilly suddenly trembled. The woman touched her hand, confessing, this is the first time in my life I have lied, just to be able to meet you, my lady. Hearing this, Tilly was moved to tears. The woman continued, in truth, I have no prophecy to tell you. I also cannot say where the path you are about to take lies. She lifted the veil on her head, slowly pulling it down to reveal her face. Moreover, I am the one seeking a path from you, my lady. The woman said to Tilly, I have prayed for 1,000 years, believing that someone would answer that prayer, someone who can fulfill my wish. Looking at Tilly, who had tears welling up in her eyes, the woman affirmed, it is you, Lady Tilly. Therefore, I beg you, my lady, please save this world. In the story, a character's face was hidden, but I could still see the halo radiating from that person. This story is the one with the most beautiful ending of all the stories I have ever written. I didn't add the familiar phrase, and they lived happily ever after at the end, but I finished this story believing that those characters will be happy. However, there is still one person in the story, 1,000 long years of prayer, searching for the gods. It was you who summoned me to this place, prophet, to write a new ending, to create a world that will still exist afterwards. In the temple, when Tilly Remitio stammered and asked her, do you know who I am? The prophet shook her head and said she didn't know. Tilly Remitio, with a worried expression, continued, then why did you say I would save this world? Is it because I'm not bound by fate? Hearing this, she just tilted her head, smiled, and explained, that is because from the moment you were born, you saved a life. Not understanding her explanation, she asked again, what do you mean? She replied that Mia Harrison's fate was to commit suicide. That person was supposed to have given up her life before Leona Remitio was born, because she could not bear the immense pain of losing her child. But because she became your wet nurse, she is still alive. You saved her, Lady Tilly. Hearing these words, her body trembled involuntarily as she thought to herself, my wet nurse intended to commit suicide. Her hands rested on the shoulders of Tilly Remitio, who was trembling in disbelief at this truth, and she said, she is fine now, because she would never have the heart to abandon you. Tilly Remitio said sadly, yes, you are right, haha. Tilly Remitio thought to herself, there's no need to search deliberately. The person I must save in this world. I will save everyone I have created here. The person I must save in this world is. She lowered her eyes and said, no matter what, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps letting things take their natural course is the wisest. But I hope that fate will be decided by you. Do you understand, my lady? Tilly Remitio looked up and asked, what about you? She replied somewhat vaguely, what? Tilly Remitio, in a steady but slightly stammering voice, continued, what must I do to save the prophet? No, I mean to save you. Hearing Tilly Remitio say this, she was stunned. Tears suddenly streamed from the corners of her eyes, surprising her. Don't cry. She cried and joyfully grasped Tilly Remitio's hand, saying chokingly, Lady Tilly, you truly are the savior sent by God to help me fulfill this wish. My wishes. During the 20 days in the temple, Leona Remitio was led by the hand by a nun to stand before the prophet. When Leona Remitio stood before the prophet, she said, everything you hear and see will be conveyed to God. Therefore, you must listen, observe, and do things that align with the rules to save this world. Leona Remitio, with tears in her eyes, turned to look at her parents and older sister, then quickly ran to them. The bells in the temple rang, and the prophet spoke again. The second prophet has appeared. Hearing this, everyone around was astonished. Julian Remitio, with a look of utter surprise, asked, a second prophet? The prophet clasped her hands and continued, the evil spirit will return. The children of the 3 great families will become the guardians. Hearing these words, the father trembled and stammered, no. Seeing her father like this, Leona Remitio called out worriedly, Father. Someone in the temple spoke up and asked, the second prophet you mentioned, what does that mean? After hearing this, the prophet turned to look at Tilly Remitio and said, Lady Tilly. Hearing the prophet say this, her whole family was very surprised. Rosanna Enfiu, with a look of clear astonishment, said, Tilly. The prophet added, you surely haven't forgotten the first prophecy I gave you, have you? Tilly Remitio smiled brightly and said, thank you. I will try not to let it drag on for too long. At the same time, at the palace, as His Majesty and his 2 children were camping outdoors enjoying peaches, the butler rushed before His Majesty and reported, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The prophet has responded. The prophet says the evil spirit will return. Hearing the butler's words, he exclaimed in shock, what? The butler continued. In addition, the prophet has also written a letter to Your Majesty. With a worried expression, he opened the letter, which read, Please imprison Martina, Aaron. After reading it, he was horrified. What? Why them? After eating a peach, Raiden's face suddenly turned pale. Seeing this, everyone immediately called his name in worry and horror. He gradually lost consciousness, then collapsed in a pool of blood. Faint light shone through the small window of the interrogation room, where Martina was tied to a chair, her body thin, her face pale, her expression dazed. The doctor looked at the analysis results and said to His Majesty, she drank the same poison that Prince Raiden took. It seems she won't survive. The symptoms are only appearing now because she only drank a small amount, and the antidote she was holding seems to be a fake. After hearing the doctor, Peleus's face darkened, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. From the very beginning, they wanted to eliminate both of them. She kept muttering about pearl jewelry. It's a necklace, the doctor continued. If so, I guess the poison is in solid form and must be ground into a powder to be used. Peleus turned to leave, quickly searching for the antidote. He paused for a moment, turned back, and with a cold, sharp gaze, ordered, keep her alive for now. At the same time, in Dan's room, Aegis was sitting by the bed, anxiously watching him lie there. He said sadly, Dan, please wake up. Suddenly, Mia Harrison entered and said, Your Highness. Seeing his wet nurse, Aegis couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing him like this, the wet nurse approached and asked, Why are you crying, Your Highness? Hearing this, Aegis stammered, Because I'm scared. I'm scared Dan will never wake up again. Seeing him trembling with worry for Dan, the wet nurse comforted him. He will wake up soon. Prince Raiden is fighting the poison. He asked, Really? Mia Harrison smiled and continued, Yes, of course. So please don't cry anymore. Sad tears streamed down his cheeks with a hint of hesitation. I was always by Dan's side as Tilly instructed, but I still couldn't prevent this from happening. We ate the same food, but only Dan fell ill. Hearing him say this, the wet nurse replied, "This is not your fault, Your Highness. It is because someone evil wanted to harm Prince Dan." After the wet nurse finished speaking, he asked, "Then why did they want to harm Dan?" Hearing Aegis's question, the wet nurse was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. I'm not very sure myself." Seeing her like this, Aegis said to Mia Harrison, "My mother once said that the gods will answer our prayers. So, can we pray together?" The two of them immediately clasped their hands in prayer. The wet nurse looked at him and said, "All right, let's begin." Aegis clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed, "Please let me share Dan's pain so that Dan can safely overcome this ordeal." Meanwhile, in the study, Peleus, Rosanna Enfiu entered. Seeing her, he said, "Countess." She bowed, "Your Majesty." Peleus asked, "You returned earlier than I thought. Have you visited the prince?" Rosanna Enfiu replied, "Yes, I have seen the child. Tilly is by his side. The boy will be fine." After listening, Peleus, with a tired and surprised expression, said, "Lady Tilly returned so early? Did you ride back with her?" She replied, "The child insisted on coming back." He continued tiredly, "But what can a child do at a time like this?" She replied sternly, "I don't know. Just worrying is useless. Therefore, we must continue to do what we can." After listening, Peleus could only rub his head and say, "All right, that woman has been captured to cooperate with the investigation." Before His Majesty could finish, Rosanna Enfiu interrupted, "Before we discuss that, when was the last time you slept?" Hearing her question, Peleus was startled and said guiltily, "Countess, that's not important right now." Suddenly, a hand struck the back of Peleus's neck, knocking him unconscious. As she knocked His Majesty unconscious, she thought to herself, "No one here cares about themselves." She left the study and said to the butler, "Take His Majesty to the Queen. The Queen will handle the rest." The butler bowed and replied, "Yes, my lady." She continued in a clear voice, "From this moment on, I will officially begin the investigation." Outside the palace, night enveloped everything. In Dan's room, he lay there with a pale face. Tilly Remitio sat on his bed, her expression full of worry. "Don't die, Dan." Tilly Remitio closed her eyes and thought, this never happened in the original story. He has to endure this pain, and a fate filled only with suffering. It's all my fault. The evil spirit only comes when he is drowning in misery. Then he will defeat the evil spirit, and thus achieve a happy ending. She gently caressed Dan's pale face with her hand, hesitatingly smiled, and said, "I will bear this pain for Dan, so please don't suffer anymore. Tomorrow, I hope you will wake up with a bright smile." After that, there was only darkness. Tilly Remitio clasped her hands and prayed devoutly. If the world after the apocalypse is just endless darkness, then before the end comes, let us be as happy as we possibly can, even if this world will eventually be destroyed. The sky outside the palace was clear and blue. Peleus rubbed his eyes from the sunlight streaming through the window. The queen's voice startled him. "Did you sleep well, my love?" He rubbed his head and said, "There's a difference between sleeping on your own and being knocked unconscious, you know?" He looked out the window, saw the sunlight, and said in astonishment, "Oh my God, have I slept for more than half a day?" The queen replied, "You should add another day to that." Peleus asked in a panic, "Charlotte, why didn't you wake me?" Charlotte gently sat down on a chair and said, "I did call you, Your Majesty, but you wouldn't get up. The doctor said that due to stress and overwork, you need to rest for a few days." Peleus sighed, "How is Dan? Did anything happen while I was asleep?" The queen replied, "Everything is fine." Hearing Charlotte say this, Peleus asked in surprise, "Huh? What do you mean?" Charlotte continued, "The child has recovered." Peleus asked, "Oh, have they formulated an antidote?" Hearing this, Charlotte replied doubtfully, "No. Dan suddenly woke up yesterday morning, with no trace of poison left in his body." Peleus stared blankly at the queen, recalling Rosanna Enfiu's words. He clenched his fist and said, "Did Tilly awaken her healing ability on her own? I didn't know superpowers could also remove toxins." Charlotte said to him, "I'm not too sure either. But since that day, Aegis and Tilly have fallen ill. Of course, the children weren't poisoned." Hearing this, Peleus asked worriedly, "Both of them are sick?" Charlotte replied, "Yes, they're sleeping in the next room. Don't worry, they're both fine." He hesitated and asked again, "So how is the investigation progressing?" Charlotte said calmly, "The Countess is in charge of it. I heard she beat Martina Aaron so badly her brains almost came out. After hearing this, Peleus turned pale with fear. After knocking me out, what else did she do? My goodness. Seeing his majesty like this, Charlotte held a letter in her hand and gave it to him, saying, "If you see this, your majesty, perhaps you would do the same." Peleus took it and opened it to read. The letter said, "To my beloved son, Dan, Duke Remetio has sent me a letter saying he wants to adopt you. Your mother in heaven would be heartbroken." Charlotte said she was the one who forged this letter and gave it to the prince. She laced this letter with poison, wanting to poison the prince. After reading the letter, Peleus gritted his teeth in anger. In the next room, the two children had a cold, their cheeks flushed. Aegis turned and said to Tilly Remetio, "Tilly, I'm in so much pain." Hearing Aegis say this, she thought to herself, "Yeah, me too." She turned her head to look at him and said, "Aegis, you made a wish, didn't you? Whether it was a wish or a prayer, you definitely asked for something, right?" Hearing Tilly Remetio's question, he pretended not to know anything and stammered, "Huh? What wish?" He pulled his leg back, but Tilly Remetio pulled it out and said, "What did you do? Tell me." Faced with the questioning, Aegis answered, "I wish that I could share Dan's pain." After saying that, he sat up. Hearing Aegis's answer, she said, "I guess one person's wish wasn't enough." He asked, "What do you mean?" She crossed her arms and continued, "I told you, you can't be so reckless, right?" Seeing this, he immediately said, "I wasn't being reckless." Tilly Remetio asked again, "Isn't suffering for someone else reckless?" He replied, "But Dan is my friend." Tilly sighed and said to him, "Listen, Aegis, when we sincerely wish for something, it will come true. But we also have to pay a corresponding price. So, you can't just make a wish whenever you want, understand?" Aegis pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, "Then, Tilly, did you make a wish too? You said one person's wish wasn't enough. You wish for the same thing as me, right? That's why you're sick." She replied, "Yes, that's right." He immediately added, "Then why do you talk as if only I shouldn't have prayed?" She just said, "Sigh, you're too young to understand. So, from now on, you shouldn't make any more wishes." He said, "You're even younger than me." Tilly pointed at him and said, "No means no." When Tilly Remetio said this, Aegis drooped, and he asked again, "Not even on my birthday?" She said casually, "Not even on your birthday." Hearing this, Aegis replied, "No." He continued eloquently, "On my last birthday, I wish that we could get married. Next year, I will wish for the same thing." Tilly Remetio thought with disgust. He started talking about marriage again. At the same time, in King Rain's palace, King Rain entered angrily, ordering the servants, "Get out." Raiden's stepmother glanced at the servants. The door closed. She asked, "What wind has brought your majesty here?" King Rain asked, "Why are you so cruel?" She feigned ignorance. "Your majesty, I don't understand what you mean." King Rain clenched his fist and continued to ask, "You forged my letter wanting to kill my son, didn't you?" She still tried to feign ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about." The empire has also concluded that it was a crime committed by one woman. He asked again, "You deny being involved in this? Then where did she get the poison? And where did the royal seal on the letter come from?" She said, "I gave her the poison, but I don't know about the seal." He suddenly asked her, "Do you know what was written in the letter?" She replied, "I don't know." He said, "The letter mentioned that if Raiden's deceased mother knew her child was being adopted by Duke Remetio, she would surely be heartbroken." Hearing this, she was shocked. I truly had no idea. I was the one who most wanted the child to be adopted." Finally, he asked her, "Even so, you still dare to say you are innocent?" She just replied calmly, "I think it's hard for me to deny responsibility. After all, I was the one who personally chose her to be the prince's wet nurse." Hearing her say this, he said, "Thank you for helping me make up my mind." Seeing Raiden's father say this, she was quite surprised. "Your Majesty." He, with a solemn expression as if he had made up his mind, declared, "Raiden will become the successor at all costs." Early in the morning, in the palace, Rosanna Enfiu and Julian Remetio came to visit Raiden. Seeing the two of them, Raiden was overjoyed and wanted to stand up to greet them, but his body had not fully recovered and trembled slightly. Seeing this, she stepped forward and asked, "Son, do you need me to help you?" He replied, but his body still couldn't stop trembling. "No need, I can stand up on my own." Her hand gently rested on his shoulder, and she said with a smile, "Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Just take it slow." Raiden obediently nodded. In the splendid room, Raiden sat quietly on the bed, holding a black rabbit in his arms, and said, "Judge just came to visit me." Rosanna Enfiu asked, "What did he say?" Raiden recounted that the judge said the things in the letter were all fabricated by Martina. "I'm sorry, I hid that letter. I was just afraid that if you saw the letter, you wouldn't want to be my mother anymore." Seeing their worried expressions, he said again, Aegis's mother said this could never happen. But I was still very scared, so I hid it. She sympathized with Raiden and said gently, I understand. But this is not your fault, Raiden. You don't need to apologize. His eyes were red and on the verge of tears as he said chokingly, but in the end, the adoption was still canceled. Hearing him say this, they both smiled. Julian Remigio said, actually, the adoption procedures were completed a long time ago. This surprised Raiden. Really? Julian Remigio continued, before the prophecy came down, we had already received your father's permission. So, should we call you our son now, Raiden? Raiden immediately asked them back, if I leave you, would you still want to be my adoptive parents? Later, if my younger brother awakens, can I still come back here? After hearing this, they were both astonished and asked, you want to return to the kingdom? She bowed her head, thinking sadly, the evil spirit is about to return. This is understandable, but she took Raiden's hand and said, if you don't want to go, just tell us. Son, you don't have to go back. Seeing this, he said to her, but if so, everyone will be in danger. Anyway, we will eventually have to face the evil spirit. If I have special abilities, I want to protect Aegis and my sisters. If I need to go back to protect them, I will definitely go. She said to him again, even so, you don't need to sacrifice yourself, son. Raiden smiled and replied, this is not a sacrifice. This is for our common good. It's what I should do. When Raiden said, I am about to return to the kingdom under orders. Both Aegis and Tilly Remigio were stunned. Tilly Remigio said, slightly angry, no, I won't let you go. Why do you have to go back there? You have to ask them to let you stay. Hearing this, Raiden could only call out softly, Tilly. Aegis, with tears in his eyes, asked Raiden, why do you want to go back, Raiden? Raiden suddenly hugged them both and said, you two got sick because of me, right? He knew they had shared his pain and also knew they had hidden it from the adults. Aegis was surprised. How did you know? Raiden continued, Tilly's friend told me in a dream. Hearing this, Aegis quickly asked, oh, what did he say to you? Raiden replied, he said he was very happy and also thank you for being his friend. He said the future has changed and he is about to disappear. But everything is fine because you are here. Tilly Remigio saw a vision of Raiden's future and thought to herself, the future has changed. Could it be that because he is the Raiden from the original story, he will disappear? Tilly Remigio shed tears. Raiden smiled and said to Tilly and Aegis, thank you both for loving me. I love you both very much too. No matter where I am, I will never forget the memories of this place. Tilly Remigio grabbed Raiden's hand, tears streaming down like rain, and said to him, don't go, Raiden. Let's stay here together. You can't go. Raiden said again, Tilly, I really have to go back. Tilly Remigio asked sadly, why are you so insistent on going back there? He replied, you once said that one day everyone would be happy, right? Hearing him say that, Tilly Remigio added, that doesn't mean you're not happy now. Raiden opened his arms, smiling at them. I'm very happy now because I know that mother, father, Tilly, Leona, and everyone will always love me, even when I return to the kingdom. Seeing this, they were both silent for a moment, and he continued, so, can you call me brother just once? Just once. Tilly Remigio stammered, bro, never give up, because I will always be here waiting for you, no matter what happens. As he bid them farewell to return to the kingdom, a smile lingered on Raiden's lips. If this is the life you choose, I will respect your decision, because I have decided to always be with you until the end. This is also my way of atoning. Winter came, the bare branches covered in white snow. She looked out the window, pensive. I wonder if Dan has been eating well lately. The power to make any wish come true. I don't know why it exists. There are too many limitations and risks. But it's also thanks to it that I was able to meet Dan. Thinking of this, Tilly Remigio sighed. Suddenly, Aegis asked, what are you sighing about? Seeing him, Tilly Remigio said, Aegis, you didn't say you were coming. He replied shyly, it's been a week. My mother said, I don't have to attend swordsmanship class today, so I have some free time. But Tilly Remigio said to Aegis, oh really? That's great. Aegis seemed quite disappointed and asked Tilly, but I have lessons in the afternoon. Can't you go out with me? After thinking for a moment, he said, let's do something we both like. She asked, like what? Aegis continued, well, you like the cookies from the Quealy Theater and flowers too. So let's go to the theater, eat cookies, and then go see the flowers. Tilly Remigio looked at Aegis, confused, but those are things I like to do, not things we both like. He smiled brightly. Seeing you smile is what makes me happiest. So whatever you like, I like it too. I'm trying to ask you on a date. Before she could react, he shyly kissed her on the cheek. She giggled at Aegis's action, took his hand, and replied, all right, let's go. A purple-haired young woman was enjoying afternoon tea when she put down her teacup. Her face suddenly turned pale. When will you learn how to make coffee? It tastes awful. Say, who had brownish blonde hair, laughed and said, how about we try putting random things in the coffee? Maybe it will taste better. Annoyed by Say's words, the purple-haired girl said, I'd better not expect anything from you anymore. Seeing her about to leave, the young man asked, are you leaving, miss? She replied, while I'm away, you must improve your coffee-making skills. I told you that coffee will be used a lot in the future, right? Try harder. Otherwise, I'll demote you to a waiter. The scenery outside the city was truly peaceful. Say said to her, I know you wouldn't do anything to disadvantage yourself, my Lady Cinderella. After all, you know that I, Say, am the only one who will help you keep your identity a secret. She glared at him. I told you not to call me Cinderella. He nonchalantly and slowly continued. Then what should I call someone who wants to hide their identity and only appears at night? In the distance, the Duke's mansion could be seen. The purple-haired girl on horseback turned out to be Tilly Remitio. She removed her disguise, thinking, almost at the mansion. As Tilly Remitio was walking down the hallway, a voice called out from behind, Sister. Seeing the little girl, she asked with some concern, Leona, why are you up so early today? The little girl hugged her arm and said, yes, but I'm still so sleepy. Leona suddenly asked, wait, why is your skin so cold? Tilly Remitio was startled and replied, that's because your skin is so warm. The little girl asked, is that so? She changed the subject. Let's go get something to eat. Mom and Dad are probably waiting for us. During the meal, Tilly Remitio said to the servant, give me an iced coffee. The little girl asked, puzzled, is coffee good, sister? Tilly Remitio held her coffee cup and said, of course it is, but it might be very bitter for you. Just a little sip, okay? Hearing her sister say that, Leona Remitio also wanted to drink it and said to her sister, I want to drink coffee too. Tilly Remitio smiled and said, all right. Wait until after your birthday, when you're 15, then you can drink as much coffee as you want. But for today, drink milk, okay? The little girl continued, I heard that coffee is very popular in the shopping district lately. Many friends my age drink it too. But no one suspected that Tilly Remitio was the largest shareholder in the coffee business. Rosanna Infiu spoke up. I think it would be fine to stop by the coffee shop to take a look. Suddenly, the little girl turned to ask her, are you free today, sister? She replied blankly, Do you want to go somewhere today? Leona Remitio answered, yes, I don't have classes today. Seeing the expectant look in Leona Remitio's eyes, she thought to herself, I've been so busy expanding the business lately, I really haven't had much time for Leona. The little girl added, besides, Aegis's birthday is coming up. Let's see what we can prepare for his birthday. But his birthday is still 2 months away. Isn't it a bit early to prepare a gift now? Don't be like that. It's his coming-of-age party. We should prepare something really special. If you want to do something special, 2 months is too short. Tilly Remitio fiddled with the coffee cup in her hand, thinking, a coming-of-age party? My little Aegis has really grown up. She relaxed and said, all right, let's go buy him a gift. Seeing her say this, the little girl covered her mouth and smiled. After Aegis's birthday, it will be my birthday next. Tilly Remitio pinched the little girl's cheek and said, oh, so this was your real purpose. Their parents stood up, and Julian Remitio said to his 2 daughters, all right, your mother and I have to go out now. We might be back a little late. A hint of disappointment crossed Leona Remitio's face. Again, her father continued, I'm sorry, but just have fun with your sister today, okay? Lately, it's just been the 2 sisters. The little girl said with some tension, Aegis's coming-of-age party is soon, so surely many nobles are. Hearing Leona Remitio say this, she thought to herself, Aegis's coming-of-age party is soon. Surely many nobles want to use marriage to establish connections. The 2 of them must be busy dealing with the situation and marriage. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Aegis's face was reflected in the mirror, looking incredibly handsome. A young lady named Helena Igrison stepped before him. Your Highness, it's been a while. Seeing the young lady, he replied, indeed, Lady Igrison, it's late. But congratulations on your coming-of-age party. The young lady said cheerfully, thank you, Your Highness. Your coming-of-age party preparations are almost complete, aren't they? Aegis replied, that's right. I heard that Lady Remitio will be your dance partner. Before she could finish, he interrupted, yes, hasn't it always been that way? As you say. May I ask what your plans are after the coming-of-age party? He didn't understand and asked again, after the party? The young lady said cheerfully, yes, since Lady Remitio has not yet come of age, some parties are very difficult to get into just as friends. Aegis's expression darkened, and he said hesitantly, I plan to go on a training mission with my knights. It seems I won't be here for about 3 to 4 months. Hearing him say this, the young lady said, Then may I give you a handkerchief to wish for your safe return? It's not a big deal. However, you will still be leaving for a while, won't you? Aegis sighed, then continued, If you are so insistent, then I will gratefully accept it. Lady Yggdrasil still smiled and said, Then I will give it to you at your coming-of-age party. He replied, So what wind brought you to the royal palace today? He thought to himself, Lady Yggdrasil doesn't seem to have very good luck. The young lady said again, I just came from Her Majesty the Queen's tea party. He replied distractedly, Oh, is that so? And thought, Mother must be planning to meet privately with unmarried young ladies. I have to go see Tilly. If only I had known this sooner. Suddenly, Lady Yggdrasil looked at Aegis, gazing at him intently. Seeing this, he asked, Is there something on my face? The lady said, Yes, I see the word love on it. He laughed. Is it that obvious? I bet she's the only one who doesn't know my feelings for her. Or maybe she understands, but she chooses to ignore it. Hearing Aegis say this, the young lady bowed and said, I understand. It seems to be quite difficult for both of you. He asked her, You think so too? Hearing this question, she burst out laughing. No, I lived a full life until the very end. Aegis was astonished. Outside the city, the two sisters Tilly Remitio and Leona Remitio were sitting in a coffee shop. She saw Say enthusiastically serving customers and thought to herself, it seems he really has no hope in making coffee, but he's still doing his job very well. Leona Remitio said, Tilly. She was startled and replied, She thought again, Say, I got caught spacing out about work again. The little girl said to Tilly Remitio, Today, actually it's nothing special. She looked at the little girl, eating the strawberry cake on the table, and said, Leona, do you know what makes everyone go so crazy? The little girl tilted her head and asked, what is it? Watching her sister leisurely enjoy the strawberry cake, the little girl sighed. Oh, all right. Fine. I just hope you can relax a little today. Tilly Remitio didn't understand Leona Remitio's words and asked, What do you mean by that? The little girl picked up her coffee cup and said, It's rare for us sisters to go out together, but you look really tired. She thought worriedly to herself, Say, I got caught again? I should be more careful. When Leona Remitio took a sip of coffee, her face turned pale, and she complained, What is this taste? Is this really what coffee tastes like? Seeing the little girl's expression, Tilly Remitio laughed and said, Come on, you should still drink milk tea. The little girl replied, Yes. Leona Remitio asked, Sister Tilly, what gift are you planning to prepare for Aegis's birthday? She answered, probably cufflinks or a handkerchief. Hearing her sister say this, the little girl said in surprise, But isn't that too simple? His coming-of-age party is soon. I'm sure that no matter what you give him, Aegis will be very happy. But you should still think about it a little more carefully. As you said, it's his coming-of-age party. She said worriedly, Leona, you think so? Do you have any ideas? Have you decided? Leona immediately said, Yes, a horse. Hearing this, Tilly Remitio asked, confused, You mean a horse? The little girl continued, Yes, a pure white horse that was recently born. She thought to herself, This is definitely a wonderful gift. Although for a 14-year-old, this gift is a bit much. She took a small sip of her coffee, thinking of Aegis's unusual appearance, and then thought again. What would be a special coming-of-age gift? No, I need to prepare something that is neither too extravagant nor too boring, something that symbolizes friendship. Tilly Remitio put down her coffee cup and said to Leona Remitio, I think I'll still give him cufflinks. Let's go to the jewelry store later to take a look. The little girl said again, Then why not prepare a pair of amethyst cufflinks, sister? She asked in surprise, What? Are you serious? She thought to herself, Giving a gemstone that matches the color of the recipient's eyes is a way of expressing affection for that person. Leona Remitio said with flushed cheeks, That's not too much, is it? Tilly Remitio asked, Loena, do you think Aegis and I have some kind of secret relationship? Leona Remitio said with a serious face, Maybe not a secret relationship, but you two go on a date every week. Tilly Remitio just smiled brightly and explained, It's not a date. It's more like children playing together. A 14-year-old wouldn't understand. The closely packed buildings looked very tall, but Tilly Remitio's pensive expression was extremely serious. Seeing this, Leona Remitio thought to herself, Once his coming-of-age party is over, will Aegis really get married? I can't believe it. People from the 3 great families are not allowed to marry each other to maintain their clans. Isn't that so unfortunate for you and Aegis? I'm sure you have feelings for him too. Unknowingly, The two sisters had arrived at the jewelry store. Suddenly, Tilly Remigio called out, "Loina Remigio, what's wrong, Loina?" Startled by her sister's voice, the young girl said, "Ruby, wouldn't amethyst suit Egypt better?" She asked the salesperson, "Do you have any amethyst here?" The employee replied, "It's been really hard to find recently. If the young lady is looking for a purple gemstone, how about smoky quartz?" Hearing the employee's words, she insisted, "No, smoky quartz won't do. If you happen to find any amethyst, please send 2 pieces to the Remigio residence. I will pay for them later." The employee cheerfully replied, "Yes, Lady Tilly." The two sisters stepped out of the store. Loina Remigio smiled brightly, linked her arm with her sister's, and asked, "So what's my birthday present?" Tilly Remigio replied, "The amethyst is for you." Loina, a little confused, said, "Huh? What are you going to use it for?" Her sister continued with a smile, "It's something you'll need later." Loina Remigio asked, "Later?" Tilly Remigio looked at the young girl with a complex yet happy expression and said, "Although I've decided to give you that, I can also give you something you want. Is there anything you'd like?" The girl said a bit shyly, there's this and also that." Tilly Remigio continued, "Let's go out for dinner with our parents tonight. Then we can go shopping." The girl asked, "We're going out for dinner?" Her sister replied, "Yes, I just got a message from our parents. They'll meet us at the restaurant after they finish their work." Hearing this, Loina Remigio said happily, "Really?" Tilly Remigio also said cheerfully, "I'm so glad you like it." The young girl buried her head in her sister's embrace and replied, "Thank you, sister." Loina Remigio thought to herself, "What I want to know what you're thinking. I wish you could rely on me a little, so that you could stay with me forever." A new day arrived. Sunlight bathed the flowers, making the castle appear even more magnificent and splendid. Inside that castle, our protagonist was leisurely enjoying tea with Egypt. The protagonist suddenly widened her sparkling eyes unconsciously as she looked at the person opposite her. Seeing this, Egypt gave a gentle and friendly smile, a smile that could conquer the hearts of 1,000 young women. Anyone who saw it would be captivated. Seeing him smile at her, the protagonist's heart pounded and her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, the conversation between her and Loina Remigio replayed in her mind. At that time, the young girl had said to the protagonist, "So, could you prepare a pair of amethyst cufflinks, sister?" Hearing that suggestion, she was truly panicked, saying in fear, "What? Are you serious?" The protagonist had thought to herself at the time, gifting a gemstone the same color as the recipient's eyes is a way to express love for that person. Hearing the protagonist's words, Loina Remigio immediately puffed her cheeks, pouting coquettishly and saying, "That's not too much to ask, is it?" Returning to the scene of having tea with Egypt, the protagonist's mind was still in turmoil. Egypt isn't even trying to hide his feelings anymore, and I've gotten used to dealing with things like this. The protagonist's face began to pale, and she thought with great fear. To be in love but unable to be together because of the 3 great families. I guess that's what Loina thinks. Snapping out of her thoughts, she looked towards Egypt and called out, "Egypt." Seeing her call him, Egypt replied happily, "What is it?" At this moment, our protagonist got straight to the point. "Your birthday present will take a little more time. Can I give it to you along with Loina's gift on her birthday?" Hearing this, Egypt gave a gentle smile and replied softly, "That's still 2 months away. What are you planning to give me?" Our protagonist turned away, picked up her teacup, and answered leisurely, "A sword." He asked, bewildered, "A sword?" The protagonist continued, "Yes, a rather impractical dagger." Egypt's expression showed clear resignation, sweat trickling down his cheek as he stammered, "Well, that takes a lot of time to make, but it's okay. I don't mind if it's a little late." Hearing him say that, the protagonist replied with great joy, "That's great. Thank you for understanding." At this point, Egypt made another suggestion to the protagonist, "But in exchange, could you give me another gift?" At that, the protagonist's mind was filled with questions, and she asked in confusion, "What do you want? A brooch or something similar? Wouldn't that be too plain and ordinary?" After thinking for a moment and considering it carefully, she agreed to his suggestion. "All right, I'll consider giving you something that I find pleasing." Egypt pressed on curiously, and so the protagonist didn't understand what Egypt meant. Seeing this, Egypt said directly, "Tell me, what are you planning to give me?" After a moment, seeing that the protagonist didn't speak, he continued, "Then I'll let you decide. How about this? At my coming-of-age party, you'll wear a dress that I choose, okay? At this, the protagonist joked, but wouldn't that mean I'm the one receiving a gift? At this moment, Egypt said a few words that would make anyone's heart flutter. No, my gift is getting to see you looking beautiful on that day. As he said these words, Egypt's handsome face began to blush. Then he said happily, just thinking about it makes my heart pound. Why are you giggling to yourself like a child? But the girl sitting opposite him just frowned. Sigh, I think there's something wrong with your heart. The protagonist sighed, thinking to herself, I don't know how to refuse. Then, she had no choice but to make a deal with him. All right, but on one condition. Egypt was immediately surprised and said, a condition? Without waiting for him to recover from his confusion, the protagonist said directly, I'll wear it, but don't let anyone know it's a dress you gave me. The protagonist's words startled Egypt, who asked, how is that possible? The protagonist, with an adorable expression, explained to him, I'll order a dress from a shop in a design that I like. Then you can pay for it later. Egypt replied helplessly, what? How can that be called a gift then? The protagonist's voice started to become serious as she told him, hey, you're the one receiving the gift, not me, understand? Egypt's face looked like he was about to cry, and his voice was panicked as he said, then at least let me choose the color of the dress. I hope it's white and gold. Our protagonist seemed to have anticipated the answer, thinking to herself, I knew it. Then she said, all right. Suddenly, a cookie was brought to her lips, which surprised the protagonist a little. Egypt gave a radiant smile and said gently to the protagonist, here, open your mouth. The protagonist opened her mouth, and under Egypt's adoring gaze, she delightedly ate the entire cookie. Isn't it good? I thought you'd like it, since it's not too sweet. After finishing the cookie, the protagonist slowly picked up her teacup and said to him, soon, this dessert will become famous. Egypt also nodded in response. I see. This must be related to the increase in coffee bean production, right? The protagonist put down her teacup and voiced her concerns. They said they want to aggressively expand the coffee farms. I'm quite worried. But luckily, we had a bountiful harvest. As the demand for coffee is rapidly increasing, we need to ensure a stable supply. Then she cheerfully patted her chest and said proudly, isn't investing in me a great deal? I'll share the profits with you according to the contract. Egypt looked at her with an indulgent gaze and said, all right. Anyway, it's my treat today. We can go after the play ends. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely suspicious, wondering to herself, he's not even interested in money. Who does he think he's working for? He has no opinion at all. Egypt stood up, adjusted his clothes, turned around, and said with a smile to the protagonist, let's go, Tilly. At that moment, the play was in progress. Oh, Bologna, my beloved Bologna, our love has destroyed this country. The lines from the play made our protagonist so engrossed in the work that she was no longer aware of her surroundings. But she had no idea that someone was gazing at her adoringly, without taking his eyes off her. Tilly seemed to pour her entire soul into the play, watching every detail intently. Many scenes even brought the protagonist to tears. Seeing Tilly like this, Egypt thought to himself, she's completely immersed in the play. Does she like it that much? Egypt then gently rested his head on the protagonist's shoulder. The scene was truly sweet. A voice echoed from somewhere, oh my goodness. An old man with white hair wearing a purple suit appeared. Tilly and Egypt both smiled happily upon seeing the old man. The protagonist immediately said, Queely. The protagonist approached him and praised. This play of yours is truly outstanding. Flattered, Sir Queely said very happily, thank you. It seems you have a date with a certain prince today. Hearing his words, the two of them froze on the spot. The protagonist immediately refuted shyly, it's not a date. Sir Queely could only laugh awkwardly and reply, yes. You two are just friends, spending the afternoon together, right? Tilly immediately confirmed, of course. At that moment, Egypt was looking at her with an incredibly adoring gaze. Sir Queely looked them over and asked, Your Highness, you seem to have gotten taller. Hearing this, Egypt replied, yes, that's right. Then he turned to the protagonist and said, Lady Tilly is also almost as tall as me. But standing next to you, Your Highness, she looks so small. Tilly pouted and said sulkily, Queely, you're teasing me again. This remark made both Egypt and Queely burst out laughing. He then said to the young man, oh my, don't you find it amusing? The actors on stage, who heard the conversation of the three, also chuckled. The protagonist then said, Egypt said I should start gaining weight because I'm too thin. Sir Queely looked at the two of them and continued, it's good to see you two are still as close as ever. The protagonist was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said to him, Queely, do you really think so? He smiled and affirmed once more, "Of course, my lady. Who would deny it?" At this, Tilly's face flushed slightly as she spoke shyly. Then she turned to Egypt, who was also looking at her, and she continued, "I can be this comfortable with him because he's my childhood friend." Tilly was wearing a beautiful pink dress today. She held a glass of white wine, slowly bringing it to her lips. But in her heart, she was thinking, he doesn't want to become the emperor. At that moment, Egypt rushed over, took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, and asked with a worried expression, "Are you all right?" She was vaguely confused about what had happened, not understanding why he was so overly concerned about her. She replied a bit timidly, I'm fine." She stared intently into Egypt's deep eyes, where a hint of sadness flickered him. The two sat down at the table again, and Tilly said, "So, all right then." Egypt also returned to his seat. He gave a slight smile and asked Tilly, "Aren't you going to blame me?" Tilly said to him with a helpless expression, "This isn't something I can say anything about." She continued slowly, "Because your thoughts are what's most important." Hearing this, Egypt also nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right." Tilly's expression also darkened as she thought worriedly. But he's about to be named crown prince at his coming-of-age party. That means there will be things like political marriages, right? She reached for her fork, speared a small piece of meat, held it up, and continued to think. Is he sad because of the expectations of everyone around him? As her thoughts wandered, Egypt's voice cut in, asking a question. "Someone once told me that even a simple tease could make her feel happy." Tilly was bewildered, not understanding what he meant, and asked, "I don't understand what that means." Egypt's expression was a bit strange. He lowered his head slightly and said to Tilly with a heavy heart, "She said she would give me a handkerchief at the coming-of-age ceremony. That means she wants to become the queen." After hearing his words, Tilly flew into a rage, her voice agitated as she said to Egypt, "What? Who is that cunning woman?" He immediately asked Tilly back, "If I tell you, what are you going to do?" Tilly answered without hesitation, frankly and confidently, "I'll slap her." Hearing this, Egypt said to Tilly, "Tilly, you're too violent." Then, Egypt's expression darkened again as he calmly said to Tilly, "But to climb to a higher position, she will use me through marriage." "How rude, isn't it?" Tilly immediately replied angrily, "Yes, extremely rude." Seeing Egypt's calm expression, Tilly became even angrier and asked him, "It seems you don't mind much, do you? Aren't you angry?" Egypt picked up his wine glass and answered leisurely, "I think I would be angry if you did that, but that's not what's bothering me." Egypt looked down at the wine glass in his hand, his voice tinged with sadness. "It just feels a bit unfair." Tilly still didn't understand why and asked, "Why is it unfair?" Egypt gently swirled the wine in his glass and explained to Tilly, I don't care about so-called saving the world. I just want to protect everything I love. But as a king, this feels like a sacrifice." Tilly didn't expect this and was about to say, "Could it be?" before she could finish. Egypt confirmed the thought in her head. "Yes, I know there's no other choice, because I'm the sole heir to the royal family. But I'm starting to wonder, where can I find my own happiness?" Listening to Egypt's confession, Tilly also fell silent, not knowing what to say. Then, he asked about Tilly's plans. "Tilly, do you have any plans?" After the evil spirit is completely destroyed, Tilly sank into thought again, lowering her head slightly. Seeing this, Egypt asked again, "Well, have you thought about it?" Looking at the food on the table, Tilly said softly to him, "I'm not sure." A few days later, a beautiful sunny day made the already magnificent castle even more charming. Inside the castle, Egypt was dressed in splendid attire today, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. He looked dashing and handsome, but there didn't seem to be much joy on his face. Everyone below gave him a warm round of applause, congratulating him. Tilly watched him from a distance, unable to help thinking, honestly, his appearance is very wise and brilliant, definitely a perfect prince. Standing next to her was her younger sister, who was also happily congratulating Egypt. Tilly looked at the scene before her and smiled. Although Egypt's personality and principles were somewhat contradictory, he was certainly no longer someone who would easily accept everything. Suddenly, she felt as if someone was peeking at her. Looking closely, it turned out to be Egypt looking at her with an incredibly gentle gaze and a smile. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she blurted out, "He's such a fool sometimes." Her words were accidentally overheard by her younger sister. Loina then gently touched Tilly's hand and teased, "I understand the special feeling you have for Egypt, but you don't have to be so obvious about it." Tilly pouted, thinking to herself, honestly, this kid, Tilly glanced around the room and then said to her sister, I'm just going to change into a different dress for the party. Loina replied cheerfully, Yes, sister, I'll stay here with our parents, since I'm not attending the party. The protagonist then turned back to instruct Loina. Good. If Egypt looks for me, just tell him I'm in the queen's palace. Loina immediately obeyed. I understand. This castle was truly magnificent inside. Everything here was incredibly luxurious and high class. Loina, holding a glass of red wine, looked around and suddenly saw Egypt approaching her. He stood next to the young girl and asked, Where's Tilly? Hearing his question, the girl smiled and replied, just as her sister had instructed. She went to the queen's palace to change her outfit. Don't worry. Hearing such an answer, Egypt also felt somewhat relieved. Loina quickly continued, I left a whole pile of different dresses that made her eyes glaze over. So I'm sure she doesn't know which one is the new one. Now you go and escort her. Meanwhile, Tilly had also just finished changing. The protagonist in this dress was truly radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, Egypt also arrived. She was very surprised to see him so early. Egypt, why are you here so early? Egypt seemed to be mesmerized by Tilly's beauty, unable to take his eyes off her, just standing there dumbfounded. Back a few minutes earlier, in the dressing room, the protagonist was complaining to her maids about the jewelry. Where did they get this crown? This crown is so heavy. This jewelry is going to break my neck. Back in the present, Egypt was still staring at the protagonist, his eyes unblinking. Seeing this, the protagonist waved her hand and teased with a smile. All right, I know I'm beautiful. Only then did Egypt come to his senses, smiling and saying, Yes, you are truly beautiful. Hearing such an answer, Tilly sighed. Seeing this, Egypt quickly corrected himself. I mean, you are incredibly gorgeous. The two walked together, talking as they went. Egypt spoke up. I didn't say anything. Why are you sighing again? Tilly explained to him, I'm not sighing because of that. After all, I'm just a little tired. Hearing the protagonist say this, Egypt showed great concern for her health and said, Then should we not attend the party? Seeing him say this, she immediately disagreed, replying, It's your birthday party, how can we not go? Seeing Tilly say this, his gaze towards her became even more gentle, full of love. He immediately kissed Tilly's hand gently, which surprised her greatly. Then she immediately showed suspicion at his action. Why did you suddenly do that? Egypt replied calmly and dominantly. I've always been like this, haven't I? The protagonist said helplessly to him, You're right, but you were so cute as a child. You even insisted on marrying me. Egypt then bowed his head and asked the protagonist seriously, So, will you marry me in the end? Hearing this, Tilly joked, In your dreams, kiddo. Egypt tilted his head and said to Tilly in a teasing tone, Kiddo, I'd really like to see a child as big as me. Tilly said helplessly to him, All right, whatever you say, big brother. Egypt suddenly turned around. His cheeks flushed as he looked at Tilly. Seeing this, she teased him, What's wrong? Do you like it when I call you big brother? Hearing this, Egypt turned back to question Tilly. Why are you saying these words to me so seriously? Weren't you very casual when you wrote to Dan? The protagonist replied in a teasing tone, You should be grateful that I call you that. This will be the first and last time. Egypt showed clear disappointment, lowering his head. Then he took Tilly's hand. Seeing him hold her hand, she turned her head to look at him. The two of them walked inside hand in hand. At that moment, a thought flashed through Egypt's mind, and he said, Tilly, I love you, Tilly. Egypt's words, I love you, Tilly caught the protagonist's attention, and she looked at him. Then Egypt continued, I feel like I don't say these words now as much as I did when we were children. Hearing him say this, Tilly's cheeks flushed slightly as she said to him, a little embarrassed, That's because we're not children anymore. Egypt turned his head to look at the protagonist and said, But haven't I always liked you? Then, memories of the past days came flooding back into his mind. At the banquet table, people were discussing important matters. Someone said to Egypt, Before the evil spirit returns, there must be an heir, because you are the only heir to the throne at present, your highness. Another person added, You must marry soon. Egypt's expression at that time was filled with helplessness, and he could only sit and listen quietly. Deep down, he just wanted to escape from these troubles. He thought to himself that he was too tired of the heavy responsibilities. Now, Tilly's image appeared in his mind again, and he wished so much that if only I could be with you, Tilly. His face showed clear exhaustion, and he just wished, if I could be with you, I wouldn't even need the throne. Returning to reality, Egypt immediately took Tilly's hand. Although his heart was still full of doubts, am I being too selfish? Isn't saving the world enough? What more do they want? The two slowly approached the door, and at this moment, Egypt's goal was clear in his mind. All I need is Tilly. The door gradually opened, and Egypt had made his decision. I won't let go. The two entered the hall to the cheers of the crowd. His Highness the Crown Prince and Lady Tilly have arrived. Everyone began to dance together. Egypt danced with a brown-haired girl in a green dress. That girl looked very happy dancing with Egypt, while his expression was the complete opposite of her mood. Tilly stood watching them from a distance, her expression pensive, holding a glass of wine, observing Helena White Juras. Oh, it's the daughter of Marquis White Jarasin, the one who embroidered the handkerchief for Egypt. Tilly sighed in frustration, thinking to herself, this fate, it's really like a curse. The protagonist's face showed a thoughtful expression. Egypt saw her, thought she was unwell or something was wrong, and worriedly asked Tilly, are you not feeling well somewhere? Egypt ran over to ask Tilly, leaving Helena Ygra alone on the dance floor, causing the people around them to whisper among themselves. Helena Ygra's face was stiff. At that moment, our protagonist immediately denied it. No, it's nothing. Egypt ignored the people around them and immediately invited Tilly to dance with him. So, can we have the last dance? Hearing Egypt's invitation, Tilly immediately refused. We've already danced a lot. I think that's enough. Egypt thought she was trying to find an excuse to leave and asked directly, you want to go home already? Tilly looked up at the splendidly decorated interior. At this moment, a thought flashed through her mind, and she said to Egypt, Egypt, I was thinking I bet on our 20th birthday we'll drink together. Egypt didn't understand what Tilly meant, so he raised the glass he was drinking from and said, I'm drinking right now. Tilly immediately retorted, no, not like that. We'll drink something stronger, the kind that can get you drunk. Egypt said to her with a confused expression, drunk? Thinking about it. He remembered he had received several bottles of wine on his birthday. Tilly's eyes lit up unusually as she said coquettishly to Egypt, that must be very expensive and delicious wine, right? Egypt looked at her helplessly. Are you aiming for my wine? Tilly immediately justified herself. It's called sharing, not stealing. Your birthday is almost over, so we should have a toast before it passes, right? Egypt slowly put down his wine glass and asked her, is it okay if you go home a little late tonight? Hearing this, the protagonist laughed out loud and said to him, yes, I told my parents that I would have a private party with you after the party. Egypt blushed at her innocence. You really think so? Looking at the table piled high, with food and drinks like a mountain, it was truly mouth-watering. Tilly's mouth watered unconsciously, her expression full of desire. Finally, I can absorb all three basic nutrients. Every drop of wine poured into the glass made her think to herself, oh my God, look at this color. She happily handed Egypt a glass, and Egypt had a helpless expression. She shouted with joy, yeah. The two sat on chairs drinking together. Egypt was quite surprised by Tilly's proficiency and asked, you seem to be very knowledgeable about this. Tilly said proudly to him, it's just called life experience. The two raised their glasses for a toast. After just a few drinks, Egypt's face was as red as a tomato, completely drunk. Tilly, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She was as sober as ever. She drank the entire bottle of wine, thinking to herself, he's really good at hiding his liquor. Seeing that she was still sober, Egypt asked, Tilly, why aren't you drunk? I thought we would both be the same. Tilly then teased Egypt. After all, you're still just a kid. He immediately pouted and retorted, I'm not a kid. Seeing this, she stopped teasing him, and besides, it was time for her to go home. Tilly then took off her crown and said, all right, I have to go now. She took off the crown and handed it to Egypt, but he was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. He stammered and asked why. The protagonist told him that this was his position, not hers. Egypt looked down at the crown in his hand. Seeing him stare at it for so long, Tilly asked him curiously, that's yours, isn't it? Egypt immediately denied it. No, it's not. The protagonist shook her head helplessly. You're lying again. Egypt also retorted, you lied to me too, Tilly. His words stunned her, and she asked when. Egypt slowly said, it was that day when you said you weren't sure. Tilly was very confused by his words and remained silent. Egypt turned to look at her and smiled. Then he slowly approached Tilly, brushed her hair back with one hand, and then gently called the protagonist's name, Tilly. Egypt continued to get closer to her, their breaths gradually mingling, and he asked her, "Can I kiss you?" Hearing this out-of-the-blue question from Egypt, Tilly looked up at him and said firmly, "No." This refusal stunned Egypt, who asked pressingly, "Then what about just touching lips?" She stared at him blankly, her expression questioning him. "Do you know the difference?" Egypt calmly replied, "Of course I do." The wine made Egypt bolder. He reached out and caressed Tilly's cheek, then kissed her without hesitation. Immediately after, he said, "That was just touching your lips." Then his hand slowly slid down to Tilly's neck, and he said in a probing tone, "This is a real kiss." Egypt's soft lips slowly touched Tilly's. Then Egypt gave her a passionate kiss, containing his sincere feelings for the protagonist. After calming down, Egypt asked Tilly softly, "Tilly, can I ask you something?" She looked up at him and asked, "What is it?" The fire in the fireplace was still burning brightly. Egypt continued, "What did the oracle tell you?" Hearing this, she immediately refused. "I can't talk about that." Egypt sighed, disappointed, and said, "I thought you would tell me if you were drunk." At this point, Tilly stood up and said gently to him, "Oh dear, you're the one who's drunk." And Egypt drunkenly admitted, "You're right, why aren't you drunk?" At this point, Egypt was no longer sober, and he was staggering. At this moment, the protagonist pushed the crown into Egypt's hand and left. Seeing this, he immediately held up the crown and said, "Take it." The protagonist asked in confusion, "No, why?" Egypt, with a sorrowful face, said drunkenly, "If you leave it with me, I'll remember everything that happened today. But since I drank too much, if you take it with you, I'll forget everything." Hearing him say this, Tilly reluctantly had to take the crown back. Egypt, in his drunken state, said to her, "Tilly, I've confessed. I make a wish every year on my birthday." Tilly, a little embarrassed by his words, replied shyly, "I told you not to make wishes anymore." Egypt continued, "But it's just one wish. Can't I just make one wish on my birthday?" Hearing this, she looked at him and then guessed, "What did you wish for? Not that we get married, right?" He bowed his head and sighed, "Hey, marriage." Egypt revealed his wish. "You know, I don't just want to marry you." The protagonist asked in surprise, "Then what?" Then he said, "I hope you will love me." After saying that, he leaned back against the chair and fell asleep. Seeing this, her heart was also in turmoil, not knowing what to say. Tilly quietly walked out of the room. When she reached the door, she turned to look back into the room. Leaning her back against the door, facing the room, she said, "Consider yourself lucky. Your wish came true." Cut to the next morning. The sound of an alarm clock echoed through the room. Tilly woke up, her face pale, and wondered in a panic, "When did I get drunk?" The memory brought her back to the scene of her and Egypt kissing passionately. Her mind was in a daze. That kissing skill was pretty good, worthy of a prince. She slowly sat up, telling herself, "Enough, I can't get any deeper into this." Tilly sighed, trying to calm herself down. Suddenly, her eyes widened, as if she had discovered something. It turned out there was a piece of paper on the floor. She quickly got out of bed and went to the piece of paper. Tilly gently picked up the piece of paper and opened it to read. Unfolding it, the content was, "Once the head and the second daughter leave the mansion, report immediately." After reading it, Tilly angrily clenched the piece of paper, thinking to herself, "Marquis Wajir Asin has sent a spy to this mansion again." Memories flooded back in her mind. The scene was her with her arms crossed, looking at the slave kneeling on the ground in utter terror. Tilly thought to herself, "Even if I only realize this now, it's meaningless." The man in black kept begging, "Please spare my life, my lady. I will immediately return to my hometown," and before the person could finish, she interrupted, "No need, just continue doing what you're doing." Then she gave a friendly smile and said, "Just like a double agent." Tilly thought to herself, according to the original plot, Marquis YGRA Sin will try to assassinate Julian when he and Loena are together, the one who will become the sole heir of Duke Remitio. She imagined a person in white being pierced by an arrow, while the other girl was in desperate agony. Marquis YGRA, Sin, and Julian belong to opposing political factions. And because Loena will awaken special powers, there is no reason for Julian, the leader, to continue living. That girl cried silently in pain. The main plot of the story is just to push Loina to awaken her special powers. Back in reality, Tilly was still hesitating and thinking, now with my existence, I'm afraid that even Loina will be eliminated by that person. At this moment, she recalled the happy moments she had with the little girl. After all, Loina is not the sole heir. But everyone thinks I will awaken the special healing ability because I received the prophecy first. Then, she remembered the sinister faces of Marquis, YGRA, his Sin, and his daughter. For Marquis, YGRA, Sin, who wants his daughter to become the Empress of the Empire, Loina could become an obstacle. Tilly's face was serious as she thought to herself that she could probably prevent this assassination, but she sighed, thinking so much was too tiring. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside, and she said, "Come in." The person knocking turned out to be Mia Harrison and Loina. Mia Harrison smiled and said to her, "Long time no see, my lady." Tilly was very surprised by the appearance of the two. She called out in a daze, "Nanny?" She smiled and said to Tilly, "I originally intended to arrive in time for His Highness's birthday, but I only arrived this morning because the carriage broke down on the way. That's why I couldn't contact you." Nanny noticed that Tilly's expression seemed unusual, so she approached her and asked suspiciously, "My lady, what is this smell?" Tilly immediately avoided her gaze and said nonchalantly, "What smell? I don't know what you're talking about." Then, the nanny smelled the alcohol on her and immediately asked, "Oh my goodness, how much did you drink last night?" Tilly replied, "I drank until I was happy. That's enough. Besides, it was Egypt's coming-of-age party yesterday." Loina snuggled up to Harrison and asked Tilly curiously, "Sister Tilly, did you two kiss?" The little girl's question stunned Tilly, leaving her speechless, as if she had been hit right where it hurt. Then, she blushed and denied it. "Kiss? What are you talking about? How could we have kissed?" Hearing her say this, Loina looked at her blankly and said, "We didn't kiss? Egypt said he was going to kiss you on his birthday." Hearing the little girl say this, Tilly was angry in her heart, thinking to herself, "So this was a premeditated plan?" Tilly could only force a laugh with the little girl. Did Egypt say that?" The nanny quietly stepped out of the room, closing the door behind her. Having been with Tilly for a long time, looking at her expression, Harrison sighed, immediately guessing that they must have kissed. "Isn't it too obvious? Look at the state my lady is in." She helplessly put her hand to her forehead, thinking she never imagined her beloved lady would get drunk and cause trouble. Seeing Harrison's helpless action, Loina crossed her arms and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Sister Tilly never tells me anything." The nanny smiled and comforted the little girl. "My lady probably feels that it's all in the past. Let's just wait and see." Loina immediately retorted, "How can we wait? She's always leaving the mansion, and my parents and even you, Nanny, don't get to talk to her." The little girl continued in a hurt voice. Harrison stroked the little girl's hair, gave Loina a warm smile, and said, "That's because we believe that my lady will return. This is also the only thing we can do." Mia put her hands on her hips again, nodded, and looked at Loina with a happy smile. "We can't send someone to follow her to find out what she's doing, can we?" Loina looked at her again, confused, and asked, "Why not?" The nanny replied gently, "Because my lady runs very fast. That's a special ability she's had since she was little." Then she hummed a little tune. Before them was the magnificent sight of the royal palace, the splendid castle where Loina lived. After humming for a while, the nanny said to the little girl, "All right, now let's go down for dinner." In the dining room, on the long dining table were laid out many delicious dishes. Loina sat opposite the two. Suddenly, the nanny spoke up. "I plan to stay here until Lady Tilly's coming-of-age party is over." She seemed a little surprised. "That long? Aren't you going back? What about your husband?" Tilly seemed very worried about her. In contrast to her surprise, the nanny smiled happily and said, "He's not a child. He can take care of himself. My lady's upcoming coming-of-age party is more important. There are so many things to prepare." Holding a fruit fork, Tilly suddenly sighed. "I don't see the point in any of that." She seemed completely uninterested in the party. The nanny was very surprised. "In any case, it's your coming-of-age party." Tilly casually ate her fruit and replied to reassure the nanny, "Yes, yes." She thought to herself, "By my calculations, How old am I really now? The nanny's call interrupted her train of thought. My lady, have you finished writing the guest list yet? Tilly was silent, not knowing how to answer her. Before she could even answer, the nanny said anxiously, at this rate, my lady's coming-of-age party will be here soon. Anyway, the Duchess called me here because Duke Remigio intends to invite everyone he knows. Mia talked nonstop, as if she wasn't tired at all. Tilly said calmly, I'll leave the scale of the party up to you. The nanny was still a little worried about her decision. My lady might regret it. Are you sure there's no one you want to invite? She still replied calmly. Is there? The nanny called out helplessly, my lady. Tilly gently held the fork, her mind seemingly made up. She said firmly, I will write the invitations. The rest is up to you, nanny. Loina sat next to the nanny, a fork in her mouth, listening silently to their discussion, not knowing what to say. The nanny asked, puzzled the rest. We still have to decide whether to hold it indoors or outdoors. The theme of the decorations, what style of dress you'll wear, and where to have it tailored. The nanny listed off a series of things Lee had to choose and decide on. Lee, with a throbbing headache, replied wearily, That's right, so don't be too strict. We still have more than 6 months. Yesterday's crown prince investiture ceremony was tiring enough. So can we think about this another day? The nanny sighed, gently swirling the water in her glass, and said, All right, but I need the guest list by tomorrow at the latest. Lee had already made up her mind. The person she wanted to invite, I think there's one person. At some point, Lee had put on that wig and appeared in Say's coffee shop. After taking a sip of coffee, she suddenly paused and said in surprise, Oh my goodness, this coffee is actually delicious. Did you think it would always be terrible, miss? Say sprayed some hairspray on his hair, looking at her silently, thinking to himself, what is she up to? She gently placed the coffee cup down and said seriously, My friend, I need to ask you for a favor. This concerns your real line of work. He looked at her with a cold gaze and asked, What is it? She said without hesitation, I need you to forge 5 identities for me. Say was startled. 5? Are you planning to run away from home? She immediately dismissed his thought. My family can never fall. What reason would we have to run away? Say said, I'm relieved to hear you say that. She continued to instruct him. I need the identities of 2 men and 3 women. All of them must be commoners. If anyone comes to the coffee shop asking about them, just say they came here looking for work. Then give them the money and identification papers and take them to a place where no one can find them. And I also need you to take care of them for 5 years. All expenses can be taken from my account. Say hesitated. Creating new identities for them is no problem, but providing for them for 5 years will cost a great deal of money. She said decisively, Don't worry about the money. I have my ways. Say asked in stunned amazement, What? Are you planning to buy a piece of land or something? Tilly lifted her coffee cup and chuckled softly. No matter what piece of land I buy, it can produce gold and jewels. I'm just that blessed with incredible luck, she answered confidently to S.O. Feel free to make use of the financial resources of this lucky owner. She gently pushed her chair back to stand up, a smug smile on her lips. You've helped me with this, so I have other matters to attend to. Say suddenly shot up, hastily grabbing her hand to pull her back. Miss. He raised his hand again. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to ask this. Tilly asked, puzzled, what is it? When are you going to take off that wig? Why do you ask? Our contract clearly states that you are not allowed to try and find out my identity. He smiled, scratching his cheek with a slightly embarrassed look. All right, I absolutely won't betray you. If you want to know, why don't we draw up another contract? But that would make it hard for you to earn money. It would be very, very difficult. Now, raise your hands and back away. Don't talk to me like that. In another courtyard, Ilana was sitting, seemingly waiting for someone. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The person who arrived was Lee, wearing a black cloak. Ilana quickly stood up. It's been a while, my lady. Tilly reached up and removed the hood of her cloak. A few cups of tea were neatly arranged on the table. Yes, Helena said, this is tea made from flowers I picked and dried myself. Please try some. Tilly didn't stand on ceremony. Oh, really? Thank you. She gently lifted the teacup and took a sip. It's delicious. Helena smiled. I'm glad you like it. May I give you a gift? That would be wonderful. Helena forced a smile. Lady Lee, tell me, why did you want to have tea with me alone? She thought to herself, we have no connection. Why would she want to talk to me privately? The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Lee suddenly spoke up. What are your thoughts on the Guardian? Helena was very surprised, not understanding what Lee wanted to ask. What do you mean? Just tell me your honest thoughts. It's just the 2 of us here. Helena pressed. Is it because of what I said to His Highness a few days ago? Lee remained silent. Helena quickly continued. I admit I was a bit rude then. I will apologize to His Highness at once. Teely suddenly called out loudly, Hiluna, YGRA, sin. Her whole body trembled, a little frightened. Teely looked at her sternly and said, I asked for your thoughts on the Guardian. Why do you keep bringing up the past? Hiluna slumped into her seat, stammering, I don't understand what you want to ask. I remember saying I wanted to hear an honest answer, Teely said. Hiluna was silent. In response to Teely's expectation, Hiluna then said, I believe they are a part of this world. She closed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, That is my thought. Teely asked her sincerely, Do you want to become a part of this world? Hiluna's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Teely. Of course, I do, she replied decisively. If it is a path that can help the YGRA Asin family escape its downfall. Hiluna tilted her head to look at Teely, which made Teely feel that she was still wary of her because she wanted to become the crown princess. Hiluna clasped her hands tightly and said, The YGRA Asin family has no intention of opposing the royal family or the house of Duke Ramitio. In short, we guarantee our loyalty and only wish to restore a part of the glory we once had. Teely asked, What does it mean to promise loyalty? To become a member is just to be a member. The real world is not about good or evil. It's about human nature. The image of Hiluna's father pulling the strings behind everything gradually appeared before Teely's eyes. Hearing this, Hiluna shot up, her chair falling backward. She asked Teely anxiously, Are you targeting my family? Despite this, Teely still lifted her teacup and said calmly, Dulien or Peleus might eavesdrop, but I don't. Hiluna couldn't believe this was Lady Teely and said, What is this all about? Hearing this, Teely gently set down her teacup and called out, Hiluna. She looked at Hiluna and said, Do you want to die with your family? Or do you want to sacrifice the house of YGRA Sin to save yourself? Looking at Hiluna's anxious expression, Teely thought to herself, After Marquis YGRA Sin masterminded the assassination of Du Lian, his family was stripped of its noble title and entire fortune. After that, no one knew what Hiluna did. Teely believed that no one was interested in the prophet's prophecy, and even less did anyone care about what would happen next. She asked Hiluna, You once said the Guardians are a part of this world, right? That's right. There are 3 families that bear the duty of protecting this world. No matter what happens, they must continue to exist. She added, But on the other hand, this also means that there will be no other changes. Hiluna asked in astonishment what? Teely said, Our generation is the Guardian. The previous generation has trained their successors, so they are no longer needed. This means that if they have 2 heirs, it's no problem at all if one of them disappears. Hiluna asked worriedly, How can that be? Who would do such a thing? Teely replied, It could be Marquis YGRA Sin. This left Hiluna stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. She asked, trembling, You mean my father? But Teely said nothing more, only telling Hiluna that the tea was finished and she would switch to coffee. Hiluna immediately agreed. Hiluna bowed her head and thought, A part of the world is merely a part. The world doesn't belong to justice or evil, but to human nature. She thought again, Could this be my father's intention? She seemed not to believe it, even feeling it was impossible. After all, her father disliked Duke Ramitio. Teely handed the teacup to Hiluna, saying, Here is your tea. Hiluna immediately replied, Oh, all right, thank you. Hiluna took the teacup with trembling hands, thinking to herself that her father was the mastermind behind the Duke Ramitio incident. She thought anxiously, This is truly a gamble. If that's the case, my family will. She said to Teely, in the worst-case scenario, If necessary, I will kill my father to stop him. She clenched her hands, trembling slightly, thinking to herself that there was no other way. Lady Teely has received a prophecy, so she must know something. Otherwise, why would she say such a thing? Teely quickly cut off Hiluna's train of thought, saying, There's no need for that. But Teely said, My father, Dulien, he'll be fine, because my younger sister will awaken her healing ability. Teely said, That is that child's destiny. Hiluna said in astonishment, What? Did you also receive a prophecy? But Teely said, Who said the prophecy foretold that I would be the one to awaken? Hiluna couldn't help but be stunned. Oh. Then she asked doubtfully, Then, Teely, what is the reason you came to find me today? Teely looked at Iluna and smiled. She said, I want to do everything in my power to save you. Iluna was extremely shocked after hearing this and asked again, what? Teely continued, I want to change fate. And you, Iluna, are my test subject. She gently brought the teacup to her lips, then added, if things go smoothly, you can save yourself and you won't lose your loved ones. Iluna was extremely anxious, unable to speak a word. As for Teely, she advised Iluna to listen carefully to what she was about to say. Iluna stood up, stumbling away from the tea table. Teely watched Iluna's retreating back, thinking to herself, was I just blinded by anger? I thought I was being quite tolerant. Only for Iluna to smile back at Teely, admitting she had been a bit rude. Perhaps after His Highness returns, I should apologize immediately. Teely sighed, thinking to herself that Iluna had no remorse at all. Suddenly, Teely saw someone walking towards where she was sitting. The person took off their hood and looked towards Teely. Teely was shocked to find it was Igit and asked in surprise, what are you doing here? I thought you were away for training. Hearing this, Igit smiled and replied, I never gave up. Teely was even more surprised. What? And she said, wait, so why are you really here? Igit then said, I took some leave, staying at our summer villa on the outskirts of the capital. Teely seemed to understand, saying, so, you're on vacation? He replied softly, that's right. I asked my father for a 3-month leave as a coming-of-age gift, but it's really boring being alone. Teely was a bit confused by this and said, what? Igit, however, smiled brightly, holding a bouquet of purple flowers, and said to Teely, so, can you keep me company? Teely looked at Igit's bouquet in confusion and asked, what is this all about? Igit said cheerfully, I prepared a special gift for you. He added, I realized I've given you many kinds of flowers before, but never roses. I think purple roses suit you more than red ones. Teely sighed wearily and replied, this isn't important. You really don't need to give me these things. Hearing this, Igit said, don't be like that. Teely then asked Igit, did you see Lady Iluna when you came in? He said, yes, she was having a hard time walking, so I helped her into her carriage. Teely immediately chided Igit, you're just too soft. Igit, however, retorted to Teely, you should say I have a chivalrous demeanor. Besides, I had my face covered. She probably didn't recognize me. Teely said angrily, that's exactly what I'm talking about. In the case she didn't recognize you, why were you still so nice to Iluna? You should have received her apology. Igit gave a wry smile. It's all right, don't worry. I promise I won't be so soft again. Teely could only give in and listen to Igit, saying, you're always like this. He said, and you always treat me like a child. Teely quickly retorted, that's because in my eyes, you're still a child. Suddenly, Igit reached out his finger and gently brushed it across Teely's lips, asking, is that so? Then he looked straight at her and asked, do children do this? Teely bit her lip lightly. She asked Igit, didn't you say you forgot about that? Igit smiled brightly, resting his chin on his hand. His cheeks flushed as he said to Teely, how could I ever forget my first kiss? Hearing this, Teely asked, you intended to kiss me from the start, didn't you? He immediately affirmed loudly that he did. She asked again, then you must still remember the last thing I said to you that day, right? Igit knew exactly what Teely was talking about and replied that of course he remembered. Teely let out a helpless sigh, which made Igit worry, and he quickly asked if she was angry. Teely immediately replied that she was just rambling. Even so, Igit cheerfully confessed to Teely, I was really drunk that time. I only heard half of it before I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I thought it was a dream. After hearing this, Teely thought to herself, I should have kept my mouth shut. Igit quickly said, but I'm sure it wasn't a dream. That's why I came here to see you. She turned her head away angrily and asked, if it really was a dream, what would you have done? Igit replied, then I would have just pretended it never happened. Teely said nothing after hearing this. Suddenly, Igit suggested, how about we just pretend it was only a dream? She couldn't help but be skeptical and quickly asked, what would that change? Igit shrugged his shoulders and said happily, it means that next time I can have my first kiss with you again. Hearing what Igit just said, Teely buried her face on the table in embarrassment, thinking to herself, when it comes to you, I lose. Seeing her with her face on the table like that, he worriedly called out, Teely, are you okay? She immediately said, I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me anymore. He asked if she wasn't going to go with him. She immediately replied, no, I'm never going out with you again. Igit said nothing in response. Then he gently placed the flower in her hair, startling her. Teely asked Egit in surprise what he was doing. He immediately apologized, asking, "Are you awake now?" Teely said angrily. Egit pretended not to hear, still cheerfully asking her if she was cute. This made her think to herself that he was truly an idiot. Egit gently praised Teely, "You're the most beautiful woman in the world." This made Teely feel embarrassed by Egit's spontaneous compliments. He also said, "Even without the flower, you are still very beautiful." Teely asked Egit helplessly, "What do you really want?" He didn't understand Teely's meaning and asked, "What do you mean?" She said, "I asked very clearly, do you want me to go with you that badly?" She confessed, "I like you too," but she added, "I don't want to lose a friend like you because of these feelings." Then she took the flower from her hair. Egit felt a little sad after hearing this. Then he said to Teely, "I don't want to marry you anymore. Of course, I have special feelings for you too, but we don't necessarily have to be bound by marriage or status." Teely's expression also showed a hint of sadness. She said to him, "If you were going to say things like that, you shouldn't have given me this in the first place." Egit said, "I don't care whether you awaken or not." He added, "Indeed, if fate had chosen for you to awaken your ability, I would have actively expressed these feelings." Teely fell in a thought upon hearing this, not knowing how to respond. He said again, "Even if they return safely after the battle with the evil spirits, no one knows how long they will live after using their powers." Egit clasped his hands together and said, "If that's the case, I just want to live happily with you for the rest of our lives." He also said, "To me, this is what I care about most, but I understand you're not the same. I know I'm not your first choice." He also confessed, "But that's okay. I will give you the freedom you want, so please don't avoid me." Teely said sadly, "Who said I was planning to run away?" Egit quickly apologized, saying, "If that caused a misunderstanding, what I mean is wherever you go, I will follow you." And the words, "I will follow you forever," were like a solemn vow from Egit to Teely. In the castle, Teely walked with heavy thoughts, unable to stop thinking about the purple roses. "I should have taken them." Then she remembered Egit's words, "Just don't avoid me." Teely sighed helplessly, not expecting to have left it there. Suddenly, Teely heard a noise from a distance. She turned her head to look and saw Egit training with the soldiers. She thought to herself, "When did he get here? He doesn't seem to care about himself at all, especially after what he did to me." She recalled her conversation with him yesterday. He said that people didn't know he was in the capital, so he asked if she could let him stay at her house. Egit saw Teely and walked towards her. He asked, "Did you come to train too?" She replied, "No. I came to watch Loina train because my mother isn't free today." Egit cheerfully asked why she didn't watch him train, but she quickly replied that she had already said she only came to watch Loina train. He told her that he was sure if she participated directly, it would be a great experience for Loina. Suddenly, Loina saw Egit and Teely talking. She approached the two of them. Loina excitedly asked Teely, "Are you joining in too?" She continued, "I want to watch. Please show me." Teely pondered. They hadn't dueled since they were 15. She thought again. In the end, they had adjusted their training sessions to suit each person's skills after completing the basic training course. She fondly recalled the days of training with Egit, as if only a few days had passed. He never changed his expression. Truly the one chosen to protect the world, she thought. Even so, fighting a trained knight and fighting an evil spirit are still different. She accepted Loina's offer. Then she said, "Let's give it a try." Egit held his shield, ready to fight Teely. He softly asked if she had finished warming up. She thought to herself, "He looks like he can see through everything." Teely thought, "Perhaps he has always been this kind of person," then gently raised her sword, getting ready. A magnificent, ancient-style building came into view. In the room, Loina's eyes sparkled, full of anticipation and excitement for her sister's performance. Behind her, two young men were whispering about Teely that I don't think Lady Teely will use a sword. Doesn't she still practice regularly? She just practices alone as usual. At this moment, both of them seemed ready. Her gaze was fixed on Egit standing opposite her, and he also entered the final stage of preparation to challenge her. Egit was suddenly startled by her unexpected action, his eyes wide with astonishment. Teely just went all out, attacking him relentlessly. Her eyes were sharp, her expression unusually stern. Egit thought to himself, "Is she planning to fight me for real?" but she must know that she can't defeat me with strength alone. The sword in her hand was now also under considerable pressure from Egit, causing her to tremble slightly. Knowing Egit's far from simple strength made her hesitate a little. Noticing this abnormality, Teely didn't want to sit back and wait to be defeated, falling into a passive position. She stepped back, then boldly stomped on Egit's foot with her own. As for this unexpected move from Teely, he seemed completely unprepared for it. Egit was stunned for a moment. Seizing the opportunity before her, Teely attacked him without hesitation. The sword in her hand was thrown away just like that. Teely charged towards Egit empty-handed. She clenched her fist and punched straight at him. With his extremely fast reflexes, Egit blocked this incredibly surprising attack from Teely. Unable to understand her unusual actions and not wanting to let Teely continue her attack, Egit called for a stop. This caused her fist, which was hurtling towards him, to stop as well. The people outside, who had been very excited about this match, all showed expressions of confusion and astonishment when they heard Egit say stop, especially Loina. Egit looked at her with surprise and a hint of worry, instructing, Teely, you can't just throw your sword away during a fight. I really don't understand why. Teely's face was emotionless, her gaze no longer on him, as she replied bluntly, the things we have to fight are evil spirits, not people. If it breaks through your defense, what do we do? Teely said seriously. Her attitude today seemed much stranger than usual. Egit said nothing after hearing this, just looked at her, silent. His arm holding the shield also tightened, as if he had made a decision after hearing her words that let's continue. If you break through my defense, I'll consider it my loss. Egit replied, his expression finally returning to one of determination, seriously continuing the duel with her. Teely also didn't hesitate. She picked up her sword and continued to fight. The two took their stances again, preparing for the next round. After a fierce exchange, neither was willing to give in. The surrounding crowd endlessly praised the fighting abilities of both. Little Loina had been watching the match most intently from the beginning. She thought to herself with a hint of worry, she's more like his teacher than a friend. Hearing this, the two men standing behind also nodded in admiration, showing their agreement with the little girl's thought. At this point, Egit also seemed exhausted. His forehead was drenched in sweat, but Teely was still unfazed. Finally, the tip of Teely's sword was pointed straight at Egit's chest without hesitation. Egit was completely overwhelmed by Teely. He hesitantly replied, I admit defeat. He stood up in front of Teely, his heart filled with a sense of failure. He remembered what she had said earlier. The fight we must fight is with evil spirits. This sentence made Egit reconsider his training methods. It seemed he had been too confident. She's right. I have to change the way I train. Seeing the clear calluses on his hand from holding a sword for too long, Loina walked over and asked, What's wrong, Egit? It's nothing. He immediately brushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, ruffled the little girl's hair, and replied with a smile. Loina asked blankly, are you done already? Yeah. Egit quickly replied, so the little girl wouldn't worry. How disappointing, Egit suddenly said, causing Loina to stare at him in surprise at his words. Loina couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong? Is it because you lost? No, it's not that, Egit replied. At this moment, Egit's mood was very complicated. He felt extremely frustrated, but not because he lost, but because of Teely. Because even when training with him, she wasn't looking at him at all. The training session for that day ended. The sun set, and twilight enveloped the entire castle. From within the castle, a voice called out, Loina, happy early birthday. The little girl smiled happily, her face unable to hide her joy and excitement, mixed with the surprise everyone had for her. This is a late gift for you. Teely, holding a small sword, looked at him and said. Taking the gift from her hand, Egit's eyes couldn't leave it. He softly said his thanks, his hand still tightly gripping the sword. So where's the ruby? The one you bought. Who did you give it to? The previous gift Teely had given Egit was already very special, which made Loina even more curious about the ruby. She stared at Teely, waiting for an answer. Teely gently lowered her voice, her eyes seeming to want to avoid something. She slowly replied, R.A. Dan. In Loina's memory, the image of R.A. didn't attract much of her attention. Whenever someone mentioned his name, she would only vaguely recall his figured, "Oh, that person." Seeing Loi Na stammering, Igit pinched her cheek reproachfully. "That person? You were closer to him than to me when you were little." Despite having her cheek pinched, she didn't stay silent, but retorted, "But that was when we were little. I don't even remember." At this moment, Teely suddenly spoke up. "You'll see him again soon." "When?" the little girl asked curiously. "Perhaps when the evil spirits reappear." Loina was surprised by the words she heard from her sister. Teely continued, "Don't rely too much on your special ability. It will consume your energy, and when your energy is depleted, it will devour your life force." In a little girl's heart, the image of Teely was always someone who was very knowledgeable about these things, so she couldn't help but have those questions. "Sister, how do you know so much about special abilities?" Teely smiled at the little girl, then replied gently, "There's a lot of evidence showing that abusing special abilities leads to death, especially the Remigio family. There are many cases of them abusing their healing abilities, so you must be careful. The issue is not just about survival." Loina's expression began to change. After hearing her sister's advice, she seemed to understand something. "Yes," Loina replied. Igit, who had been standing to one side observing, was now constantly thinking about what Teely had just said. Teely is right. During training, I was determined to block every weakness, but my defense still has too many openings. Moreover, wounds caused by evil spirits cannot be healed by healing abilities. I can't shorten Loi Na's and T. Lee's lifespans to heal my own wounds. It seemed that after receiving those enthusiastic early birthday gifts, over the course of an afternoon, Loi Na had quickly leaned against her older sister and fallen asleep. As Teely stroked the little girl's head, she thought to herself, "When did this child become so willful? I think this is all my fault." In principle, Loi Na is the only daughter and the heir of this family. But now, watching her grow up, Teely couldn't help but sigh. "I can't believe Loi Na is already 15. Igit reached out his hand, brushing the strands of hair that covered her face. This sentence had nothing to do with her previous mood, but Igit continued, "I love you, Teely." Igit's gaze was the same as always, still as gentle as ever, never leaving her. From when they were children until now, that gaze had never changed. This only made her feel more awkward. She thought to herself, "Why is he like this? This must be my fault too." She thought Igit's gaze would never receive a response from her. Teely avoided his gaze, turning away, and replied, "Yes, I know." The scene changes, and today's main character, Loina, appears. She wore a pristine white dress, with a small tiara on her head. Loina's face beamed with a smile, her cheeks flushed with happiness. The people around her said in unison, "Loina, happy birthday. Make a wish before you blow out the candles." The birthday cake was decorated with sparkling candles, just waiting for her to blow them out. Watching Loina closing her eyes and making a heartfelt wish, Teely smiled gently. She turned away, thinking to herself, perhaps Loi Na's wish will come true. Before them was a lavish, elaborately prepared feast. "I can't believe my little daughter is already 15. I should have brought her home when she was little. Now she's really grown up," Peleus remarked, raising his wine glass. Witnessing this scene, another father, Dulien, who also deeply loved his daughter and was known for his integrity, immediately retorted, "Why would you take my daughter away?" Peleus said in a reproachful tone, "You already have 3 little ones, don't you? You can lend me your daughter." At this point, Dulien no longer cared about anything else. As soon as his children were mentioned, he would absolutely not allow anyone to take his daughter away. "I will absolutely not let you take her away." Teely sat listening to their conversation, suddenly remembering what Peleus had just said to Loina, a sentence that made her think. Thinking back, Peleus never asked if she wanted to be his daughter. Just as she was troubled by the chaotic thoughts in her head, Peleus's voice startled her back to reality. "Teely." Peleus, holding a plate of cake, affectionately offered it to her. Teely quickly took the plate from his hand, saying thank you. Although Peleus had never asked if she wanted to be his daughter, he cared for her very much, and of course, there was no lack of special attention from Igit. His father and he both treat me like a child, Teely thought. At this moment, Rosana spoke up, "Loina, regardless, it's time for you to enter high society." Hearing this, not only was the little girl surprised, but even Dulien was stunned. This naturally scared Loina as well. Her face, which had been rosy and cheerful, now turned pale. Rosa-na, seeing her daughter's reaction, couldn't help but ask curiously, is this not appealing enough? To avoid the matter, Loina gave a reason that convinced everyone. My sister and Igit already had their coming-of-age ceremony this year, so it's better to wait until next year. Teely looked at the little girl in surprise, hesitantly replying, that makes sense. As if to make her reason more convincing, Loina continued, holding too many big events at the same time is not good at all. Besides, if we start preparing now, we won't be able to prepare thoroughly before winter. So, let's just have my debutante party with a year-end party. Everyone felt she had a point, so all eyes turned back to her, as if waiting for some kind of answer. Teely suddenly fell silent, and no one around said anything. All attention focused on her, which surprised her. Why is everyone looking at me? Then she understood the reason. My coming-of-age ceremony is this fall. I guess my coming-of-age and Loina's debutante party might fall on the same day. Thinking this, she said softly, if that's what you want. At your own debutante party, you should be the center of all attention. Teely smiled in agreement with the little girl's decision, and Loina was so happy that her eyes lit up because her older sister understood her thoughts. According to tradition, Loina's debutante party should have been held in the winter. This is probably the result of spoiling the child too much, Teely thought to herself. Igit appeared with a gentle smile, holding a small blue gift box. Look, Loina, this is your birthday present. Loina happily took the gift from her brother's hand, her face beaming with a happy smile. When she opened Igit's gift, joy and surprise were evident on her face. Wow, it's a pair of earrings very similar to Teely's. I'm sure that by the time you make your debut in high society, you'll definitely have your ears pierced, Igit said. Loina happily thanked Aegis. Looking at the earrings in the little girl's hand, Teely unconsciously remembered her own previous earrings. Are they similar to the ones he gave me? Loina will get her ears pierced next month. In her mind, the little girl's adorable face appeared, her sparkling eyes as if begging for a small wish. I want earrings exactly like my sister's. Perhaps Loina used that expression to get Igit to buy her those earrings. I guess I have to wear the earrings Igit gave me last month. Sigh, he's so troublesome. At this moment, her inner thoughts were in turmoil, but on the outside, Teely still had to maintain a smile to ensure Loina's birthday party today went smoothly. Igit's gaze had always been following her. He watched Teely and Loina chatting happily, and that joy unconsciously spread to him. This is a gift from Dan. A gift in a red box was presented to the little girl. Loina looked at the box in surprise and asked for me. Opening the box, inside was another pair of earrings, given to her as a birthday present. Next to it was a small piece of paper. It was unclear what was written on the paper, but Loina read it very carefully. Teely, standing beside her, saw the gift and couldn't help but burst out laughing. You men all think alike. That's not it. The earrings Dan gave are to prepare for her debut in high society. Igit spoke up. Looking at the gift in her hand, the little girl's expression changed slightly. It was no longer the radiant, happy smile from before. Now, a hint of sadness crossed her face. When will I get to see him? Dan will return after the second prince awakens his power. Dillian replied softly, he won't come, Loina said. Dan said he has to manage the Water Kingdom. After all, he is still a vassal of the evil queen. She was the one whose expression always soured whenever R.A. Dan was mentioned. She always felt sad whenever she had to recall the image of R.A. Dan, and this time was no different. It's not that he can't come, it's just that he doesn't want to. R.A. Dan, Igit, and Loina had all changed. We have to wait until the third guardian awakens before we can see him again. The prophet is the first guardian. The second and third guardians must awaken. When the third guardian awakens, a formal meeting will be convened to prepare for the battle with the evil spirits. In other words, we won't see R.A. Dan again until we meet on the battlefield. At this point, Peleus also spoke up. It might be a bit difficult for Loina, but Igit and Teely have to make a trip to the neighboring country, since you are both adults now. In the current situation, we can't have both of you leave the Empire at the same time, but it would be better if one of you visited the neighboring country. Igit was overjoyed to hear this. He seemed to want to give this opportunity to her and was about to speak when Teely stopped him and refused. No, Igit, you should be the one to go. Igit asked in confusion, don't you miss Dan? Teely replied calmly, just because I miss him doesn't mean I would be a more suitable envoy. Besides, it would be more beneficial for you to go. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. No one said a word, just looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense. To break the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, T. Lee spoke up. She smiled and continued gently. Besides, who knows, maybe Dan will come here. Don't new envoys get sent every year? At this, everyone in the room relaxed and continued their conversation. T. Lee is right. Maybe the boy will come. He's a grown man now. Pelia said that I've also prepared a coming-of-age gift for him. Maybe I should write and invite him over. Not wanting to make everyone's relationships more tense, Dulian said, changing the subject to the main topic of the day. Very well. Now I have this other gift I want to give to Loina, but I couldn't bring it here. Hearing her father talk about this gift, Loina shot up like a spring. She asked curiously, what is it? A carriage just for you, Dulian replied, his face filled with joy and excitement. As if not believing what she had just heard, the little girl asked again, a carriage just for me? Does that mean I can go out by myself from now on? Of course, but for the first few times, you must go with me, all right? Yes, father. Everyone, please use my carriage to go out. Rosanna smiled at her daughter, then urged, my love, why don't you go out on your father's day off? I'll go with you next time. Hearing this, Lina was a little disappointed and sad. Her gaze now turned towards her older sister, as if wanting to ask something. Tilly seemed to guess her thoughts and smiled, comforting her younger sister's sadness. I'm sorry, Lina. I'm not sure if I can go either. Although she already knew the answer, hearing her sister's reply still made the little girl feel disappointed. I understand. A moment later, Tilly suddenly stood up and asked to be excused for a moment. Please excuse me for a few minutes. Seeing Tilly leave, Lina immediately winked at Egypt, signaling for him to go with Tilly. Receiving Lina's signal, Egypt also asked to be excused. I'll be excused as well. Once outside, he didn't know which way she had gone. To be sure, Egypt asked a nearby maid, where did Tilly go? The maid bowed her head and replied, Sir, she went to her room with her maid. She wanted to adjust her belt. Egypt found it strange. Her belt? Yes, sir, the maid replied. As he walked towards the room, Egypt thought curiously. That's strange. Tilly's belt looked perfectly fine. Arriving in front of her room, a sound from behind the door caught his attention. Then go right away with your younger brother. Just go see the owner of the Mio Cafe. That person will give you a fake identity and money to escape. Hearing this, Egypt couldn't help but be stunned. What? A fake identity and money to escape? In the spacious and magnificent courtyard, the sound from behind the door echoed out. The door slowly opened, revealing the back of a girl who looked like Tilly Mateo. Then go right away with your younger brother. Go see the owner of the Mozart Cafe. He will give you a fake identity and money to escape. At this moment, Egypt, standing outside, had heard the entire conversation, his face aghast, his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. What? A fake identity and money to escape? He hid beside the door, those words swirling in his mind. The Mio Cafe, is that where Tilly is secretly hiding? If she gets caught, it probably won't be a big problem, right? The voice in the room whispered, My lady, if it weren't for you, the Count would. Standing outside, he clenched his fists, feeling frustrated for not being able to hear clearly. He thought to himself, what the hell are they talking about? Suddenly, a light breeze blew past him. He turned his head and found it was the wet nurse. He jumped in surprise. The wet nurse saw him and also turned pale with fear, stammering, Your Highness. Tilly came out, not understanding why Egypt was there. The wet nurse beside her bowed her head and asked to be excused. She was very surprised to see him and asked, What are you doing here? He replied, Sorry, I was about to knock. Curious about what had just happened, he spoke up and asked, Did you have something you wanted to say to the maid? Tilly replied, No, I just asked her to help me adjust my dress. Hearing that, he gave a slight smile and said to her, It's just a daily matter. No need to pay it too much mind. If you're that concerned, I can help you adjust it. Hearing these words, her expression darkened, and she said, Stop it. I know you have other intentions. Hearing her say that, he burst out laughing. Oh my, you found me out. Tilly said angrily to him, Stop teasing me. He smiled on the outside, but his heart was worried about the earlier matter. What are you thinking, Tilly? First, I need to investigate the owner of the Mio Cafe. They both entered the room. Seeing that Egypt seemed very happy, she thought to herself, it seems he didn't hear anything. But she didn't know that he had heard everything. She turned around, crossed her arms, and asked him, Why did you follow me? The corners of Egypt's mouth still held a gentle smile as he said to her, I think the belt is still fine. Let me help you tie it again. Turn around, Tilly. She obediently listened, turning around for him to tie it. He thoughtfully took the belt and tied it for her. Although her back and waist were cinched a bit painfully tight, she endured it to wear this beautiful dress. After Egypt said he was done, she turned back, her expression slightly shy. He suddenly asked her, "You said Dan will rule the entire kingdom. What do you mean by that?" She sighed and replied, "Oh, Dan once said that after he leaves, he's very worried about his younger siblings." Egypt said, "But you and Lina are also Dan's younger sisters." She immediately replied, "But he has another one." Egypt felt as if 10,000 volts of electricity ran through him. He asked, "What on earth is he thinking?" Tilly said, "Egypt, I can tell you what Dan is thinking, what he wants. But don't you think it would be better to ask him directly?" Egypt hesitated and asked her, "So, you mean you want me to go there to see Dan?" She avoided his gaze, looking elsewhere. "It's best you go see him yourself." She thought to herself, the world Egypt lives in is a world full of good things. In her mind, an image of a tall, majestic, ancient, and somewhat mysterious castle appeared. Therefore, seeing the world that Dan lives in for you would not be a bad experience. He asked her, "Don't you miss Dan?" Hearing that, she lifted her head, her face like a blooming flower, and answered him, "Of course I miss him." He said, "If you miss him that much too, then go see him. I can go another time." Then he suddenly asked Tilly curiously, "If Dan never comes back to us, are you really okay with that?" She smiled and replied, "Respect your friend's decisions." Hearing that, he said, "He's not your friend. Isn't he your brother?" She looked up at him and asked, "Then what should I consider him? One of the four guardians?" "How can you consider them one of the four guardians? After all, there aren't even four of them yet." She crossed her arms and replied in a high voice, "Well, we're still looking, aren't we?" Then he burst out laughing that you've still been recruiting guardians for 15 years. "Because my standards are very high, so I can't just choose anyone." Hearing that, he pointed to himself and asked her, "Then what about me? Can I become one of the guardians?" She looked up at him, the corner of her mouth lifting into a teasing smile. "I don't want a guardian who argues with me all day." He leaned his face close to hers and continued to ask, "So, what about a prince taken as a prisoner? I'm the best hostage you could find." At this moment, she still had her eyes tightly shut, replying, "No need, thank you." She had no idea his face was already so close. Suddenly, he gently placed a kiss on her forehead, making her heart tremble with shock and confusion. "I really can't believe you." At this moment, both of their cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. He smiled brightly and said to her, "Well then, when we go inside later, I'll go kidnap that demon queen." She was still covering her face in embarrassment, but her mouth still asked why. He smiled brightly and replied, "I don't know either. To conquer the world, perhaps." At this moment, one person was scratching their head in embarrassment, while the other was smiling like a flower. The two of them, at this moment, were truly as adorable as could be. She scratched her head and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore." Then Egypt said to her, "Actually, just now when you were adjusting your belt, I thought about kissing the nape of your neck. But I restrained myself and kissed your forehead instead." Hearing that, her face was no longer just red like a tomato, but burning hot, making her want to find a hole to crawl into and hide. She shouted, "You're so annoying." Seeing her like that, he pressed on, "Could it be that you prefer a kiss on the neck? Hey, can you not be so improper?" As Tilly walked, she thought to herself, "He's been here for over a month. How long does he plan to stay? What if the plan runs into trouble because of Egypt?" Her expression was worried, afraid that this plan would be completely ruined because of him. She had calculated every step carefully. No, everything will go smoothly. He won't cause any trouble. Everything will still proceed according to plan. She rubbed her chin, pondering if the plan succeeds. But in the end, nothing changes. What should I do? She looked up out the window, trying to dispel her pessimistic thoughts. Even so, I can't just sit here and wait to die, watching everything happen like this. Egypt stood behind her, his mind also in a turmoil that she's definitely hiding something. Scene change. Egypt's room. A man held a piece of paper, reporting to Egypt, "This is the information we've investigated on the owner of the Mio Cafe." He took the paper, reading every word about Say, that he used to be a member of an intelligence organization. His expression darkened, his heart filled with worry. Why would Tilly choose this guy to work for her? Racho, standing opposite, heard this and immediately replied, his position wasn't high, but he was in that organization for quite a long time. The investigation shows his past has nothing particularly outstanding. We believe he was in the information management department. Racho continued to report. He has recently bought and sold a considerable amount of land. But there are some unusual points. Most of these plots don't have much value and are all deep in the mountains. Hearing this, Egypt asked in surprise, "Do you think he's trying to quietly handle something without wanting to attract attention?" Racho was skeptical. Without attracting attention? Because it's in the mountains? Egypt replied, then said with a laugh, "Other organizations act secretly, but the intelligence organization he used to belong to has a rather good reputation. It doesn't have any criminal record. If you really want to get something from them, in the worst-case scenario, the thing you might get is probably a fake identity." The room suddenly fell silent. Egypt stroked his chin, thoughtfully considering the investigator's words, "a fake identity." Racho continued, "The person who needs to handle everything quietly, without wanting to attract attention, can only be the Duke. Moreover, in the intelligence organization, recruiting outstanding talent is also very common." "Is that so?" Egypt asked. Racho replied, "Yes, his background is not ordinary. But if he does excellent work, I would hire him too. Look at the cafe's revenue. His business skills are really not bad." Egypt didn't answer. He had guessed that Tilly had always been saving money, and now she had a fake identity as well. Thinking of that girl, Egypt was restless with worry. Is she planning to run away? Then, he quickly decided, "Racho, I need to meet him." "The man named Say?" Racho asked. Egypt replied, "That's right." Racho did not refuse. "This is not difficult. But what if Lady Tilly finds out?" Thinking of Tilly's unhappy face, Egypt asked uneasily, "Will she be angry?" Racho wasn't sure. "Who knows? I completely don't understand what she's thinking." He shrugged. "Oh, I remember now. You are one of the investors, so it's not strange to want to know who is working for you." Egypt rubbed his head, sighing helplessly as he listened to the words he was saying that she'll let it go. His eyes became sorrowful. Egypt was clearly always mindful of Tilly's mood. If he let her know everything and she got angry, he would be heartbroken. That was even more frightening. In the magnificent castle, a soft singing voice could be heard from somewhere. Dulian walked happily ahead, followed by a tall man who was looking at him with a puzzled expression. Both were carrying a thick stack of documents. Seeing Du Li An's excessive excitement, the other man spoke up with concern, "Your Grace, I understand you are very much looking forward to the outing with Lady Lina. But please, restrain yourself during the council meeting." Being reminded, Dulian showed a displeased expression. "Why?" "The recent council meetings have only made me furious." "What is this restraint thing?" The other man was speechless, watching him turn and walk away. "Your Grace. Those old geezers. Is there anyone who doesn't want to kill me anytime, anywhere? I, on the other hand, hope." Dulian spoke up. With that, he reached out and pushed the door open. Dulian smiled and greeted, "Good afternoon, gentlemen." The men inside heard the voice and immediately turned their heads. Seeing Du Li in, they were all stunned in astonishment. One of them also replied, "The Duke seems to be in a very good mood today." A red-bearded man pretended to ask, "Could it be that you have some good news?" Dulian sat down in his chair, looked at him, and replied with a smile, "The good news is probably that I won't have to see you tomorrow, because tomorrow is my day off." The other man heard this and laughed loudly, not forgetting to stroke one side of his mustache. "Ha ha ha, I think you're right. You haven't had a rest in a long time. Just enjoy your holiday. We'll only not see each other for one day," he continued. Dulian looked at him, thinking with contempt, "Ah, that disgusting beard." But on the surface, he still replied politely, "For the sake of the Empire, besides continuing to accompany you, what other choice do I have?" He feigned regret. "Taking a day off, I'll miss your beard very much." The other man said, "Oh, I'm so honored. I'll also miss your soft appearance very much." The two sides smiled without smiling. They subtly fought back and forth, making the people beside them break out in a cold sweat. The man beside Dulian saw this and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Your Grace, I think you should restrain yourself a bit instead of starting a fight. Please be patient." Dulian glanced at the person irritably, "But that bastard started it first." The other person sighed, "I think it was you who started it, to be precise." Dulian said, "Just him looking at me is already a provocation." He looked at the man with the mustache, and then said to the person beside him, "I don't like others commenting on my appearance, yet he keeps talking about it endlessly." Seeing the person he hated smiling so happily, Dulian thought to himself, "But why is he smiling so much today?" As the proverb goes, before a person dies, their behavior is often strange. He frowned, looking at the man that if he really wants to die, I hope to be the one to end him myself. The next day, at the residence of Duke Remigio, Tilly paced back and forth in her room. She crossed her arms, seemingly thinking about something. She closed her eyes, one hand on her chin, her mood becoming extremely complicated because she realized that today was that day. The silent Tilly suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if remembering something. Lina stood alone outside. She looked around, not seeing a single person. This is the first time I get to go out in my own carriage, she thought to herself. Mother is busy, and so is Tilly. It's so fun to go out with father. Lina bowed her head, sadly wishing, I just want to go with everyone. Suddenly, someone called her name. Lina saw Tilly appear before her and exclaimed in surprise, Tilly. Tilly smiled at Lina, walked over and hugged the little girl tightly. I'll go with you. Tilly tilted her head and said softly. Hearing that, the little girl replied happily, really? Tilly smiled and nodded. Lina suddenly remembered worriedly, but what about your work? You said you were very busy. Seeing her younger sister's worried expression, she smiled and replied, I've finished it all, so I can go out and play with you. It would be great if you could come along next time too, the little girl said. Tilly reached out and caressed her sister's cheek, promising, then I'll go with you next time too. The two chatted happily. Tilly's hand accidentally touched the jewelry on her sister's ear. Are you wearing earrings? She asked. Lina, have it been found out? Show them off? Yes, these are the earrings Egypt gave you, Seeing her sister so delighted, Tilly also smiled and said, they're beautiful. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached out and hugged them both. Dulian appeared unexpectedly, saying excitedly, my goddess and my princess, come and give your father a hug. Lina turned her head and asked, Father, where did Egypt go? Seeing his daughter wasn't interested in his appearance, Dulian said discontentedly, forget about that kid. Tilly saw this and replied with a smile, Egypt had an urgent matter to attend to. Really? That's strange, Lina said. Hearing this, Dulian immediately retorted, there's nothing strange about it. What's really strange is that kid has been staying at our house for over a month. Hearing her father complain, Tilly thought to herself, father really doesn't like being imposed upon. Lina replied, I guess so. She looked at the two people in front of her and suddenly noticed, Sister Tilly and father are wearing matching clothes today. Finally, Dulian spoke up. All right, let's get in the carriage. The convoy is already waiting outside. Lina happily hummed a tune. Looking at his cheerful daughter, Dulian was extremely satisfied. Do you like this carriage that much, my beloved princess? The little girl replied, because it's my very own carriage, I like it even more. Besides, this is also the first time I've gotten to ride in a carriage for a picnic. After saying that, she laughed with delight. Seeing that her older sister had been silent since getting in the carriage, Lina turned to look at her and called out Tilly. She replied, are you feeling nauseous? Lina asked worriedly. Tilly forced a smile and replied, of course not. We've only just started. The little girl said thoughtfully, then let me crack open the window. Tilly quickly said, open it later, it'll let dust in. That's true, the little girl replied. Dulian heard the two talking and looked at his daughter with concern, asking Tilly, are you okay? You look very pale. She said, yes, I'm fine, just a little nauseous, it's nothing. As they passed through the forest, Dulian, afraid she wasn't well, suggested, do we need to stop for a bit? Tilly politely refused. There's no need. It will be better to rest when we arrive. However, her hands were still clenched tightly, trembling slightly. Tilly thought to herself with a bit of guilt, goodness, I didn't expect it to be so obvious. I hope this passes quickly. Dulian looked at his daughter with some remorse and said, we'll arrive in about 10 minutes. Maybe we shouldn't have gone so far from the beginning. Tilly reached out her pale hand, placed it on Lina's trembling hand, and held it tightly. Seeing this, Dulian was extremely surprised when Tilly suddenly fell towards the little girl. The carriage wheel suddenly tilted, causing the people inside the carriage to be violently thrown about. Dulian immediately turned to shield the two children, Tilly, and he looked at Lina at the same time. The little girl was still safe and sound, but Dulian's back was soaked with a large patch of blood. He reassured the two children, it's okay. Lina saw the blood flowing and panicked. She screamed in fear, Tilly, father's back is bleeding. Hearing that, Tilly immediately turned to him and shouted, Father! The man still smiled at the two of them. It's okay. It hurts a little, but it's just a small wound. Tilly pressed her lips together tightly, saying nothing. She remembered, in the original story, father was not injured protecting us. Suddenly, someone from above looked down panting and shouting, "Your Grace, my lady, is everyone all right?" Tilly looked at the person and said, "If we stay in the carriage, it might be even more dangerous. Therefore, we must get out immediately. Quickly open an exit for us." "Yes, my lady," the person replied. "The carriage door is broken." The man from before looked at them and shouted, "Everyone climb out one by one." "Father." Tilly looked at Du Li-un and called out. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Seeing his daughter get up to get out, Du Li-un helped Lina and then turned to her, "My dear daughter." Immediately after, Tilly was pulled out by the person above. She looked down at the two people still in the carriage. "I'll pull you up. Come on, Lina." Tilly reached out a hand to help the little girl. Lina nodded. But right after that, an arrow flew from nowhere, shooting straight into Tilly's neck. Fresh blood splattered, and she collapsed inside the carriage. Amidst the astonishment of Du Li-un and his daughter, Lina cried out in panic, "Tilly." Du Li-un tremblingly supported her head, shouting, "My child." Tilly passed out, blood pouring from her neck, soaking a large patch of her clothes. "No!" Du Li-un's eyes widened, looking at his daughter in pain at him. "Why, child? You can't die like this." The people outside shouted a warning. "There's a sniper. Protect the carriage." Helena stood in front of a majestic castle, covered in scratches, with a few drops of blood on her cheek and the corner of her mouth. She frowned, recalling the words Tilly had said to her at the cafe earlier, on the very day Marquis Igrison planned to assassinate them, that "I will send a few people to your place. Use that chance to go to the Imperial Palace. Inform the Emperor or Egypt or anyone about the crimes of Marquis Igrison." Tilly said, "If you pretend you don't know anything, it will be more convincing, and a long-standing charge of conspiracy will also be cleared. That way you won't be an accomplice, nor will you need to be punished." Helena looked worriedly at the girl in front of her. "Then what about my family?" Tilly sighed. "Just emphasize the crimes your father has committed, but for the sake of justice, you cannot follow that path of crime. Then beg them to punish your father, for he has defiled the family name." Helena listened in astonishment to her advice. "Only in this way can you save the house of Marquis Igrison." Tilly shrugged, picking up her coffee cup. "Well, although it won't be the title of Marquis anymore, I will help you maintain your noble status and some assets." But Helena hesitated. Tilly looked at her and continued, "Or would you rather your mother and siblings wander the streets?" Helena bowed her head uneasily, saying nothing. Her mood became complicated. Tilly said, "Furthermore, if my mother, Lady Enfiu, wants to execute Marquis Igrison, you must kneel and beg her to allow you to kill him with your own hands." Tilly's advice sent a chill down her spine. What? Helena couldn't believe it. Could it be that if that happens, I really have to kill my own father? Tilly smiled and said, "No need. Just act weak and cowardly. She is not someone who would make a young lady the same age as her daughter pay for a crime she did not commit. I'm sure she will be lenient and not immediately kill Marquis Igrison," she said. Helena was stunned. Tilly continued, "At the very least, she won't kill him right in front of you." Helena finally understood. "So, what you're trying to tell me is, my father will die for attempting to assassinate the Duke. This is his fate." Tilly didn't answer. Helena's face fell, and she said sadly, "I understand. If things don't go according to our plan, go to the Mio Cafe and say you're looking for a job." Tilly reminded her, as she enjoyed her coffee, "You just need to follow instructions. For the rest, I will arrange a new identity for your family and a plan for you to survive." Helena didn't speak, so Tilly added, "Of course, I can't take care of you for the rest of your life. You still have to find a way to stand on your own 2 feet." The atmosphere became heavy. Tilly didn't forget to say, "Thank you. Your life won't be very comfortable, and things won't be easy. Don't forget that, Helena." Recalling Tilly's earlier instructions, she thought to herself, in the end, everything Lady Tilly said was true. And father indeed sent spies to the Duke's house. Helena clenched her fists. Today he will. 2 guards saw her appear and stepped forward to ask, "My lady, what brings you here?" Helena hurriedly replied, I must tell His Majesty about this immediately." Seeing their slow reaction, she shouted, "Duke Remigio is in danger." Inside the huge mansion, everyone was in urgent discussion. A guard approached and whispered to His Majesty Peleus, "The daughter of Marquis Igrison is here." As soon as the words were spoken, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the people inside all turned to look at the girl. His Majesty Pelias spoke up, "Lady Helena, we are in a meeting. This is no place for you." Helena ignored those words and said urgently, "You must find Duke Remitio immediately." "What are you talking about?" Pelias replied. Helena immediately confessed, "My father is planning to assassinate the Duke today." With that, she knelt down, pleading earnestly, "Your Majesty, please stop my father. Save the Duke, Your Majesty." On the other side, Dulian cried out in pain, "No, my child, you cannot die." Tilly was unconscious, blood still pouring from her neck, soaking her clothes. Dulian held her, crying tragically, "No, you can't, my child." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Dulian instinctively turned his head. Lina stared blankly at the powerful energy in her hands, and she cried out in panic, "Sister!" Dulian stared at the little girl, stunned. "Impossible. Has Lina awakened her powers?" He recalled the conversation in the carriage earlier. "Tilly, are you really okay? You look so pale." She had replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Just a little nauseous. It's nothing." Dulian's heart was filled with suspicion, and he thought to himself, did this child know this was going to happen? But if she knew, why didn't she stop it? Tilly had once warned her father, "If anything happens, please stop Lina." Dulian now understood the reason. Using too much power is no different from selling one's life. Tilly didn't want Lina to shorten her lifespan to save her. He gently laid Tilly down. That's right. Whether Tilly knew this was going to happen or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Dulian turned to the little girl and said, "Lina, listen carefully. We have to save Tilly." He said urgently. Lina's eyes filled with tears. Save Sister Tilly." Dulian continued earnestly, "You are the only one who can save her, Lina." He gripped his daughter's shoulders firmly, instructing, "When I pull out the arrow, use your power to heal your sister." Lina asked again in fear, "My power?" She knew, at this moment, only she could save her sister's life. Lina made up her mind, no longer afraid, her eyes becoming unprecedentedly determined. Immediately after, the blood-soaked arrow was pulled from Tilly's neck. Both of them looked at her worriedly. The little girl quickly used her newly awakened power to heal her sister. A moment later, Dulian exclaimed in amazement, "The bleeding has stopped." He turned to Lina, who was still trying to heal. The little girl prayed silently with worry. Suddenly someone spoke, "Lina." Dulian looked at his daughter and said, "That's enough. You can stop now. Your sister is fine now." "Really?" The little girl tilted her head and asked. Dulian nodded, looking at Lina quietly. "Now we can only hope she will be all right." From outside came the sound of shouting. "The assassin has escaped." Dulian ordered the guard, arrange for some knights to escort Lina, just in case. Her safety must be the top priority. "I will stay here to protect Tilly." Hearing her father say this, the little girl cried out in panic, "Father!" Then he turned around and put his arm around Lina's shoulder. "Tilly can't ride a horse anymore. We must at least get her to a safe place first." Dulian firmly persuaded, "Daughter, you must leave this place. Lina, this is the only way for you to survive. In the future, you still have to fight against the evil spirits." Lina looked at her father with tears in her eyes. The father and daughter said nothing, just hugged each other tightly. Suddenly a shout was heard. A guard exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, it's Knight Rosanna." Rosanna's face was dark as she spurred her horse forward. In the imperial palace, Egypt was earnestly pleading with his royal father, "Please allow me to personally hunt down Marquis Igrison." Pelias stared intently at the paper in his hand and replied, "No." Egypt looked helpless. But Pelias stamped his seal on the paper and ordered, "You will stay in the palace and await my command." "Yes, royal father, I will wait here," he replied. Pelias sighed. A voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, are the Duke and the young lady safe?" Pelias asked. The person immediately replied respectfully, "The Duke and the young lady have returned to the residence with Knight Rosanna." Their carriage exploded. The vehicle overturned. They were ambushed. Egypt was extremely horrified to hear this. He hurriedly asked, "Are there any casualties?" The person replied, "No one was killed, but the Duke and Lady Tilly were injured." Pelias couldn't believe his ears and asked worriedly, "Are they seriously injured?" "The Duke's wound is not serious, but Lady Tilly was hit by an arrow in the throat." Egypt shuddered and asked in horror, "Where was she hit by an arrow? How could this happen?" The person replied, tremblingly. The young lady was hit by an arrow in the throat, but Lady Lina awakened her powers and saved Lady Tilly's life. Both of them looked at the messenger in horror. Pelias helplessly put his hand to his face. So, Marquis Igrison deliberately tried to assassinate Dulien, but the result was Tilly getting shot in the throat with an arrow, and that little girl Lina awakening her powers. He clenched his hand on the table. How could this happen? Damn it all. The messenger saw this and stammered in fear. Your Majesty. Pelias handed a piece of paper to the person opposite him and said, "Tell the Crown Prince this. Tell that kid to take responsibility for investigating this case. Also, send a doctor to the Duke's residence." "Yes, Your Majesty," the person replied. Pelias thought about his son. At least if I give him the responsibility of the investigation, he will keep his cool. As Egypt and Racho were talking, a guard ran up breathlessly to report, Your Highness, Your Highness. His Majesty has given you full authority to investigate this matter, the person said. Egypt sighed and immediately ordered, Racho, first we must capture the assassins. Search the entire forest, seal the city gates. Yes, Your Highness, Racho replied. And what about Lady Helena? Egypt suddenly asked. Her ladyship has returned to the Duke's residence with the knight, Racho said. Hearing this, he decided, then I should go to the Duke's residence first. Before interrogating Marquis Igrison, I need to find enough solid evidence. Racho said nothing. Seeing this, Egypt turned his head and asked, What is it? Is there something you're not satisfied with? Racho replied honestly, This reminds me of 15 years ago. Back then, we also knew who the culprit was, but still had to find evidence. Of course, that time we found the real culprit thanks to the testimony of Lady Martina. It was also because of that incident that we only knew it was due to the prophet's prophecy. Egypt turned away, leaving a sentence behind. Thinking about those things is useless. Racho didn't ask further, understanding the hint. Yes, Your Highness, I will go prepare the carriage right away. I will also cancel your meeting today with the owner of the Mio Cafe. Hearing that, Egypt's footsteps suddenly stopped. Wait, he said, did I ask something wrong? Racho asked. Egypt recalled what Racho had just said. Back then, we also knew who the culprit was but still had to find evidence. He thought to himself, if I didn't know Marquis Igrison was the culprit, where would I start the investigation? I would start from the Duke's residence. The carriage exploded, which means the culprit knew where they were going, a spy, a maid who ran away at the time Lady Helena and Lady Tilly met. Egypt recalled everything. And Lina's awakening as well. He ordered, investigate if any servants are missing from the Duke's residence. Racho replied, Yes, Your Highness. Before going to the Duke's residence, we need to make a trip to the Mio Cafe. Egypt clenched his fist. He thought of Tilly. Tilly, what did you know? Why did you keep silent about this? Egypt wondered to himself. Say Osborna, grandson of Baron Osborna. A painting appeared. In the painting were 5 people. All of them were members of the Osborna family. The person in the middle of the painting seemed to be Say's grandfather. His grandfather was the only one who always took care of him until he passed away. Say had witnessed his parents' alcoholism, domestic violence, and he realized that this family would fall apart in less than 3 years. Images of gambling and drinking constantly returned to Say's memory. Seeing that the family had no chance of revival, he abandoned his parents and the Osborna name, starting a life of wandering on the streets. He frantically earned money and joined a gang, accumulating bit by bit. Later, he was a mid-level manager in the gang. One day, Say looked a little worried. He was led by that man into a room to meet a mysterious person he had never met before. As soon as Say sat down, the man approached him, enthusiastically speaking to another person, pointing at Say. How about this person? He thinks carefully, is quick on his feet, and full of enthusiasm. Most importantly, he knows how to take care of himself. I believe he completely meets all the requirements you've set. Say was worried, not knowing what was happening, and only then did he start to notice the existence of the mysterious person. He glanced at that person and discovered that the other party was a girl. The girl smiled faintly, her wide cloak covering almost half of her face. The man talked nonstop for a while, then stopped. He suddenly leaned close to Say's ear and whispered, She's looking for a slave who is both hard-working and capable for a term of 15 years. Say finally understood. He crossed his arms, showing a bit of displeasure about this, when a voice suddenly spoke up. The girl who had been sitting quietly until now moved and said, A slave? Slavery was abolished a long time ago. I just want someone who can handle all the dirty work for me. Hearing these words, Say couldn't help but feel conflicted. Someone who can handle all her dirty work. Isn't that the same thing? At this point, Say felt that something was wrong. He turned back and asked the man, "What's really going on?" The man explained, "What do you think? You've been sold. What else could it be?" Hearing this, Say couldn't quite believe his ears. "Huh? What did you just say?" The man said again, "You once said you were the son of a nobleman." Say retorted with some anger, "Not the son. I'm the grandson of a nobleman." The man chuckled and said a few conciliatory words. After that, Say sighed. He told the girl his story. "My family has fallen, and I myself have been declared missing." The mysterious girl suddenly interjected, "Is there no way for you to return to your family?" Hearing this, Say hesitated, not knowing what to say, and remained silent. So the girl continued, "There's always a way. What is your family crest?" Say immediately replied, "Osborna." The girl tilted her head slightly, repeating what he had just said, "Osborna." The man then explained with a forced smile that he used to be a baron. The girl understood. "Oh, a baron's crest." Say stood to one side with his arms crossed, silently speculating about the identity of the person in front of him. She must be a noble of very high status, at least the daughter of a count. Then the girl spoke up, "I need someone who can prove their identity and is capable. If you work for me for 15 years, I will give you enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life and help you restore your noble status." The conditions offered sounded quite attractive, but that was for others. As for Say, who had once run away from home and wandered the streets, after hearing these words, he didn't even bother to look straight at her, turning away and saying, "I have no interest in the noble class." Receiving this answer, the girl didn't seem very surprised, just let out a soft, "Oh," and then said, "Really? Then just think of it as for the money." Only then did Say ask again, "So, can I consider this our first contract?" The girl smiled faintly, saying nothing. This indicated that she tacitly agreed with Say's words. In another place, at this moment, Egypt spoke up and asked, "You don't know who Tilly is?" Say was now an employee at a bakery. Say didn't understand why Egypt was asking about that person's identity and answered, "Oh, I know her very well. She's a regular at our coffee shop." Hearing the unexpected words, Egypt asked again, "A regular customer?" Say was a bit bewildered, not knowing if he had said something wrong for the other person's attitude to suddenly change. But he still confirmed, "Yes, she's the daughter of Duke Remitio. She also really likes coffee." Say silently sized up the person opposite him. This man had come to the coffee shop a few times with Lady Tilly before, but now he looked completely different. "I don't like that look in his eyes." Say carefully observed Egypt from head to toe, then concluded, "He doesn't look like a particularly loyal person." Egypt asked, "Has anyone come looking for a job recently?" Hearing this, Say replied, "Ah, yes. Do you remember what she looked like?" Egypt pressed further. Say was suspicious her, but then he immediately denied it. No, it was a man. One of Egypt's subordinates suddenly stepped forward and whispered something in his ear. After hearing his subordinate's report, Egypt flew into a rage, suddenly lunging forward and grabbing Say by the collar to his utter astonishment. The subordinate beside him, seeing Egypt like this, was also horrified and cried out, "Oh my God, Your Highness, Lady Tilly will be angry with you. This is her person." Suddenly grabbed, Say couldn't react in time, struggling to think, so the master is the daughter of Duke Remitio. The girl's image flashed through his memory. Say suddenly understood, because the two looked so much alike. Indeed, I had long felt that something was not right. Hearing his subordinate say that Say was Tilly's person, Egypt paid no mind, saying, "How could she be angry with me? She's on the verge of death right now." Hearing this, Say hesitated and repeated the word in astonishment, "Death." Then Egypt turned again, grabbed Say by the collar and asked, "So, tell me, where is your cousin? What the hell is this?" He felt the grip on his collar tightening, making it hard for him to breathe. Say coughed, facing the other's stern gaze. Say wearily gave up resisting, tilting his head weakly, and said, "Everything you want to know, I will tell you. I beg you, spare me." At this moment, his heart was filled with guilt. "I'm so sorry, master, but you never said it was a secret. This man has gone mad." In a room in a high-end apartment complex, a girl was sleeping. Suddenly, a sound from outside echoed into the room. "Mir, aren't you going to work?" She heard the voice, startled awake, and opened her eyes. She sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes, and said to her mother, "Mom, I told you I'm taking today off." Hearing this, the woman said, "Is that so? Then hurry up and come eat breakfast." Mir asked, "Mom, what's for breakfast?" The person replied, "There's kimchi stew." Hearing her favorite dish was available, Mir cheered happily. At the dining table, she and her brother were sitting eating and eating, happily talking and laughing while eating the rice in their bowls. Not only that, but the two also fought over a plate of braised pork. There was only one piece left, and neither sibling was willing to give in. Their parents, sitting opposite them and watching their children, could only chuckle with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts amusement. That's right, the last piece of braised pork still ended up in Mir's mouth. She chewed the piece of meat under her brother's dissatisfied gaze. At times like these, all you need to do is flash a confident smile. Mir did just that to her brother to soothe his discomfort from having his food stolen. A few hours later, in another place, Mir was sitting at a table, holding a cup of coffee. A document bag was placed at her feet, savoring the taste of the coffee. Mir couldn't help but think happily, it's so wonderful that other people have to go to work while I can come to a coffee shop. Then she put the coffee cup down on the table, opened her computer, and started her familiar work. Mir stared at the computer screen, a little dazed. Which novel should I continue writing? Mir suddenly saw a file titled, "A Perfect Ending for My Perfect Character." She moved the mouse cursor closer to that novel file. Mir hesitated, thinking, I've already written a happy ending for this work. Oh, should I write a sad ending this time? A girl suddenly sat down in the chair opposite Mir. That girl suddenly spoke up, no. It was as if she knew all of Mir's recent thoughts. Tilly continued, I will not continue this story. Mir was a bit dazed, still not understanding what was happening before her, and asked, excuse me, who are you? Tilly decisively brushed that question aside, just calling her, Mir Yun, you haven't returned yet? Hearing that, Mir jumped, her heart suddenly skipping a beat. The questioning voice continued to ring out, Mir, aren't you going to return? The person called Mir, now a bit panicked, asked the owner of that voice back, what do you mean? Tilly began to explain, you can call her Mir, and I am Tilly. But trying to clearly distinguish between the two of us is truly impossible and meaningless. Just because this life of yours has ended doesn't mean we are no longer UNMO. Tilly's gaze was fixed steadily on the person before her. After hearing these words, Mir still seemed not to understand and asked again, we? Tilly continued to speak. Tilly is as important as Mir. Tilly tried to persuade Mir. You need to take responsibility for your conscience. Listen carefully, awaken your conscience, you must do it. You must take responsibility for the world you have created. But don't use that as an excuse to abandon the people who love you. That resentful voice had not stopped. Hearing this, Mir's expression became even more unsightly. She even hung her head low, not knowing how to answer. The corners of Tilly's eyes were now glistening with a few faint tears. However, she still said resolutely, don't pretend you're fine just because your life has ended. No parent will want to do that. At this point, Mir couldn't listen anymore, jumping to her feet and shouting at that person, shut up, you're too emotional. Don't act all high and mighty with me. I know everything. Tilly pressed her advantage, standing up and approaching Mir, saying, if you know, then come to your senses, go and apologize to your parents now. Mir. Hearing these words from Tilly, her tears fell uncontrollably. Mir's body suddenly began to glow. She gently closed her eyes, crossing over to another space. In the room, Mir was now Tilly Remitio, lying there, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. A few tears still rolled unceasingly from the corners of her eyes. Tilly looked towards the head of the bed and saw 2 familiar figures. She wondered, how long has it been? Tilly's eyes suddenly met with Lena's, her little sister. Lena approached Tilly, her tears flowing endlessly. Tilly seemed to sense something from her sister, panicking. What are you doing? No, you must not use your power like that. Countless questions popped into her head. However, outwardly, Tilly couldn't make a sound. At most, she could only manage a few difficult, sounds, unable to form a complete sentence. Tilly's mother, Rosanna, just then noticed her daughter's abnormality and immediately called her name, Tilly. But seeing no reaction, she panicked and hurriedly called for a doctor to check on her. After the doctor entered the room and finished examining Tilly's health, he gave his conclusion. It seems her vocal cords have been damaged. Hearing this, Rosanna's heart felt as if it were being cut. She asked the doctor, does this mean my child will not be able to speak in the future? The doctor replied, actually, there's a possibility of recovery, so we can only wait and observe further. However, the wound on her neck has healed, so you don't need to worry too much. Hearing that her daughter's condition was not too serious, Rosanna breathed a sigh of relief. A man entered the room. Seeing Tilly lying on the bed, the person softly called Tilly. It turned out to be none other than her father, Julian Remitio. When Tilly saw her father enter the room, she let out a soft, Julian gently walked to the bedside, squatted down, and looked at his daughter with worried eyes. Then, he bowed his head and sobbed like a child. Seeing her father crying in distress, Tilly couldn't help but feel guilty. Maybe I should comfort my father, say something. She pursed her lips slightly, thinking about her identity, feeling a bit sorry for herself. Deep down, she had always assumed, but I'm just a character who never really existed. I was given Tilly's life, so I must be responsible for it. However, for the past 20 years, because of that thought, I haven't considered Tilly and her family as real people. Thinking of this, Tilly's conscience was deeply tormented. She silently said to the grieving man by her bed, "I'm sorry." Then, Tilly gently closed her eyelids and fell asleep. Deep down, it seemed she had accepted that she was Tilly. Therefore, she told herself, "I love you all." Night fell, and the entire castle seemed to be submerged in darkness. Even so, the darkness only made the castle more brilliant, mystical, and indescribable. Tilly had been fast asleep for several hours. At this moment, she groggily opened her eyes and saw that it was already dark. Tilly struggled to prop herself up, letting out a few soft groans. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grasped hers firmly. The person's voice rang out, telling her not to speak. Tilly looked towards the owner of the voice, and upon recognizing who it was, she let out a soft, "Egypt." Egypt said sternly, "Your vocal cords are severely damaged. The fastest way to recover is not to talk." Perhaps because he was standing in the dark, his expression was not clearly visible at this moment. Hearing him say this, Tilly remained silent, offering no opinion. Seeing this, Egypt continued, "It seems you have nothing you want to say right now, do you?" Then he took her arm again, gently stroking it, and said, "You've lost weight. It's only been a week." Hearing this, Tilly was startled and shocked, thinking to herself, "Has it been a week already?" Fearing Tilly might not remember clearly, Egypt recounted what had happened. "The first time you woke up, you immediately fell back asleep. Although you woke up a few more times, you were mostly unconscious. You made everyone very worried about you, you know." Egypt still held Tilly's hand, whispering that we've caught the culprit. Tilly looked out the window, showing no reaction to this. Egypt continued, "Furthermore, we have also released Marquis Igerson. For his family, Lady Helena saved the entire clan by completely ruining the clan, although their title has been demoted to Viscount." At this point, Egypt turned to Tilly again, asking for her opinion on what he had just said. "What do you think?" Tilly lay on the bed, sighed, and thought to herself, "What am I to do?" Suddenly, she heard the person continue, "Do you want to sleep a little more?" At this moment, Egypt's eyes were full of fatigue, easily noticeable by the thick dark circles under his eyes. However, his eyes remained glued to Tilly's face, as if afraid she would leave again. Egypt spoke again. "That maid and her brother have escaped, so don't worry. Even if they were caught, they would want to tell you that everything is fine." At this point, his hand tightened its grip on Tilly's. Then Egypt suddenly burst out laughing, a laugh that sounded somewhat bitter. Next, he said to Tilly, "Why did you do that?" "Well, don't think too much about it. I'll let you sleep." Egypt, helpless and tired, covered his face. "You can't even speak. Besides, no matter what, things between us are no longer as simple as they were before. I will wait until you say it yourself, but I won't let you leave me easily." As he said these words, a crazed, possessive glint flashed in Egypt's eyes, as if he would absolutely not let the girl before him disappear ever again. Night fell. In the vast room, two figures appeared, a girl lying on the bed and a young man sitting and watching her. At this moment, after lulling Tilly into a deep sleep, Egypt finally let the exhaustion in his eyes show. He gazed at the gentle girl, sleeping soundly on the large, soft bed, thinking to himself, "I must make sure she starts eating normally again." Thanks to Lena, Tilly had recovered her health within a few months. Finally, Egypt's spirit was somewhat broken. He wearily closed his eyes. At this moment, Egypt's mind was filled with sorrowful thoughts. Now that Lena is the heir to the Duke Remigio family, where will you go? Tilly, that must be the prophecy you receive, perhaps related to this accident. But when he thought of Tilly's family, Egypt gently shook his head, wanting to deny the assertion in his heart. That's not it, right? The hand resting on his thigh clenched into a fist. Without realizing it, two streams of tears had rolled down the corners of Egypt's eyes. When he realized he was crying, he couldn't help but be a little startled. Suddenly, he felt a touch on his hand. Egypt immediately discovered that his girl was now looking at him. It seemed she had also seen him crying. Thinking of this, Egypt spoke to Tilly with a hint of a pout. "Didn't I tell you to sleep a little longer?" Because her throat had not fully recovered, Tilly could only gently use her finger to write on Egypt's hand, signaling him not to cry. Egypt understood her meaning and said, "You're the one who made me cry, Tilly." Tilly wrote on his hand again, "I know, but don't cry alone." Egypt looked at her. "Do you know I was planning to wait until you were asleep to cry? You understand me so well, yet I know nothing about you." At this point, Egypt couldn't help but feel sorry for himself and burst into sobs. The tears flowed more and more, as if wanting to pour out all the long-held grievances into these words. Tilly was silent. She looked at him, not knowing how to comfort him. Perhaps at this moment, the only thing she could do was listen to the heart of the person before her. Egypt continued, "That's what I'm afraid of, Tilly." Then he bowed his head, clutching it, his voice heavy. "Anything else is fine, but you must not die." Hearing this, Tilly gently sat up. She looked straight at the shoulders of the man who was trembling for fear that she would leave him, then gently wrapped her arms around him. Egypt was still sobbing, mumbling, "Please don't die, Tilly. Stay with me." The next morning, in Tilly's bedroom, the doctor came to examine her again today. After completing the routine health check, he stood and reported her health status to the whole family. She is now fully conscious, and her condition is stable, so there is nothing to worry about. Just make sure not to let her overexert herself for a while. Tilly smiled and nodded in agreement with the doctor's words. Afterwards, everyone saw him out. The room door creaked and then closed. At this moment, everyone had gathered in this bedroom. Tilly's father, Julian, was the first to speak. He looked at Tilly and said, "So, Tilly, can you tell us what the first prophecy was? We were hoping you could tell us yourself, but we can't wait any longer." Tilly frowned slightly, offering no opinion. "Julian, Tilly, you knew Lena would awaken her powers, didn't you?" Seeing her father's determination, Tilly sighed inwardly. "It seems I can't refuse." So she picked up a quill, scribbled a few lines on paper, and showed it to her parents. It read, "What I received was not entirely a prophecy, but more like a request." Julian immediately pressed, "A request? What request?" She replied, "A request to change the future, to save the world." Egypt, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly asked Tilly, "What about the future?" She then recounted what she knew. In the future, the Guardians will be in danger and will be killed by humans before the battle with the evil spirits occurs. Tilly's mother, Rosanna, hearing this, said, "You said the Guardians? Do you mean a situation like this will happen again?" Tilly nodded in confirmation. Seeing this, her parents couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. "Because this is my writing style." Such words, Tilly only dared to think in her heart, not daring to say them out loud. Lena didn't understand why it was, and asked Tilly, "Does someone want this world to be destroyed? What will happen to us then?" Hearing this, Tilly unconsciously thought about the character she had created in this novel. The villain who wants to destroy the world is the original male lead, Raiden. And it was this world that created such a Raiden. She pushed those thoughts aside and wrote down her answer. Although she knew she was the one who created this world, and also the one holding the pen to end everything, Tilly did not say it. On the paper, she only wrote, "There is no one else." Lena was utterly astonished, saying in disbelief, "How could something like that happen? We are guardians." At this point, she seemed unable to accept this truth and shouted, "Everyone knows that without us, this world will be destroyed." Looking at the parents of the character in her novel, sitting silently beside her, Tilly silently answered Lena's question in her heart. It's because of the selfishness of someone who doesn't appreciate the lives of others. Lena said defiantly, "But how can someone disregard the lives of others like that?" Hearing the little girl's words, Tilly didn't answer, only gently wiping away the tear that rolled down the girl's cheek. "It's terrible, but that's what people think." Egypt suddenly spoke up, breaking the sorrowful atmosphere. "So what do we do now? When will something like this happen again?" Tilly closed her eyes, then wrote on the paper, "I'm not sure. Do you want to tell everyone these things?" Lena asked with some impatience, "Why not?" Tilly then explained that if people prevent something from happening, something even worse will follow. At this moment, Lena could no longer hold back. She stood up and shouted uncontrollably, "What could be worse than you almost dying?" After saying that, she covered her face with her hands and cried silently. Egypt stood beside her, gently comforting the little girl, then led Lena outside to avoid the noise affecting Tilly's condition. The room door clicked shut. Tilly watched them go, unable to help but sigh. Lady Rosanna couldn't help but say sorrowfully, I can only imagine the hardships you must have faced." Her husband, Julian, sat beside her, stroking her shoulder, and gently called out, "Rosanna." Then Rosanna stepped forward and hugged Tilly tightly. She closed her eyes and whispered in her ear, "When you suffer, your father and I will suffer too. So don't endure it anymore, my love. Whether it's physical or mental, what I wish for now is only that you no longer suffer." Feeling the warmth continuously spreading from her mother's embrace, Tilly felt incredibly relieved at this moment. Tears unknowingly streamed from the corners of her eyes. She silently thanked herself. "I'm so lucky to be alive. I know I was on the brink of death, but I still couldn't face it calmly. If I had known they would be so heartbroken, I would have definitely found another way." Lady Rosanna hugged her daughter for a while before letting go. She looked at Tilly and asked, "Do we need to call the doctor to check on you again?" Tilly shook her head upon hearing this. Then, she continued to scribble a few lines on the paper and held it up for them to see. Unlike before, she no longer wrote words that would break the reader's heart. This time, the content on the paper was, "Father, Mother, I love you." When Julian and his wife read this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed because their daughter Tilly had finally accepted them as her parents. Seeing their expressions, Tilly also smiled happily. In another development, in the backyard of the residence, Egypt was taking Lena, Tilly's younger sister, for a walk in the flower garden to help her calm down. At this point, Lena's mental state had also improved significantly. Lena broke the silence between them. She said, "If it weren't for Tilly, Father and I probably wouldn't be alive anymore." Egypt also nodded, "That's very likely." Suddenly, Lena felt that all of this was ridiculous. How interesting. Everyone expects us to protect the world, but they themselves are destroying the reasons why we want to protect the world. Egypt stood to one side, listening quietly. She continued, "I'm really so angry. Even if everything went according to their plan, Tilly, to protect her mother, would still save the world, regardless of whether she has powers or not." At this point, Lena's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 streams of tears gushed forth. Then, Lena covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, sobbing incessantly. Egypt stood beside her, but offered no opinion, as he knew that silence was the best spiritual comfort at this moment. A long while later, she finally stopped crying and called out, "Brother Egypt." He responded with a sound. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and asked, "What should I do now?" Egypt looked at her for a moment, then said, "Before making a decision, you must set aside all your own standards. Determine what your most important goal is, then arrange the things you want to do and the things you need to give up. At the same time, prepare yourself mentally for failure. That is what you need to do." Then he looked at her intently, saying something. Next, he placed his hand on Lena's shoulder and said, "We may be protectors, but we don't have to protect everything in this world. If we don't want to, we don't have to do it either. We must live to protect the things that are important to us, just like everyone else." Hearing this, Lena stirred slightly, then said to the person before her, "I want to protect my family and you." As she spoke these words, her eyes were filled with determination, hope, and a powerful, vibrant belief. Egypt felt that her spirits had finally lifted. He smiled faintly and said, "Me too." In the bedroom, Tilly was now sitting on the bed, holding a bowl of medicine. The faint smell wafting from the bowl made her a little uncomfortable, and she let out a soft grunt. Egypt sat beside her, smiling. "Should I tell the Duke or the Count about that servant?" Tilly looked up at him with a helpless face. "Just let me drink it." Then she drank the bitter medicine in one gulp. Only then was Egypt satisfied, saying, "That's more like it. What a good girl." The medicine in the bowl gradually disappeared. Tilly held the empty bowl in her hand. Drenched in sweat, she told herself, "Ugh, I almost couldn't take it." Then she handed the bowl back to Egypt. He took it, looked closely into the bowl, checking if she had really drunk all the medicine. Seeing there was still a little left, he looked up at her again and said, "There's a little left. You have to drink it all." Tilly opened her mouth to say something. Egypt immediately cut her off. "I told you not to talk. Even if you don't like it, you have to drink it." Tilly thought to herself, "If only I could speak now." And so, under Egypt's gaze, she once again drank every last drop of medicine in the bowl. Then she handed the bowl back to him, pouting unhappily. Seeing this, he asked, "Is there something you want to say?" She still wrote the content on paper and held it up for him to see. Where is that made? Egypt shrugged and replied, say Osborne has taken care of her. He works for you, so there's no need to worry anymore, right? Hearing this, Tilly frowned at him. Does he really think I'm asking about this because I'm worried? How can he put on such a cunning face? Tilly suddenly brought both hands up to cup Egypt's cheeks, then gently pulled his head closer, giving him a gentle and loving kiss. After a moment of intimacy, she let him go. Surprised by her action, Egypt looked at her in confusion and said, what's wrong with you? But looking at her both confused and beautifully captivating face, Egypt suddenly didn't know what to say. So he stood up and said, I'm going out for a bit. Get some rest. And with that, he walked out of the room, leaving Tilly alone and bewildered on the bed, watching his back as it gradually disappeared behind the door. Tilly, somewhat confused, wondered to herself, what's wrong with him? I thought he wanted to kiss me. Then she sighed inwardly, her mind constantly replaying her recent action. I did that because I found him very cute, but it seems now I shouldn't have. I've decided to live my own life, but I will still keep my promise. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sadly lower her head, wondering what exactly is the relationship between me and Egypt. She tilted her head in confusion. Really, what am I supposed to do? Outside the door. After leaving Tilly's room, Egypt didn't hurry away but stood right in front of her door. His face was flushed, his heart was pounding wildly. The aftertaste of the kiss from a moment ago still seemed to linger. He thought to himself, what is this? Tilly is a little different. He remembered their first kiss when they had just started dating, then shyly touched his chin. There's always been a feeling of an invisible wall between us, even when she said she liked me. His footsteps shifted slightly, but his mind was still racing with thoughts about it. Why now? How long has it been? Thinking of this, his face grew even redder. He stared at his hand, and Egypt told himself, I have to seize this opportunity. But how should I do it? He was lost in thought, completely unaware of a figure watching him from behind. Lena's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Egypt, what are you doing here? He was startled by the unexpected voice from behind, letting out a panicked ah. Lena continued, I asked what you're doing here. Did Tilly kick you out? Egypt could only stammer, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing that he wasn't answering her, Lena tilted her head and looked at him, asking, what's wrong? Did something happen? Egypt, blushing, finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, nothing. Lena seemed to have understood something. The corner of her mouth curved into a knowing smile, and she called into Tilly's room, Tilly, shall we play chess? Standing beside her, Egypt was slightly stunned, wondering what she was about to do. But he was surprised to only hear her say that, and he couldn't help but cover his face in embarrassment. A few days later, in the room, Helena sat on a chair, holding a piece of paper, unable to help but sigh. So I still have to sell this house in the end? She caressed the real estate sales contract, thinking to herself, even so, after everything that has happened, would anyone still want to buy it? Most of the servants have already quit. Then she leaned back wearily in her chair, thinking of her damaged honor and the difficulty of recovering any assets, and felt exhausted. Even just a month ago, I never would have thought things would turn out like this. She closed her eyes softly and sighed. Just then,